Chapter 1. Set Fire to the Rain. In one universe, Izuku Midoriya was born quirkless. 3 days after the diagnosis, his father went away on a business trip and never came back. Izuku's best friend coined the nickname Deku and lorded his superior quirk over the boy for years. Here, Izuku's path to being a hero was blocked until a fateful encounter with the symbol of peace, All Might. In another universe, Izuku Midoriya was not born quirkless. At the age of 4, his father spits a few fireballs into the air like fireworks to amuse his son, and Izuku claps his hands in delight. The fireballs smush together and char the picture frame behind them. In this universe, Izuku Midoriya has telekinetic control over fire, and his father never vanishes without a word. His best friend called him Izuken, and they trained their quirks together. Here, Izuku's path to being a hero was as clear as a summer sky. At least it was supposed to be. Hisashi Midoriya was not given this memo. It wasn't the first time his father had hit him. Izuku was used to passing off black eyes and split lips as training accidents. His father has a temper, and Izuku was a curious kid who didn't always know when to keep his mouth shut. He should have known last night, but a lot of weird puzzle pieces were fitting together to form a gruesome picture, and Izuku's mind was moving faster than he could process. It stalled on, "This is illegal," and "I have to stop it." His mind did not factor in the fact that he was 10, that this was his father's business, and that his father had explicitly warned him to behave or there'd be consequences. Really, he was lucky it was only a black eye. The hair on his arms was singed off again, but that would probably have happened in training pretty soon, anyway. Izuken! Katsuki barged into his bedroom, a new All Might figure clutched in his hands. "Look what Mom got, oi! What's wrong with you?" Izuku rolled his head to look at Katsuki. He was sprawled on his back, head at the foot of his bed, arms thrown to the side, mentally trying to put his world back together. "Is that the new one with the adjustable limbs?" Izuku asked. He couldn't reach his normal levels of enthusiasm, and Katsuki had already seen his black eye. He stomped over and poked Izuku's cheek. "What happened?" Izuku swatted his hand away. "I made Dad mad again, that's all." Mad was an understatement to the fury he'd seen in his father's eyes. He knew his father was powerful, but that look in his eyes had pinned him to the spot. Katsuki frowned and poked him again. "Then why are you all sad?" Izuku looked back up at his ceiling. "I think my dad is a bad person." It was disturbingly easy to stick the label villain over his father. He was paranoid of police, he worked more nights than days, which was weird for a businessman, and he was more likely to have cash than pay with a credit card, like he didn't want to leave a trail. And the business deal he'd wanted Izuku to come along on. There was nothing legal about it. Izuku had seen enough movies to know that trading a crate full of guns for a briefcase full of cash in the shadowy parking lot of a condemned building was villainous activity. He'd made the mistake of calling his father out on it. Now he had a black eye and the threat that if his mother ever found out what Hisashi really traded, she would be the one to pay the price. "Do we need to beat him up?" Katsuki asked. Izuku could imagine their attempts to beat up his father. The man had taught the two of them practically everything they knew, and he never showed mercy when they sparred. They had never come close to beating him, even when they worked together. And to attack him now? His father would think Izuku had told Katsuki about the night before, and everything he'd threatened to do to his mother he would do to Katsuki instead. Izuku couldn't live with himself if he let that happen. "No, that's okay," Izuku said. "Let's play heroes instead." He sat up and smiled, reaching for the new figure Katsuki had rushed over to show him and properly ogling the toy. Izuku continued to smile for the next 2 years, even though it felt like the last thing he wanted to be doing. Katsuki didn't always fall for it, or for Izuku's attempts to change the subject, but Izuku never revealed any info that could harm his father. He couldn't. He wouldn't risk Katsuki and his mother like that. Hisashi continued to train Izuku, steadily growing more and more violent in their sparring sessions. Izuku's ability to redirect the flames was the only thing that saved him some days, when he was cornered with nowhere left to run and Hisashi was spitting fire at him. Izuku was learning, though. He took that flame meant to harm him and turned it back around on his father. He knocked his father off his feet, shaped fireballs into spears to hurl back at him like he'd seen Endeavor do. He learned, and he bided his time. Hisashi eventually brought him along on another business deal, and this time Izuku made sure to keep his mouth shut. But he watched carefully, mentally cataloging everything about the night, from the location to the people involved to every word they said. He filed the experiences away until he could write it all down later, noting patterns over the months of how often Hisashi met with certain people and what he seemed to sell the most of. Weapons were the big thing. Hisashi himself didn't steal anything, that was his underling's job. He arranged the sales and drop-offs, and the more Izuku behaved and showed interest, the more Hisashi taught him about the black market. Izuku had pages in his notebooks dedicated to names of the people buying weapons versus the people buying drugs, and then another page of names reserved for special cases, the people who asked for gas masks and military-grade cloth. Hisashi was more hesitant to share how and where his underlings stole their goods, but Izuku was slowly building up a library's worth of information about everything. There were a few times he almost went to the police, but Hisashi's paranoia around them had rubbed off on Izuku. He'd grown up thinking the police were incompetent and couldn't be trusted, and he was still trying to wrap his head around the idea that his vision of them probably wasn't true. He still hung out with Katsuki when he could. His father pulled him away more and more, and for Katsuki's own safety Izuku didn't seek him out that much. But they still saw each other in school, and Katsuki wasn't an idiot. It didn't take much to realize Izuku started pulling away after telling him he thought his father was a bad person. It took considerable more effort not to blow up his problems. And Izuku always had that damn smile on his face, and Katsuki kept second-guessing that there even was a problem in the first place. They still trained to be heroes, both of them determined to make it into UA and pushing each other to be better, be stronger, be faster. Izuku thought if he could just bide his time long enough, everything would work out. He'd be strong enough to stop his father eventually. He'd be a real hero one day, like All Might, and he'd have the power to beat anyone. Inko never caught on to what was going on. She knew Hisashi was teaching Izuku about his business, but she had no idea what kind of business it really was. Both of them were content to keep it that way. Months passed. 1 year became 2, and Izuku finally faced a problem he couldn't avoid. His father's next business deal was dangerous. Could potentially end up hurting a lot of people, dangerous. Izuku hadn't meant to overhear, but his father hadn't been quiet on the phone. "I'm telling you, this new formula for reverse is the real deal. It'll stop any quirk for a few hours, even a hero's." Izuku stood frozen in the hallway, one hand on his bedroom door. His father paced in the master suite, listening to whoever he was on the phone with. He must not have heard Izuku come home from school. Inko was still at work. "I've got enough for 6 doses right now, and I'm willing to offer it to you at a special price since you're my favorite customer." He probably had more than 6 doses. He was probably going to tell several of his clients he had a limited supply, but they were his favorite, so he was offering it to them first. He'd taught Izuku that tactic a few months ago, as a way to get top dollar on whatever they were selling. Izuku covered his mouth to control his breathing. This was so much worse than anything his father had sold before. If villains had a way to make heroes lose their quirks, there was no telling what kind of damage they could do. "Ah, such a low offer?" Hisashi asked. "I don't think you understand how valuable this really is." Izuku had to stop this. He took a step towards the bedroom, then paused. If he interfered now, all he'd do is delay the inevitable. His father would beat him, would potentially hurt his mother, and then go off and find another client anyway. And this time Izuku wouldn't know about it. "It's a deal. I'll see you Saturday, usual time and place." Izuku stepped back, and then as quietly as he could he ran back to the front door. He made it look like he'd only just come home as his father stepped out of the bedroom, looking far too satisfied for Izuku's liking. "Ah, Izuku, perfect timing," Hisashi said. "I just struck the deal of a lifetime." "Oh, really?" His voice shook, but Hisashi was too wrapped up in his own head to notice. "Yeah, this is going to mean big things for us, kiddo, you'll see. Where's your mom?" "Oh, I guess she's working late," Izuku said. His mind raced, looking for the one solution that would solve this mess. Again, Hisashi shook his head. "Well, once we get this payout this weekend, She won't have to put in overtime anymore. That'd be nice, Izuku said. First things first, he needed his mom out of the apartment this weekend. Whatever he was going to do, he didn't want her to be caught in the middle of it all. You know, she does so much for us. We should really treat her to something nice. Hisashi put a hand to his chin and nodded. What were you thinking? Maybe a weekend getaway? To a spa or something? So she can be pampered. Hisashi smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair. That sounds like a great idea. She'd love that. Maybe Mitsuki could go with her. Spas aren't really my thing. Yeah, I'll ask her. We could send her this weekend, since we'll be busy with this deal anyway. The grin Hisashi gave him was more like what he'd wear as the dragon. You're starting to think more like me every day, kiddo. I'll set up the trip, you get Mitsuki on board. Izuku tried to ignore how his stomach plummeted at the comparison. Odds were he'd be caught up in the backlash of this weekend. So it didn't matter if he was more villain than hero. He'd known for a while that his dreams of going to UA to be a hero were more like a pipe dream than a possible reality. He'd been part of too many shady things, and his father hated heroes. He'd never let Izuku even apply. None of that mattered right now. He needed to focus on surviving this weekend. Convincing Mitsuki was easier than expected, and as promised, Hisashi set up the trip. Inko cried with gratitude when she came home and found dinner on the table next to the confirmation email. She hugged both Hisashi and Izuku close, bawling over their shoulders. My sweet boys, you're so good to me. Izuku's stomach coiled, and he was barely able to eat dinner. They weren't being good to her. They were manipulating her to be out of the way while they did horrible things behind her back. He just hoped he had the chance to apologize for it. Over the next few days, he barely slept. He wrote up an anonymous tip to give to the police, explaining everything he knew about Reverse and who was going to be at the drop-off and what powers they had. Mostly, he only knew his father's abilities. He figured name-dropping Dragon was enough to tell the police how serious this was. The last thing he did to prepare was get a to-go bag ready, in case he had to make a run for it when he came home. He stuffed his backpack with his notebooks, food, clothes, a first aid kit, and some of the emergency cash Hisashi kept around the house. Then he hid the backpack in the park, burying it in the wood chips under the play equipment. He couldn't risk leaving it at home, not when fire was so unpredictable. All that was left to do after that was wait. Wait and act normal, like he wasn't about to blow everything to Kingdom Come. He wore his usual suit, the one his mom had gotten him proudly when Izuku became a regular member of his father's business deals. She'd sobbed about her little boy growing up when he'd tried it on for the first time. It was tight in the shoulders now, the pants a little too short. He still couldn't tie his tie, and after managing to tangle his fingers in it so badly he couldn't pull them free, he gave up and went to his father for help. Hisashi chuckled and shook his head. All right, come here. He untangled Izuku's fingers and coached him through tying it properly again. Really, at 12 years old and after so many lessons, Izuku should have this down by now. If he ever did become a pro hero, Izuku vowed never to wear a tie. He didn't care what public appearance he was going to, he wasn't wearing a stinking tie for it. Fantasies about his life as a pro hero kept him distracted as they stepped into the car and drove to the meeting point. Once they were there, though, all the nerves from before came rushing back. The parking lot didn't look any different. If they were being watched, the police had done a good job at hiding themselves. What if they weren't watching, though? What if they hadn't taken Izuku's note seriously and weren't going to come? He should have planned for this. His dad was right, the police really were incompetent. He needed a backup plan. But the only person left to do anything was him, and he knew he couldn't take his dad in a fight. Dragon took hold of the small box containing the reverse serums himself. Izuku had seen books bigger than that little metal box, but not even the heaviest textbook could be as dangerous as the drug inside. The metal wouldn't catch fire very well, so if Izuku wanted to destroy it somehow, he'd have it to get hold of it and open it. But getting it away from his father, he wasn't sure he physically could. He looked around again, praying for some sign that the police or a hero was here, because if they weren't here, and Izuku had to take matters into his own hands, his father would definitely kill him. His father might kill him anyway. His only shot at not dying tonight would be if Dragon was captured with all the rest. He didn't see any obvious signs of police or heroes, But their client wasn't here yet, either. They could be biding their time. He hoped they were just biding their time. Dragon checked his watch. He didn't like to be kept waiting. If the client wasn't here within 5 minutes of the agreed time, he'd leave and charge them extra for rescheduling. If that happened tonight, all of Izuku's careful planning to protect his mother would go up in smoke. "You seem anxious, little dragon," Hiroki said. He was the one that usually accompanied them for these deals, and he'd coined Izuku's nickname when he learned he was Dragon's son. Izuku liked him for the most part. The man was typically polite and laid back, even if he could turn paper into razor-sharp blades. He had no less than 4 dozen paper origami stars on him at all times, stuffed into every pocket. He'd tolerated Izuku's constant questions about his quirk with laughter and honest answers. So he was okay in Izuku's mind, even if he did lose points for working with his father. "It's a big deal tonight, right?" Izuku asked, trying to play off his nerves. "I want everything to go like it's supposed to." Hiroki hummed. "You and me both, kid. I'm gonna use this paycheck to get that ring for my girl." "You're finally going to propose?" Izuku asked. "It's about time," Hisashi muttered in front of them. "Thought I'd have to make you propose if you didn't man up soon." Hiroki spluttered a few excuses until another car finally pulled into the lot. All of Izuku's nerves came back with a vengeance. The car parked and 3 people stepped out. The leader was a young man with short spiky black hair and a fur-lined vest. His 2 associates were both women. The driver had a shaved head and wore thick combat boots, and 2 knife hilts poked out from either side of her back. The second woman had long brown hair pulled back in a high ponytail, and she blew a bubble with her gum as she stepped out of the car. Izuku had met these 3 a handful of times before. The man went by Greed, and he had a quirk that could make fake copies of almost anything. The copies faded after a few hours, but he'd pulled off some impressive heists until he had amassed enough power to run his own gang. The woman with the shaved head could curve anything she threw, and she was deadly accurate with her knives. The woman with the ponytail could control her hair, making fists with it or grabbing onto things. "Dragon, doll, how you been?" Greed greeted, sauntering up to them like they were 2 old friends meeting up at the mall. "Greed, you're looking well." Dragon mimicked the open arms. The 2 of them shook hands and shared a few more pleasantries. Izuku couldn't focus on the small talk. He kept his eyes open for any sign of help coming. Surely, if the police planned on jumping out at them, they'd do it now? Both men were here, what were they waiting for? Was he really going to have to stop this himself? Against one of these people, Izuku might have stood a chance. But all 5 of them? He'd be dead before he could even open the box. His mind screamed. What was he supposed to do? "So," Greed rubbed his hands together. "Let me see this special reverse." "Only if you prove you're serious about paying for it," Dragon replied. "Don't you trust me?" Greed asked, placing his hands over his heart. "After all these years?" Dragon raised a brow. "About as much as you trust me." Greed grinned and snapped his fingers. Ponytail Girl stepped back to the car and pulled 2 briefcases out of the trunk, passing one off to the Knife Girl when she came back. They opened the cases, revealing the rows of cash. Izuku inhaled sharply. That was a lot of money. Even after the pay was divvied up between his father's men, they'd still be taking home a large cut. Maybe, if the police didn't show, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to just let things happen. He probably couldn't stop anything at this point anyway, right? And if his mom didn't have to work overtime anymore. The briefcases snapped shut. Greed gestured to Dragon in a your turn movement. Dragon clicked open the little case. 6 vials sat nestled in a bed of velvet. 6 vials that could temporarily take away a person's quirk. Not even heroes would be immune to it. God, the chaos that would cause. Izuku had to stop it. He didn't know where the police were, and he wasn't sure why he'd ever tried to rely on them in the first place. He reached for the lighter in his pocket. Once he had a flame, he could burn his father's hand, make him drop the case. He'd have to move fast to grab it, and then even faster to try and get away. He'd worry about destroying it later. There was a thud on the car behind him. Izuku turned to look, along with everyone else, and something small and gray raced past him. That wasn't quite right. Some of it wrapped around him and tossed him to the side. His father swore, and flames lit up the night. The metal box glinted, snapped shut once again, and wrapped up in the weird gray thing. No, Izuku's mind was finally processing what it was seeing. Not a weird gray thing, a gray capture weapon used by the underground hero Eraserhead, who was currently flying through the air. He caught the metal box and landed in a roll, popping back up to his feet and jumping to the side to avoid the knives from Greed's driver and the paper stars from Hiroki. "Give that back," Dragon demanded. "You're all under arrest," Eraserhead said, almost sounding bored with this entire process. He wore slitted yellow goggles, and he never stopped moving. He had Hiroki and Greed's driver captured within a minute. The police arrived soon after, flooding the street and letting them all know that they were surrounded. Izuku stayed where he was on the ground, foolishly thinking that everything was going to work out and be fine. He'd ripped his suit when he fell on the pavement, and a small part of him felt bad about that. It was a nice suit, and his mother had always loved to see him in it. He didn't factor in his father's temper. He also hadn't known until that night that he carried a gun of his own to these business deals, and he used it to shoot Eraserhead while the hero captured Ponytail Girl. It wasn't a fatal shot, but it did sink into the meat of his side pretty good. Eraserhead swore and stumbled, and Dragon took his chance to escape. He grabbed Izuku's arm and hauled him to his feet, dragging him behind him. He bypassed the car, heading for the condemned building instead. Izuku vaguely remembered something about an escape route through the building, which was why his father liked to do his meetings out here. Eraserhead couldn't chase after them, not with a side wound like that, and the police weren't close enough to stop them. Izuku wasn't sure why they didn't shoot at them, but he had a feeling that was to do with his presence. They probably thought he was some kind of hostage. That would explain why one of Eraser's first moves was to push Izuku out of the way. It would have been smarter to capture his father from behind when he had the chance. They went through the basement of the building. Hisashi spit fire at something behind them, and half the room collapsed, blocking anyone from following them. They ran through a tunnel that eventually connected to the sewers. His father never said anything, but he also never let go of his vice grip on Izuku's wrist. There would be a bruise there in the morning for sure. "Damn cops," Hisashi finally muttered while they ran through the sewers. How the hell did they find out about tonight? And they had a freaking hero with them. They knew exactly what was going on. He paused next to a ladder up to a manhole. "Only way for them to be so well informed is if someone snitched on us. But I didn't share details with anyone who wasn't there. Greed wouldn't have let anything slip, unless his cockiness was finally his undoing." Are we going up?" Izuku asked. Hisashi glanced at the ladder. "Not yet. I'm thinking. The leak could have been on Greed's end, which seems more likely since I only told you and Hiroki the specifics about tonight." Hisashi's eyes rolled over to Izuku. Izuku would have backed up if he could. He could see the puzzle pieces falling together in his father's mind. "You wouldn't have told anyone, because you know I would take it out on your mother. Your mother, who just so happens to be away this weekend. Which was your idea." Smoke curled from his father's mouth, and sparks danced in his teeth. Izuku tugged at his arm. His father did not release it. "You did it, didn't you?" Hisashi demanded. His grip tightened. "You tipped off the police." "No, I wouldn't. You're hurting me." Izuku kept trying to pull free. He felt like Hisashi was about to snap his wrist, and that would only be the start of his father's revenge. Hisashi yanked Izuku closer. "Answer me honestly, Izuku. Did you tell the police about tonight?" Terrified green eyes looked up into furious brown ones. With the embers dancing in the smoke curling out of his mouth, his eyes almost looked like they were on fire with his rage. Izuku was definitely going to die tonight. His own eyes welled up with tears. "I had to. It was going to get so many people hurt. I had to." Hisashi growled and spun Izuku back against the wall. "You damn brat. You still haven't given up on this hero nonsense, have you?" Flames dripped out of his mouth now. Hisashi was dangerously close to losing control. "Don't you get it yet? You're my son, a villain's son. You'll never be a hero." No one was coming to save Izuku. The path behind them was blocked, and no matter how loudly Izuku screamed, no one was going to hear him underground in the middle of the night. He was crying in terror, and his father looked seconds away from burning him to ash. He didn't want to die. He had to fight, and he had to win. The image that popped into his mind was Katsuki standing above him, grinning in his victory. Katsuki always did whatever it took to win, using whatever dirty trick was necessary to beat Izuku. Hisashi opened his mouth. Flames gathered in the back of his throat. He had to win if he wanted to survive. Izuku had to be like Katsuki. Fire wasn't only his father's element. He clenched a fist, and the building flame in his father's throat caught in his mouth. Hisashi stumbled back, releasing Izuku to grab at his throat in surprise. For a few seconds, they both stood in shock. And then all hell broke loose. Izuku had sparred his father plenty of times before, and while Hisashi wasn't known for pulling punches, he'd never been outright trying to murder Izuku. Now he was ruthless. Fire poured almost constantly from Hisashi's mouth, followed quickly by solid punches and vicious kicks. Izuku could stop the flames, but he had a harder time keeping up with the punches and kicks, and he almost never had a chance to go on the offensive. He needed to run somehow. In a sewer, though, his options were pretty limited. There was only one direction. If he ran, he needed to keep his father from following him. To do that, he'd have to trap him somehow. There weren't any convenient cages or small rooms available, so that left incapacitating him. Hisashi blew more fire at him. Instead of waving it away to nothing, Izuku stole it for himself, gathering it into his hands and then pulling it until it was a long rope. He lashed out like it was a whip, forcing his father back for the first time all night. When they sparred, he usually tried not to hit his father. Burns were painful and took a while to heal. He didn't have the same reservation right now. Every injury he dealt out was an ally that would slow his father down for him. With each fireball Hisashi spat at him, Izuku's whip grew longer. Neither of them were gaining ground like this though, so Izuku threw the whip at Hisashi's legs, wrapping around each calf. His pants caught fire. Damn brat! Hisashi cursed, trying to stamp out the flames. It didn't do any good, and soon the flames licked at his bare legs. He swore good and loud then. The stench was unbearable, and Izuku lost his grip on the flames. Hisashi did the only thing he could do to put them out and jumped into the sewer muck, panting heavily while doubled over the edge of the concrete ledge they'd been on. "You're more ruthless than I gave you credit for," Hisashi said with a laugh. He looked up, his eyes a mixture of pain and fury. "It's a damn shame you chose to fight against me." "I don't have to," Izuku said. "You could give this all up, get out of the black market." Hisashi barked a laugh. "I have a goddamn empire in the black market, and you want me to walk away?" "Please," Izuku begged, close to tears again. "Never," Hisashi said. "I'll do whatever it takes to protect what I have, even if that means killing you. I can't trust you anymore, and you know too much." He said it so coldly, so casually, like killing his own son would really be that easy. But he pulled out his gun again and clicked the safety, and Izuku had the sudden clarity that this wouldn't be his father's first murder. He just hadn't told Izuku about the others. "Please," Izuku begged again. "I'm mostly sorry you were such a waste of my time," Hisashi said and took aim. Izuku turned and ran. The gun fired, clipping the wall next to him. Hisashi swore. "Get back here." He splashed through the muck and cursed again as he fell because his legs wouldn't take his weight. "Izuku!" Izuku did not stop running. "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. Do you hear me?" Izuku didn't doubt it. Chapter 2, Light 'em Up. This wasn't the absolute worst-case scenario. Izuku had planned what to do if he couldn't go home again. He found his way out of the sewers and picked up his bag from the park right before dawn, and then he pulled out his cell phone to call his mother. "Izuku? It's so early, what's wrong?" Inko asked around a yawn. He was power walking down the streets towards the train station. He'd go as far as the train could take him, and then he'd figure out what to do from there. "I know. I'm sorry, I just needed to warn you. Don't come home." "What?" She was wide awake now. "Izuku, what happened?" "Dad's a villain. He's in the black market, and he'll hurt you. Please don't come home. He had enough food and cash for approximately 2 weeks if he was careful, which wasn't much of a buffer to figure something out. What do you mean he's in the black market? I don't have time to explain. Just please promise me you won't come home. His main issue would be avoiding his father. Dragon had eyes and ears everywhere. What about you? I can't just leave you there. I'm safe, he said. I've got a plan. Go to the police. Please. They'll keep you safe from him. Izuku, this is crazy. I know it is, but you have to believe me. Ask the police about a drug bust last night that they did with Eraserhead. They'll explain it better, but I have to go. He was almost at the station. His father probably hadn't had time to mobilize any of his men to come after him yet, and his first priority would probably be recovering his reputation from last night. Wait, Izuku, don't hang up. Where are you right now? I'm safe, he told her again. He didn't want her finding him. As hard as it was to not go running to her arms, he needed her to be as far away as she could get. His life was about to be very dangerous, and he wouldn't put her in harm's way again. That's not an answer, Izuku, Inko cried. Please tell me where you are. Promise me you'll go to the police and ask for protection, Izuku said instead of answering. He was outside the station, but he wouldn't go in while he was on the phone. He didn't want his mom to hear the background noise and figure it out. Okay, Izuku, I promise. Now tell me where you are, Inko said. Izuku closed his eyes to block the tears from falling. I love you, Mom. I love you too, so tell me where dash. He hung up. He couldn't take the phone with him, so he powered it down and dropped it in a trash can. Limbs shaking, he went into the station. He used some of his cash to buy a one-way ticket and settled onto the next train that came. It was still pretty early, and a Sunday besides, so there weren't many people. Izuku took a seat and leaned over his knees, head in his hands. As long as his mother went to the police, she should be safe. Izuku wasn't sure he would be. For one, his father had connections everywhere. No matter where the police put him, his father would find him. That was assuming they didn't arrest him for his part in his father's business deals the last 2 years, which was the second reason he didn't want to go to them. He'd still find a way to copy his notebooks to send to the police. They could do a lot with the information in them, maybe even actually catch his father. It wasn't like he could single-handedly dismantle his father's empire, no matter how much he wanted to. He was getting ahead of himself. Those were the types of plans to be made after he had a roof over his head and a way to get food. To get food, he'd need money, and there weren't a lot of great ways for a 12-year-old to do that. He should have stolen more of his father's emergency stash. XX. The next 2 weeks were the hardest of his life, and that included the time when he was 9 and trying to learn how to make spears with his fire. He'd constantly burned his hands beyond use for months until he figured it out. This was so much worse than burned hands. This was constantly feeling hungry, watching his meager food stash dwindle no matter how little he ate of it. This was cold nights on the hard ground in sketchy alleyways, never getting enough sleep because he was terrified of who might find him if he let his guard down. This was missing his mom so bad it hurt, but knowing he couldn't fix it. Knowing she was probably in even more pain because she didn't know where he was or if he was okay. He was lonely and scared and cold, and he just wanted his mom. But he couldn't think of her without thinking of his father and hearing a gunshot. He'd been lucky his father had missed, but he wondered if that had been on purpose or not. He'd missed a fatal shot on Eraserhead from a closer range, so Izuku had the feeling his father just couldn't aim. His father had wanted to kill him. His own father had barely even blinked at the thought of killing him. Maybe Hisashi had been ready for Izuku's possible betrayal the whole time. Maybe that was why he carried a gun, because it would be a lot harder to kill Izuku with flames, but a bullet was nice and fast. He hoped Eraserhead was okay. He'd been checking the news to see if there were any articles about him, but he hadn't seen anything. Hopefully no news was good news. He'd seen a few passing mentions of himself in the paper, the police and his mom asking desperately for help finding him. He'd stolen a cheap pair of sunglasses from a kiosk in the mall and kept his hood up after seeing them. In all this time, he'd barely spoken to anyone. He was too terrified they'd recognize him and send him back to his father. The loneliness was starting to get to him. He missed training with Katsuki and analyzing the latest hero fight with him. He missed his classmates. And his mother, God, he missed his mom. He spent his time wandering the city, hood up and sunglasses on. He found the more dangerous parts of the city, where the buildings were one good fight away from collapsing and graffiti was the only source of color left. It was the kind of neighborhood normal people avoided after dark. Residents wouldn't ask questions or prod into other people's business, because they didn't want their business scrutinized. He picked a house with boarded-up windows and a heavy padlock over the door. Something had been taped to the door a long time ago, an eviction notice probably, but all that remained were a few scraps of paper under the tape. A window in the back was open, the board in splinters over the floor inside. Izuku wasn't the first guest here, but he was the only one there that night. He scouted around the house in case, making sure no one was going to sneak up on him. Then he picked a corner in an upstairs bedroom and lay curled up around his backpack. This would work for tonight, but he couldn't expect to squat in an abandoned house forever. He needed a long-term solution, preferably one that reunited him with his mom. The only way that would happen was if his father was arrested. Izuku tightened his hold around his backpack. His father had built an empire in the black market. He'd been avoiding police for well over a decade. Even with what Izuku knew, bringing him down wouldn't be easy. But it was the only way he'd see his mom again. So he would do it. He would conquer his father's empire, slay the dragon. He didn't exactly know how yet, but he'd figure it out. The first step was consolidating all his notes from the last 2 years into something more concise and comprehensible for the police. He spent the next day in the old house doing that, and while copying down the things his father usually sold, he had his next epiphany. His father did everything for cash. His clients always had to show up and prove they had the cash to pay for whatever Dragon had promised them before Dragon would even show what he had. Izuku longed for one of those briefcases now. The amount of money in one of those could last him a long time. He might even be able to bribe someone to rent him a room and not ask questions. He wouldn't even feel bad taking the money from people like his father's clients, because these people were only spending the money on things to hurt other people. His hand paused over the page. That wasn't a terrible idea. He could arrange fake meetings with people in the black market, stay hidden until they arrived, and then steal the money from them. They'd have less money to do crimes, he'd have money for food and stuff, it was a win-win. He'd have to do a lot of planning, figure out which people in the black market would be the lowest risk for him to go up against, not to mention when and where to meet. Oh, and he'd have to make sure he was well disguised. The last thing he wanted was for someone to recognize him as Dragon's son. He'd have to be careful about his quirk, too. His father would put the pieces together in an instant. He tapped the notebook idly while his mind raced. At least his father would be busy covering his tracks once the police got this. Was he being naive thinking this could actually work? He was one 12-year-old trying to go up against seasoned criminals. It was a terrible idea. Logically, he knew that. So why wasn't he able to talk himself out of it? XX. He took another 2 weeks to plan and get ready. He dropped the notebook off with the police already, but he hadn't seen any obvious signs of them acting on the info yet. It wasn't surprising, but he was curious if they were doing anything with it or not. Setting up a meeting with the least dangerous client of his father's wasn't nearly as hard as he'd thought it would be. He sent an email pretending to be his father, and he had a meeting set up for 4 days from now. The change in location wasn't even seen as weird since Dragon's last spot had been raided. There wasn't much he could do in terms of disguise, so black jeans and his all-black hoodie would have to do. Maybe if he found a beanie somewhere he could grab it. While preparing, he'd even scoped out a place to rent. An old lady was renting out her basement apartment, and she'd bought his lie about wanting to be closer to school when he was asking about it. He still needed to come up with the money, of course, but things were looking promising right now. That was why he wasn't surprised to almost die the night before his meeting. He'd been scoping out the surrounding side streets, memorizing his various escape routes and places he could hide if need be, when he heard a commotion around the corner. He didn't think twice about investigating. A man pressed a woman against the wall. She kicked out with a leg knocking against a trash bag. His hand roamed over her side, through tears in her dress, while his mouth silenced any of her own cries. Izuku's first instinct was to cover his eyes. He did not need to see this progress further. "Thank you very much." But the woman's gaze met his, and she was crying. His feet moved before his mind caught up with the program. He grabbed fistfuls of the man's jacket and yanked him off the woman, throwing him against the other wall. Or tried to throw him, at least. The man was heavy, and Izuku was barely 100 pounds soaking wet. "Are you okay?" he asked the woman. She hiccuped and wrapped her arms around herself. He grabbed me on the street, dragged me back here." Izuku nodded. "You're safe now. I am here" was on the tip of his tongue, but he bit them back. Someone like him didn't deserve to mimic a hero like All Might. "Damn brat, should mind your own business." The man slurred, struggling to his feet. Izuku planted himself in front of the woman. "You should go," he told her. Still sobbing, she didn't need to be told twice. The man lunged for Izuku, but he was so slow his attempt was laughable. Izuku had trained against Katsuki Bakugo for most of his life. This here was nothing. A step to the side, a chop carefully placed on the back of the man's neck, and he was down. It would have been nice if he'd stayed down, but Izuku was learning not to expect that much out of life. The arm stretching out and wrapping around his ankle like a tentacle caught him off guard, and Izuku didn't have enough time to react before his feet were pulled out from under him. He landed hard on his back, and then hands were on his neck, squeezing. "You think you're some kind of hero?" the man growled. "This is what you get for butting in where you aren't wanted." Izuku couldn't breathe, but he wasn't as terrified as when he'd fought his father. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the lighter he always had on him. Once the flame was lit, he pulled it free with his quirk. The longer he kept the lighter on, the more fire he could pull. He didn't need much for this though. Burning the man's hands was enough to make him let go, and holding the flame in front of the man's face made him back up. Izuku took his time getting to his feet, rubbing his neck. The man hadn't been strangling him long. The bruises probably wouldn't even be that bad. His main concern was figuring out what to do now. If he just left the guy here, he'd probably go on to attack someone else, and saving that woman earlier wouldn't mean anything if someone else got hurt in her place. He didn't have anything to tie the man up with, and he made a mental note in the back of his mind to come up with something for tomorrow just in case. For now, he'd just have to knock the man out and hope he could point the police in this direction before he woke up. Thankfully, the woman had already called. She fidgeted with her phone just around the corner, brightening when he walked into view and thanking him again. "I called the cops. They're on their way." "Oh, good. Thank you," Izuku said, smiling. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "He scared me, but you stopped him before he could do anything." "I'm glad." Police sirens wailed in the distance, steadily growing closer. Fear gripped at Izuku. Growing up, his father had always ducked out of sight when police were nearby. He'd told Izuku police couldn't be trusted. They had their own agendas and they'd arrest innocent people to make themselves look good. It made sense now, knowing what he did about his father. But he was still a runaway who should really not have a lot to do with the police if he didn't want them to send him home yet. "Shit. Can you wait for the police? I need to go do something." The woman tilted her head in confusion, but he sprinted away before she could ask questions. He made it back to the new house he'd been squatting in for the last few days. He'd abandoned the first one after overhearing some people checking it out. The new one wasn't much different, but it did still have running water, and sticking his head under a faucet had been heavenly. He never thought he'd miss bathing so much. It was late by the time he arrived, and he was too keyed up to sleep yet. He ended up brainstorming ways to capture people, or at least tie them up. He'd never be able to get handcuffs, and he wasn't even sure he could get enough rope. It needs to be small like handcuffs and durable, but what kind of material would be strong enough to hold them? He muttered to his ceiling until sleep finally claimed him at dawn. XX. His legs were starting to cramp from the crouch he'd been in for the last hour. The top floor of the parking garage had been his chosen meeting place. Half of the lights busted and no cameras to speak of. These may or may not have been recent developments for the garage. He'd climbed into the rafters over one of the dead lights, his black ensemble helping him melt into the shadows. At least he hoped he blended in. He'd gotten here an hour early to make sure he arrived first, and he wasn't disappointed. The agonizing part was the waiting. His anxiety kept skyrocketing when he thought about what he was doing, about how dumb this whole plan was. No matter how dumb, though, it still felt like his best option. He didn't trust the police with his own safety, both because he doubted their ability and because he knew his father. Without going to the police, he didn't have a lot of options. This was the best one in a shitty situation. To calm himself down, he imagined Katsuki berating him. It was so easy to picture his best friend, and maybe a little too easy to imagine his best friend hurling insults at him. "Oi, you stupid Deku, you made a plan. Stick to it. Don't back out now like some fucking coward." It had been a terrible day for Katsuki's vocabulary when his mother gave up on correcting his language. To be fair, Katsuki had learned most of the words from her. Anyway, if Katsuki was here now, he'd be focused on the mission and yelling at Izuku to keep his head in the game. Even though he wasn't physically there, thinking about him helped. "Thanks, Kaken," Izuku whispered, much calmer than he was before. Just in time, too, because he heard a car pulling up to the floor. The headlights were off, but the black SUV was hard to miss. It chose a spot to stop and cut the engine, but no one came out of the car yet. Izuku crawled silently through the rafters to get closer. Most of his plan hinged on everyone being out of the car. He hadn't expected them to wait inside for Dragon to show up. Frowning, he ran over the options in his head. Could he cause a diversion and make someone go investigate? Or would that make them too anxious for the rest of his mission to work? He chewed on his lip while he thought. After 10 minutes, the driver's door opened and a bald man in a suit stepped out, peering out around the garage. What should he do? Should he jump in like Katsuki would? He didn't know any of their quirks down there, and if he was trying to keep his father from figuring out it was him, he shouldn't use his own quirk unless he really had to. Should he just let them go and figure out something else? The door to the back seat opened, and the client stepped out. He was known as the locksmith. His quirk morphed his fingers into any shape he wanted, including keys, so he turned to thievery at a young age and built up his reputation from there. The quirk wasn't that powerful, but the locksmith was smart. Choosing him was a bit of a gamble on Izuku's part, because on the one hand, morphing fingers weren't very dangerous combat-wise. On the other, Locksmith was probably smart enough to put two and two together and realize who Izuku was if he wasn't careful. But there, on the back seat, a familiar metal briefcase. That would be what Izuku wanted. He just had to be fast enough to take it, and he was used to dodging literal explosions on a daily basis. How bad could this be? He dropped from the rafters directly behind Locksmith and smashed his head against the open door before the man could even turn around. The case was in his hand by the time the driver was shouting, and whoever sat in the passenger seat cursed and stumbled out into the garage. "Were we fucking set up?" the driver demanded. Izuku stepped around the door and smashed the briefcase against the driver's head. He went down, swearing up a storm. Not unconscious then, but definitely dazed. It would have to do. The last man vaulted over the hood of the car to get to him. He had some kind of monkey mutation, landing in a crouch in front of Izuku and shrieking, revealing lots of sharp teeth. He lunged. Izuku used the briefcase like a shield. It was barely a fight. 30 seconds later, the briefcase made a nice solid thump against the man's head, and he too slumped to the ground. The driver was struggling to his feet, bubbles spewing from his mouth. Izuku didn't have time to wonder what his quirk was and why a concussion would have that effect on him. He gave him another solid whack and finally allowed himself the chance to breathe. "Holy shit, that was terrifying," he muttered, a hand over his heart. He spared 20 seconds to double-check that there was actually money in this briefcase, and then he ran off, taking a circuitous route through the back streets just in case someone had eyes on him. Only when he felt truly alone did he allow himself to go back to the house he was squatting in. He couldn't believe that had actually worked. He hadn't died. And now he had 500,000 yen. For the first time in 3 weeks, life didn't seem completely terrible. He took the apartment the old lady, Mrs. Ishiyama, had available, carefully coordinating everything so she wasn't suspicious about never actually meeting his parents. She was more suspicious about his few belongings. But he smiled and said he'd be bringing more in slowly, and he hoped he wasn't a bother. She narrowed her eyes at him. "If you need any help around the house, let me know. I'd be glad to help out wherever I can. It's the least I can do to thank you." "You're paying for the apartment, you don't need to thank me," she said, but her anxieties were eased with his politeness. The studio apartment was sparsely furnished, but as long as there was a futon and one chair and table, it was enough for Izuku. And running water. He was tired of smelling so bad all the time. Once he'd settled in, he made it a point to avoid Mrs. Ishiyama as much as possible. She invited him to dinner the first few nights, and he focused the conversations on her life and her family, revealing very little about himself. Like most older people he knew, she was only too happy to talk and keep on talking. But after the first week, he'd more or less figured out how to avoid her. There was a door to the basement apartment separate from the rest of the house, so he didn't need to see her when he came and went, and he made sure to always be out around dinner time. He was out most of the time, actually, too restless to sit still in the apartment by himself. He had to be during the day to go along with his school student ruse. He used that time to look into his father and all his associates, learning everything he could about the black market and what was going on. He learned a lot more about his father and Dragon's reputation, too, which made him sick to his stomach. More than a few times, after dark, he found himself in the cramped side streets. He beat up quite a few thugs, saved several women and one lanky guy a few years older than Izuku from men who couldn't keep their hands to themselves, and stopped a horrifying amount of muggers. He understood. He was desperate for money, too, and what he did have wasn't exactly honest money, but he wasn't shaking down poor people to get it. He hadn't even realized he was intentionally staying out that late on purpose until he saw a newspaper headline saying, "Possible new vigilante?" And yeah, that was exactly what he was doing, wasn't it? He'd accidentally become a vigilante. Whoops. Chapter 3, Phoenix. For all the terrible things about his situation, Izuku wasn't really complaining. He was still working to bring down his father, but progress on that was slow when he was no longer on the inside of things. Most things he found he sent on to the police, because he wasn't quite reckless enough to attempt to stop some of the more powerful crime lords in the middle of their heists. He arranged another meeting with a small crime lord, someone his father had never done business with yet as far as Izuku knew. In the fake email, Izuku laid the flattery on thick and offered a reverse vial for 1,000,000 yen. Most of it played out exactly like the setup with Locksmith, but Izuku did have to resort to his quirk to fight off someone who fought using their cigar smoke, and then he needed to burn the lock off the briefcase. But he had 1,000,000 yen, and taken from a fledgling crime lord. The hit would probably be devastating enough to put him out of business. Half the money he put aside for future rent. The rest he used for his own computer and his new night job. He loved his new night job. Once the papers labeled him as a vigilante, he'd fully embraced it. At this point, it was probably the closest to being a hero he'd ever be. So he made himself a black mask, covering everything on his head but his eyes, and he made a costume. It wasn't flashy. He wanted to be able to blend into a crowd at a moment's notice, so it was simple black jeans and his black sweatshirt. The only color came from the bracelets he'd started making in his free time. The cords were expensive, but they were durable. Braided together and then tied off with a constrictor knot, they made decent temporary handcuffs. He was still coming up with a name for himself, but it was probably better if he stayed an anonymous figure. There'd be less people looking for someone they weren't sure existed. His life wasn't ideal. He still missed his mom and Katsuki and his old classmates. He ached whenever he realized he wouldn't be going to UA with Katsuki after all, that he wouldn't be a pro hero. He was lonely as hell, and the occasional dinner with Mrs. Ishiyama didn't really help. Nightmares plagued him constantly. But he kept himself distracted. He immersed himself in training and research during the school day, hiding all over the city and never staying too long in one place. He didn't want people asking questions about him. At night, he patrolled the dark alleys most people avoided. Sometimes he used his quirk, a lot of times he didn't. When he beat whoever was trying to harm someone else, he left them tied up with one of his bracelets and called the police to that location. Then he promptly got the hell out of there before the police showed up. It was a good system. It was working great, until it wasn't. He was trying to help a drunk man to his feet and get him some help before he passed out when a paper origami star embedded itself in the wall next to his head. The man slipped from his grip. Izuku whirled around to see a familiar face standing farther down the alley. "Nice to see you again, little dragon," Hiroki called out. He walked closer, a few more paper stars between his fingers. Izuku's mouth was dry. He'd been so careful, but he shouldn't have underestimated his father's resources. "Hiroki, weren't you arrested?" "You mean the night you ratted us out?" Hiroki asked. "It was a close call, but once that hero was shot I had my chance to escape. Not that boss cared, as long as he got away." The drunkard groaned and slipped to the side. Izuku propped him up again. "I'm sorry, Hiroki. I had to. If reverse hits the market, it's going to be bad." Hiroki held his hands up, stopping about 10 feet away from Izuku. "I know. Believe me, I understand why you did it. Sometimes I wish I had the luxury of caring more for what's right than where my next meal comes from." Izuku's stomach twisted. The downside to bringing his father down was all the people he'd bring down with him. Some of them were nothing more than victims of their circumstances, like Hiroki. "I can't go back with you," Izuku said. "You know what my father will do to me." Hiroki sighed and slipped his paper stars back into his pocket. "I'm not here to bring you back to him. I came to warn you." "Warn me?" Was his father in town already? The last Izuku had heard, he was on the other side of the country. Could have been a false lead, he supposed. "Dragon knows you're the one who keeps tipping off the cops about us. He hasn't figured out where you are yet, thanks to me and couple others who are fond of you." The sudden lump in Izuku's throat made it hard to breathe. "You've been covering for me?" Hiroki gave him a sad smile. "Course, kid. We don't want to see you charbroiled any more than you do. But this is a stupid game you're playing, and you know it's only going to end one way." Izuku's fists trembled at his sides. "What else am I supposed to do? Flee the country? I can get you to America or China." If he could take his mother, he might have considered it. But his mother had to be in witness protection by now, and he didn't have the resources to find her. And being alone was bad enough when he could speak the language and knew the customs. What would he do in a foreign country? He shook his head. "I can't." Hiroki rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. "Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Just promise me you'll be careful, kid. No stupid risks. You've been under the radar enough, it's not hard to hide it from Dragon. But we're not going to be able to cover everything. Like your little stunt with Locksmith." Izuku winced. "He knows about that?" Hiroki nodded. Locksmith was furious. He thought Dragon set it up. Wasn't hard to realize you're the only who could possibly fake an email from him. It was a good thing he'd already done what he could with that. Then, he hadn't been planning to do another setup, and now it sounded like the worst possible thing he could possibly do. "He's also set up a bounty for you," Hiroki added. Izuku whipped his head up. "He what?" That was very bad. That would send every shady character after him, and there was no way he could outrun all of them. "We haven't let it go live yet, and thanks to you and the cops breathing down our necks all the time he hasn't realized. But it's only a matter of time." Izuku started pacing. "Now will you consider fleeing the country?" Hiroki asked. Grimacing, Izuku shook his head again. It was hard to explain, but he liked his life right now. He missed what he had before, sure, but he enjoyed helping people at night. He lived for the thrill of finding new leads for the police and sending them anonymous tips. Hiroki blew his bangs out of his face. "Please don't tell me you're planning to actually fight Dragon. Do not tell me you're that ambitious." Izuku laughed. "I wish, but I know I'm not strong enough for that. That's why I'm sending the cops after you, because I can't do it myself." "Yeah, about that, do you know how many heart attacks you've given the rest of us? I've had to move 4 times in the last 6 months." Izuku did feel bad about that. He genuinely liked Hiroki, and he didn't want to see him in jail. But Hiroki was still working for his father. He could have sent in anonymous tips to the police at any time, too, and he never had. Just because Hiroki was nice to Izuku didn't mean he was a good person to everyone else. "I'm sorry, Hiroki, but I won't stop. You should quit and find a real job." "You say that like it's so easy," Hiroki muttered. "Easy peasy," the drunkard slurred, making both of them jump. Izuku dragged a hand over his face. "Thank you, Hiroki, for warning me. I promise I'll be careful to avoid my dad." Hiroki inhaled deeply. It'll be the only time I do. If I see you again, you know I won't be so friendly. Yeah, I know. Alright, little dragon. Take care of yourself. He retrieved the paper star he'd thrown earlier, pat the top of Izuku's head, and then strolled out of the alley. Izuku stared at the drunkard for a few minutes. I really made a huge mess of everything, didn't I? He hadn't even had a chance to ask about his mom. It wasn't too late to chase Hiroki down and ask, but the cowardly part of Izuku didn't want to know. He wanted to keep believing she was safe. Dragon's whoosh, the dragon muttered, throwing his arm around. Izuku caught it. All right, time for this dragon to fly. Let's go. It was not a pretty sight helping the poor man to his feet. He had a good foot on Izuku's height, so it was awkward for Izuku to be holding the man up. His limbs trembled with the strain, and he took shaky step after shaky step towards the main road. He left the man on a bus stop bench, somewhere easily noticeable but at least sheltered if it started raining. After that, he slipped into the back alleys again and climbed up a fire escape to a roof, thinking over everything Hiroki had said. He'd have to do better at keeping himself hidden. It wouldn't be a bad idea to pick up and find a new city, either, but he doubted he'd get so lucky in renting a room again. And he knew this city now. He'd made a life here, maybe not a happy life, but a life. If he was ever going to stop fearing his father, maybe this was it. Maybe choosing to stay instead of running every time his father got close would be his way of saying he wasn't afraid of dragon. It might just get him killed in the end, but so could running. What would Kaken do? He asked himself, and then he laughed. Katsuki would never back down from a fight. He'd be demanding they take the fight to dragon with a full frontal assault. While Izuku wasn't about to attack his father wherever he'd set up a new base of operations, he could stand his ground. He would fight in a manner of speaking. He'd just have to keep the police on Dragon's tail so much his father never had time to come after him. XX. The day after Hiroki's surprise visit, Izuku bleached his hair. It looked bizarre and terrible, but if his father was looking for green curls, then pale blonde and orange patches, he was pretty sure he did something wrong. Should throw people off. While his hair was setting, he dug into the dark web to find out the latest on his father. He didn't find anything new about Dragon, but he did learn something else. There was going to be a demonstration for reverse in Hosu City, the next town over. His father was bound to have his fingers in this somewhere, but Izuku couldn't keep his nose out of it no matter how hard he tried. So, a week later, he shivered on the roof of a warehouse, peering through the windows of the next warehouse where the demonstration would actually happen. A makeshift stage had been set up with a curtain clumsily erected over rope strung between the walls. Right now, the only thing behind the curtain was a single chair. Izuku really didn't want to consider who was going to be sitting there soon. Footsteps shuffled on the concrete, and Izuku reached for his lighter on instinct, getting into a battle-ready stance. Eraserhead paused on the other side of the roof. Izuku only relaxed slightly, but it was enough for Eraserhead to cautiously approach. He wasn't favoring his side at all, and Izuku was glad to see the bullet wound not giving him any trouble. It had been about 6 months, so it shouldn't still be an issue, but Izuku was glad all the same. He hadn't heard anything about the underground hero this whole time. I didn't expect anyone else to be here, Eraserhead said cautiously. With his goggles on, Izuku couldn't tell if the man was looking at him or at the warehouse. It was probably both. Me either, Izuku answered, attempting to pitch his voice deeper. He tried not to talk much when out doing vigilante stuff because he knew his voice would give away his age. You a new hero? He asked. Izuku tried not to show his panic. Yep, fresh out of school. Oh great, his panic was starting to speak for him. This could only end badly. What's your name? Ahaha, a name. One would think that after 5 months of being a vigilante Izuku would have thought of one by now. But he hadn't found one he really liked yet, so he didn't have one ready to say now. Which was suspicious, because Eraserhead was expecting an answer that Izuku should have ready to go at a moment's notice. He didn't have time to think. A couple cats started hissing and clawing at each on the street below, making them both jump. Alley cats, Izuku muttered, trying to calm his heart. What was that? Eraserhead asked. Alley Cat, that's my name. Alley Cat. That was what his panic decided to go with, really? Eraser stared at him for a minute. Can't say I've heard of you before. His voice was a flat monotone, but Izuku could hear the suspicion hiding in it. Guess I'm doing my job right, then, Izuku joked. Eraser grunted, half his goggles still trained on Izuku. He needed to focus on the demonstration before Eraserhead figured him out. Have you done one of these before? Izuku asked. He shoved his hands in his hoodie pocket, where he had a Molotov cocktail prepped. He was hoping not to use it, but he knew if this turned into a fight he would be outnumbered. Few times. Main problem is going to be the potential hostage. We don't know who they're testing this reverse thing on, but I doubt it's one of their friends. Izuku nodded. He'd been thinking that too. Well, since there are two of us, I can grab the hostage and get them out of the way if you want. Only logical, Eraserhead agreed. For now, we'll wait until we can see the whole situation. He hadn't really needed to say that. Another pro would know they were going to wait. Izuku knew they needed to wait. That didn't mean he didn't appreciate someone else giving orders right now. He was nervous as hell. A few minutes later, there was movement inside the warehouse. People were starting to gather on one side of the curtain. Izuku recognized a few of the henchmen from his father's clients. He didn't remember any of them working for his father, but that didn't mean someone wasn't there. So the big bosses didn't come themselves, Izuku muttered. They sent representatives. You recognize them? Eraserhead asked. A few. The one with the monkey mutation works for Locksmith, and the one with the tree growing out of his head works for General Cross. There were more, but he'd made his point. Eraser grunted again. There was finally movement on the other side of the curtain, a door opening and people shuffling through. One was the scientist probably designing the reverse serum, wearing a long white lab coat to make it obvious what his part was. One was a guard who had some kind of rock or armor quirk. The last was the hostage, a boy with lizard mutation quirk. Short lengths of chain bound his hands and feet. He couldn't be older than Izuku. They're using a child? Eraserhead hissed. Damn these lowlifes. Izuku agreed. How long do you want to wait? Until we know for sure who has reverse, we hold. It was hard, but Izuku stayed put. A kid's life was on the line. He wasn't going to rush in when a seasoned pro was right next to him. The kid was forced into the chair, and the doctor stepped in front of the curtain. He droned on for a few minutes, until he finally pulled a syringe out of his pocket. You get the kid, I'll get the serum. Try not to get shot. Eraserhead used his scarf to launch himself across the short distance and through the window of the warehouse. He made an impressive entrance, falling through the shattered glass. Izuku dove through the hole he'd made, not as eager to get cut up by glass as the pro. It was already chaos inside. He'd expected they'd have to fight everybody, but a few of the representatives in the audience were choosing to flee and not get caught. Their running made for a lot of confused commotion on that side of the curtain. Eraserhead had said that wasn't his problem, though. Izuku ran under the curtain. The guard was trying to run off with the kid. Flicking the lighter, Izuku summoned a long stream of fire into his hand and blocked the doorway. The guard drew up short, turning on his heel to face him. The poor kid looked terrified. Before Izuku could even attempt to figure out how to work out a hostage negotiation, the guard threw the kid over his shoulder and charged Izuku. Izuku brought his fire in front of him, making a shield. The guard stopped again, and Izuku had to wonder why. Surely, with all that rock encasing him, he'd be fine? Or was he more worried about the kid? Look, I don't want to hurt either of you, Izuku said. So put the child down, and come quietly, okay? His quirk was a bad matchup against rock armor like this unless he could force the flames into the cracks of the armor, but that would cause serious damage. He'd only do it as a last resort. That left hand-to-hand combat against a much bigger and stronger opponent. Plus, he had to worry about the kid. He did not see this ending well, but he was here. He had to try. At the very least, he had to stall for Eraserhead to properly save this kid. The guard snarled and glanced at the kid. You want him so bad, fine. We can find another. He took the kid and hurled him at Izuku and his fire shield. Wait, that's not dash. He swept the fire to the side, out of the way of the flying kid, and stepped forward to catch him. Catch was a generous word. Broke his fall would be more accurate. Ugh, you okay? Izuku asked, struggling to sit up. The kid squirmed on his chest, nodding, but close to tears. I want to go home. I'm going to get you there, Izuku promised. The guard was almost out the doorway, so Izuku flicked his hand. The fire rushed ahead, cutting off his exit. He didn't hesitate this time before running through it. Izuku swore. He sent small pin-sized flames to the back of the guard's neck, hoping to at least slow him down. He couldn't find the chink in the armor, though, and the guard kept running. He glanced at the kid. It was too dangerous to leave him alone, but Izuku couldn't very well take him with him. Eraserhead had made it clear the priorities tonight were saving the hostage and getting the serum. Come on, let's get you out of here, Izuku said, calling his fire back to break the chains. He couldn't get them all the way off, not without leaving major burns on the kid's skin, so breaking the chains in the middle would have to do. He compacted the flames into one tiny ball of heat and sliced through the metal easily. His natural instinct here was to bundle the kid into his arms and rush to safety, but the kid was as tall as he was. Izuku settled for taking a trembling hand in his own and leading him out an emergency fire door. To his surprise, a police squad was waiting for him. It wasn't a whole raid force, but enough to help back up Eraserhead. They were just as surprised to see him. He recovered quickly, passing the kid off to the first officer he came to. Make sure he gets home safe, okay? Roger that, the officer said, rushing the kid to the back of the force. It was weird to be listened to so easily like that. He kind of liked it. I'm going back in to help Eraserhead, Izuku told another officer before turning to do exactly that. Except inside, Eraserhead had things covered. The serum lay in a puddle on the floor, which was unfortunate, but accidents happened. He'd wrapped everyone still in the building up in his scarf and was inspecting the puddle now. He glanced up at Izuku. Kid's safe. With the police outside, Izuku stated. The guard ran off though. I'm going to see if he's still in the building. He ran towards that door. Eraserhead called something after him, but Izuku didn't stop. He'd only partially been telling the truth. He was looking for the guard, but he expected him to be long gone by now. He was mainly looking for a way to get past the police without them seeing him. It was all well and good to partner with a pro for this. In fact, if Eraserhead hadn't been here, he wasn't sure he'd have been able to pull it off. But that partnership could only go so far when he wasn't actually a pro himself. It was only a matter of time before Eraserhead called him out on it. The next time they met like this, Eraserhead wouldn't fall for the underground hero lie again. Izuku would bet on that. He found a window with a fire escape that led up to the roof. He jumped to the next roof and the one after that before climbing down to the street where he pulled off his mask and hoodie. Now he was just any other teenager. XX. Aizawa couldn't even pretend to be surprised when no one could find Alley Cat after everything was over. The mission hadn't been as informative as everyone had been hoping. The doctor had smashed the reverse serum as soon as he saw Eraserhead, so he didn't even have any samples for forensics to study and trace. The doctor didn't seem likely to talk, either, and no one else he'd arrested would have useful information. Rumors and gossip, maybe, but he doubted they would talk either. The only truly successful thing about the night had been saving the kid. And that had been done by some stranger pretending to be a pro hero. From the moment Aizawa had laid eyes on the guy, every alarm in his head had been screaming suspicious. He seemed too small, number one, but it wasn't like heroics had a height minimum. Number two, his costume looked shabby, to put it nicely. He couldn't imagine any support agency sending a pro hero regular jeans and a hoodie to go around saving people in. And his name, Alley Cat? The guy came up with it right there. Aizawa had seen the panic when he'd asked, and he'd heard the cats below them, too. Honestly, if he was grading the guy on his deception skills, he'd have failed on the spot for that one. But he'd been focused on the task at hand. Aizawa thought at first he might have known the hostage they were going to use and had been trying to save a friend or something, but that didn't seem quite right. The guy knew some of the audience members. He wasn't a random civilian. He felt like he'd met the guy before. Those eyes, they were familiar. He'd seen those eyes before, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out where. It was one very large headache, especially since he had to discuss it with the police chief before he could go home. The chief rested his elbows on his desk and crossed his hands. Pause? In front of his face. A small man wearing all black, you said? Aizawa nodded and sipped at his coffee. It was the cheap crap from the station, but coffee was coffee. He wasn't picky about his caffeine. I wonder if it's that vigilante from Nurugi. He'd heard rumors of a vigilante running wild in Nurugi. Witnesses hadn't been able to provide much info on him. Small, wore all black, sometimes had a fire quirk, sometimes had no quirk. It wasn't a lot to go on. He teased his coffee around the rim of his cup. He hadn't seen the guy fight, so he couldn't confirm what his quirk was. But if he was a vigilante, then it made sense why he would know so many members of the black market. If it is the same one, what could have brought him out here? Vigilantes usually pick a territory and stay there, the chief said. Unless this was personal. I thought he was there to rescue the hostage at first. Never saw them interact, so I can't judge if they knew each other. Likely, the chief agreed. He ran his hand over his head. With how fast he disappeared from the police, they didn't see him interact much with the child either. Call him paranoid, but the answer felt too easy, like they were shoving a puzzle piece in a place it didn't belong. But if it wasn't because he'd known the hostage, then why was he there? Was he connected to the reverse serum somehow? He absently rubbed at his side. It was the first time he'd been shot, and it hadn't been a pleasant experience. That night had gone better for the most part. They'd recovered reverse vials, but a major crime leader had gotten away with the kid that had been there that night. He hadn't known until a month later the kid was Dragon's son. He'd gone missing the next day, and no one had seen him since. Considering who his father was, Aizawa doubted anyone was going to be seeing Izuku Midoriya ever again. He wanted to throw up every time he thought about it. It had been his responsibility to capture Dragon that night, and he'd failed. He'd been shot, and Dragon had gotten away and taken his anger out on his son. Part of him hoped they never found the body. He didn't want to know how badly the kid suffered. I'll update our file about the vigilante. At least now we've got something to call him, the chief said, barking in amusement. Aizawa grinned, too. That was what the guy deserved for not having a cover story ready to go. Chapter 4. Cat and Mouse. He gave in to the name eventually. A young man in the middle of a panic attack during a mugging calmed down when he realized who Izuku was. The mugger, on the other hand, immediately tried to run away. There was a lot of power in a reputation. Being recognized as someone who could help gave him a warm feeling inside, similar to what he felt when he used to imagine being a pro hero. This was the whole reason he wanted to be a hero. He wanted people to feel safe when he was around. Was it a bad idea to paint the outline of a cat head on the back of his sweatshirt? Probably. There were downsides to being recognized so easily, too. Did he do it anyway? Yes, he did. The green wasn't that noticeable, in his opinion, but it was there. There was just something immensely satisfying about not needing an introduction when he dropped into the middle of a bad situation. There was also something terrifying about people paying attention to him now. A couple of times, he'd felt like he was being followed on the way home from his patrols. He always managed to lose his pursuer, usually by taking several fast turns and pulling off the hoodie and mask. They only had to get lucky once to catch him, though. Time moved on. His 13th birthday came and went, and he spent the day digging up any current information he could find about Dragon. Unfortunately, most of Dragon's operations were too much for him to deal with personally, so he had to send his findings to the police as another anonymous tip. Afterwards, he flopped back on his bed. It had been 9 months, and he was no closer to taking his father down than when he'd started. Even if he ran into his father right now, he wasn't sure he'd have the strength to beat him. He held his hand over his face, clenching and unclenching his fists. He worked out every day, and he'd put on about 10 pounds of solid muscle since this started. He knew he was physically stronger, but his quirk felt the same. He was no better at using it now than he had been before. That wouldn't do. There had to be some way to use it that he wasn't thinking of, some technique that would give him an edge against anyone. The main reason his quirk had stagnated was because he was afraid of hurting people when he used it. It was fire and he didn't see a way around that. It wasn't like he could make it solid or anything. Could he? If I control every atom in the fire, maybe I can harden it. That would give me way more options when I'm fighting. He jumped up and grabbed one of his hero notebooks, turning to a fresh page and starting to plan. It was going to take a lot of training to pull this off, but the possibilities it could create. XX. Really, Aizawa wasn't even sure how Alley Cat had become his problem. Just because he was the only hero to have seen the guy didn't mean he was the only one who could find him and catch him. Not to mention, Hosu City was crawling with heroes and sidekicks and was a stone's throw away from Nirugi. So what if he was curious? He had 1,000,001 things to do, and it was a 2-hour train commute. Actually, he just expelled his entire class this year, so maybe he had more free time than usual right now. Was this Nedzu's way of punishing him for expelling an entire class? This was probably Nedzu's doing. He stood by his decision to expel the whole class. None of them had the brain cells to live to see 25, and he was not putting their early deaths on his conscience. Patrolling was better than grading, at any rate, even if this commute was hell. 2 months into this new project, though, he was starting to wish he was home grading. He'd yet to see hide or hair of Alley Cat. He'd stumbled into the aftermath of some of his fights, but the vigilante was long gone, every time. How the hell did he move so fast? Was it his quirk? Were they wrong about his fire quirk? Fire was usually flashier. He was going to beat his head against the wall. This vigilante didn't make sense. Nedzu was laughing at him somewhere. With a loud sigh, Aizawa stood up from where he'd been crouched on a roof. Break time was over. No matter how unhappy he was with his current assignment, he still had a job to do. XX. Aizawa was going insane. How was a vigilante this good at avoiding him? It had been another month, and the closest he'd gotten was a few lit-up alleys in the distance. That was it, and it was barely solid evidence that Alley Cat had even been there. The tied-up criminals were the real proof. It frustrated him to no end. He'd been patrolling these streets for 3 months. How had they not run into each other by chance yet? "Are you sure you're trying?" Hizashi asked him over dinner one night after Aizawa ranted about it again. Aizawa scoffed. "You think I'm commuting 2 hours one way just to sit on my ass all night?" He hadn't expected this assignment to last so long. Otherwise, he might have requested an apartment nearby. Hizashi tapped his chopsticks against his bowl. "No, but you're usually better at getting into an opponent's head than this." "I barely know anything about this guy. No one does, that's the problem." "There's got to be a way to reach him," Hizashi mused. "Maybe you could ask for his help in the paper?" "We could not set up a more obvious trap if we tried," Aizawa stated. "He's not dumb enough to fall for something so simple." He glanced at the clock, hating his life a little more when he saw he needed to get going. His train would be leaving soon. Hizashi kissed him goodbye at the door. "You've got this a show. Remember to think like him." Aizawa rolled his eyes. What did the man think he'd been doing all this time? He'd been trying to figure this guy out for 3 months. But it was impossible to tell what he'd do when he didn't have enough information. 2 hours later, he was still thinking about it as he settled his goggles over his eyes and started one of his typical routes. How could he anticipate someone's next move when he didn't even know the game they were playing? He frowned. That wasn't quite accurate. Alley Cat's game was simple. Capture petty criminals. Maybe he should focus less on what Alley Cat was doing and more on the people he kept capturing. He adjusted his route. Alley Cat didn't have a rhyme or reason to where he captured criminals. His appearances happened all over the sketchier parts of town. Aizawa had been focusing his attentions there as well, but he'd focused on finding Alley Cat. What would happen if he focused on finding Alley Cat's targets before he did? It was embarrassing how well his new strategy worked, and he called himself a pro. Maybe Hizashi was right, maybe he hadn't really been trying before. He arrived to the fight late, so he stayed back and watched Alley Cat take down 2 muggers. The muggers were scrawny, not even worth a fight, and Alley Cat whipped out his weird braided cuffs and bound them together. When Alley Cat stepped back, Aizawa stepped forward and lashed out with his scarf. Alley Cat yelped when Aizawa yanked him back. "You are a hard man to find," Aizawa stated. Could Alley Cat even be called a man? He looked tinier than most of Aizawa's students. Alley Cat gave a nervous laugh. "Good to see you again, Eraserhead." Why did this guy sound like he actually meant it? He understood what was happening, right? "Alley Cat, you're under arrest." "Ah, thought so. Could I not be under arrest?" "What? Did he really?" Who just straight up asks. "It's not negotiable," Aizawa finally replied. "All right then," Alley Cat said, shoulders drooping as he walked closer to Aizawa. This was going too well. He didn't like it. He kept a tight grip on his scarf as Alley Cat stepped closer, in case the guy's plan was to loosen it enough to break free. Alley Cat stopped in front of him, cocking his head. "Aren't we going? Although we probably shouldn't leave those guys." He looked back at the muggers he'd captured. "I haven't called them in yet. I'll call them in on the way." Warily, he turned to walk towards the street. Alley Cat came along like a dog on a leash. He had a plan. Aizawa didn't know what it was, but he definitely had a plan. "So I guess you're the one that's been following me the last few weeks?" Alley Cat asked. "I admit I'm kind of relieved it was just you." Aizawa glanced back at him. Someone had been following him? First of all, Aizawa was annoyed someone else had been able to routinely find Alley Cat. Second of all, Aizawa wasn't aware of any other heroes working this case, so who the hell was it? "It wasn't me." With the full mask and hood, it was hard to read Alley Cat's expression. His eyes looked troubled at the admission, though. "Oh, don't worry, you'll be safe from whoever it was once you're in a cell." Alley Cat's laugh was dry and sarcastic. They walked in silence for a few minutes, making it back to the main road. Aizawa was looking forward to passing Alley Cat off to the police and surprising Hisashi by coming home early. Working all these night shifts out here was starting to put a strain on their relationship. He only really had a chance to see his husband at dinner. Of course, because he thought things in his life were going well for once, it all came crashing down around him. Someone screamed for help. He and Alley Cat both froze on the sidewalk, heads whipping back at the side street they just passed. "Eraserhead," Alley Cat started. He cursed and took his scarf back. "You better not run off, you hear me?" He didn't have time to weigh the pros and cons of doing this. That kind of scream meant lives were on the line. Alley Cat had helped in the reverse demonstration, so Aizawa could trust he would want to help here. Running down the side street, he was the one struggling to keep up with Alley Cat. The guy may have been a head shorter than him, but he was fast. Aizawa would give him that. "This way," Alley Cat said, rounding another corner. They found a man with knives for fingers over a bloody and unconscious girl. "Get the girl," Alley Cat yelled, charging at the man. Aizawa almost protested. A sweatshirt was shitty protection against a bunch of knives. But then the guy was juggling fireballs in his hand, and Aizawa had to prioritize right now. He was already on the phone by the time he reached the girl, relaying their location to proper authorities and doing what he could for the girl. She had 2 stab wounds, and as he looked her over she started waking up, probably passed out from shock. But she'd pass out again real soon if he didn't stop the bleeding. He pressed gauze against her stomach and checked in on the fight. Alley Cat seemed to be holding his own. He didn't use fire in massive, flashy displays, which was a nice change, Aizawa had to admit. It was tamer, far more controlled than most fire users bothered with. He wondered why that was. He was about to erase Knife Hand's Quirk when Alley Cat used his fire like a whip, latching onto the man's wrist. It pissed Aizawa off for 2 seconds, thoughts about unnecessary harm and hero laws racing through his head. But then he realized Knife Hand wasn't screaming. The fire wasn't burning him. Alley Cat used the anchor point to launch himself at Knife Hand, landing a solid kick to man's chest. Knife Hand stumbled back, and Alley Cat pulled a bracelet off his own wrist and deftly tied it around one of Knife Hand's wrists, ducked under a swing from the other hand, and then grabbed it and tied that one up as well. Knife Hand lunged, and Alley Cat sidestepped out of the way, swinging one leg up and around in a painful axe kick on Knife Hand's head. Knife Hand didn't get up again. There were pros who couldn't have handled this more professionally than that. Aizawa hated himself for being impressed. Is she okay? Alley Cat asked. She's in shock, but paramedics are already on their way, Aizawa said. Oh, good, Alley Cat said, looking visibly relieved. His eyes cut across to a fire escape. Don't even think about it, Aizawa threatened. About what? How you wouldn't be able to chase after me right now because you're giving someone first aid. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. The damn bastard caught his bluff. You might be able to run right now, but I will find you again and I will bring you in. Yeah, probably. But until then, I've got some things to do. Okay? He waved and leapt for the fire escape, scaling the stairs up to the roof in 20 seconds flat. And all Aizawa could do was sit there and watch, because if he took pressure off this girl's bleeding stomach, she might not live through the trip to the hospital. I cannot believe the nerves on that guy, Aizawa grumbled to himself. That mocking wave was going to haunt him. It infuriated him that Alley Cat could act like they were work buddies. What infuriated him more was the fact that he'd had him. He'd literally had Alley Cat all wrapped up in his scarf like a freaking present. He glared at Knife Hand. This is your fault. Needless to say, he did not get home early that night, and he was not happy about it. XX. After that encounter, his luck started changing. He glimpsed Alley Cat more and more, but the vigilante had some kind of disappearing trick. The second Aizawa lost sight of him for more than 10 seconds, he was gone. It was driving him up a freaking wall. Alley Cat was on the lookout for him now, and Aizawa was never able to sneak up on him again like that first night. He'd give a mock salute and then be off running through back alleys, and Aizawa would always lose him. It was starting to hurt his pride as a pro. There was no way a random vigilante should have been able to avoid him for almost half a year. His mood was worse than usual today, too, because it was a full year since he'd been shot. A full year since a child had gone missing. For the most part, Aizawa tried not to let these things get to him. Heroes couldn't save everyone, no matter how hard they tried. But losing kids always hurt worse. Maybe it was because he'd been shot the same night, but izuku Midoriya hurt more than usual. Aizawa couldn't get him out of his head. He still remembered the surprise on the kid's face when Aizawa hurled him out of the way. It was the only glimpse of his face he'd seen in person, and the only reason it stayed so clear in his memory was because of the hours he'd spent staring at the picture in the missing persons report. Izuku Midoriya had such a childish innocence to his face. It was hard to imagine him having any connection to the black market. That just proved you couldn't judge a book by its cover. A burst of light on his left drew him back out of his musings, and he nearly tripped over the edge of the roof. But there, spinning in the sky, was a fireball. It hovered there for a solid 5 seconds before falling back down to the street below. Alley Cat? It had to be him, but that wasn't anything like his usual fighting style. He tended to avoid flashy displays that gave away his location. Aizawa was already moving. Alley Cat wouldn't give away his location without a good reason. He knew Eraserhead was around somewhere, and he was asking for help. Aizawa wasn't one to neglect a call for help. He dropped down into an alley, carefully bouncing off the walls on his way down to lighten the fall. Alley Cat was pinned to the wall, some kind of brace or cuff around his wrists. His fingers twitched wildly, throwing fire around his attacker to fend them off. Another one was already unconscious on the ground, and Aizawa spotted a third shaking themselves off and getting back to their feet. No wonder the kid needed backup. He usually relied more on his hand-to-hand, and that had been stripped from him against 3 opponents. The fire was his last line of defense against them. And it wasn't going well. The first attacker, a woman with some kind of melting quirk, burst through his flames, accepting the damage to her fur trim coat. Her hand reached for Alley Cat's face, a manic grin on her face. Alley Cat used the braces to hoist himself up enough to try and kick her, but her hand grabbed for his leg instead. Not that it did anything, because Aizawa had already erased her quirk. She turned to him, snarling, and he shot his scarf out at her, pulling her towards him as he raced forward. With her quirk still erased and hands bound at her sides, she was helpless to stop the punch across her face. The follow-up kick might have been overdoing it, but Aizawa had been in a bad mood before he'd even found them. She wasn't unconscious, just dazed, which was enough for him to leave her and go after the last guy. He needed a few seconds to rest his quirk, but the last guy was already unsteady on his feet. He could draw things in the air and give them solid shape, which explained the braces pinning Alley Cat. His concentration was shot thanks to whatever hit Alley Cat landed on him, so it didn't take long to subdue him either. Unfortunately, once the guy decided tied up in an alley was a good place for a nap, the braces keeping Alley Cat from running off dissolved. "I wasn't sure you'd come, thanks," Alley Cat said, rubbing his wrists. "Don't think you're off the hook that easily," Aizawa said, gathering up what was left of his scarf. Most of it was keeping the 3 attackers tied up, but he still had plenty left to add Alley Cat to the collection. He threw a loop at Alley Cat. A fireball shot down from above to knock it aside. That explained where the fire went. Then, it was all hovering over their heads, ready to be called on when Alley Cat needed it. The back of Aizawa's mind wondered if Alley Cat couldn't actually conjure his own fire, like Endeavor did, and if that was why it wasn't as flashy. He didn't have that raw firepower, so he had to be strategic with what he did have. The rest of Aizawa focused on throwing his weapon again and getting closer. Again, Alley Cat knocked it aside with a fireball. "Sorry, Eraserhead. I do appreciate you saving me, but I can't go to the station with you." He did look slightly apologetic, or as much as he could when all Aizawa could see were his eyes. "I don't care about your schedule," Aizawa stated. Alley Cat laughed. "Yeah, I know. I'll see you next time." He waved again, that stupid, mocking, childish wave, and stepped onto one of his fireballs, which flattened into a solid disc beneath him and rode it like an elevator up to the roofs. If Aizawa hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have believed it. Fire wasn't supposed to do that, what the hell? By the time he shook off his shock and erased Alley Cat's quirk, the guy was close enough to the roof to jump for it. The nearest fire escapes were too far away for Aizawa to catch up to him before he pulled his disappearing act, and he had 3 dazed criminals beside him that needed to be dealt with. He didn't know what crime they'd been committing, but he was especially pissed at them, only because they teamed up 3 against one much smaller kid. Not because he didn't want to see Alley Cat hurt. Alley Cat was a vigilante, the guy Aizawa was giving up his home life to track down. If he was a little rougher dragging these criminals to the nearest police station, then that was his business. If he snapped at an officer asking why it was taking so long to track down Alley Cat, then no one else needed to know. If it took until the 2-hour commute home for his heart to finally stop racing, then that was because it was a normal night. It had nothing to do with seeing Alley Cat pinned like that, of knowing that when his back was literally against a wall, Alley Cat turned to him. It didn't mean a damn thing. He was a hero, he saved people, even dumb vigilantes who should mind their own business. That was all Alley Cat was. Just a dumb vigilante tinier that half of the high school students he taught, who really had no business fighting so many much larger opponents. And waving goodbye to him like that. Aizawa hadn't seen the smile because of the mask, but he could see it in Alley Cat's eyes. Those big green eyes that he knew from somewhere. He'd never figured out where. He slouched in his seat on the train, mood growing worse. Why'd this have to happen tonight, when his mood was already so sour? It wasn't bad enough to have so much of his mind focused on a case from a year ago. Now his thoughts were jumping from what few facts he knew about Alley Cat and trying to fit in what he'd learned tonight. That fire quirk, it wasn't anything like he'd ever seen before. Something tickled the back of his mind, a random fact he couldn't quite recall. He frowned, trying harder to call it to the front of his mind. All he got was the mental image of Izuku Midoriya's school picture. Great. Now his mind was going to bounce between 2 tiny midgets, who both had green eyes. And hadn't Izuku Midoriya had a fire quirk in his file? He bolted upright in his seat. Was it possible? The timing matched up. Alley Cat's first credited captures started after Midoriya had gone missing. Midoriya had been wrapped up in his father's operations, so it would make sense for him to know about people in the black market. But he was 12. 13 by now, maybe, but that wasn't any better. He was a kid. What the hell was he doing going around like a vigilante? Given who his father was, maybe that question already had an answer. God. Was this why he hadn't been able to stop thinking about Midoriya all year? Had he been putting the pieces together all along without realizing it? No one would blame him. Who would expect a 12-year-old to be a vigilante? But that explained his size and his voice. But still, a 12-year-old? He had trouble believing it. He could just be seeing what he wanted to see. The second the train doors opened at his station, he was out the door and storming down the street back home. He had research to do. He barged into his house more forcefully than he meant to, slamming the door and barely kicking his shoes off. His noisy entrance did not go unnoticed by his sleeping husband, who yelped so loudly something glass and breakable shattered. The man himself shot into the hallway a moment later, ready for a fight, only to have Aizawa blind him when he turned on the light. "Calm down, it's me," Aizawa said. "Shoyuta?" Hizashi put a hand over his heart and leaned against the wall. "You gave me a heart attack. What's going on?" Aizawa brushed past him into the office. "I think I figured something out." "About Alley Cat?" Hizashi followed behind him, lurking in the doorway while Aizawa yanked open the filing cabinet. The answer seemed obvious to Aizawa, so he didn't deign to respond. "Shoyuta, talk me through it." "I'm looking for a file," Aizawa said, which also seemed obvious, but it didn't take much mental power to answer, and he was still mostly focused on sifting through the files. "I can see that," Hizashi groaned. "I hate when you get like this." "No you don't," Aizawa stated, more out of habit than anything else. He finally found the file he wanted, a disappointingly thin folder labeled Reverse Drug. Anything related to the case went in here, and since Izuku Midoriya had been there that night, it was where he'd put the missing persons report. He dropped the file open on the desk and pulled the last page out. Izuku smiled up at him from the page. Aizawa used his fingers to cover everything but Izuku's eyes. And yeah, those were definitely the same green eyes. Damn it, I wanted to be wrong. Hizashi peered over his shoulder. "You think that missing kid is your vigilante?" "Yeah. Fuck, he must be against his father. That's why he's doing this." The adrenaline rush started fading, and he leaned back against Hizashi. His mind was reeling with this revelation. "Okay, this is good, you can work with this," Hizashi said, running a hand up and down his arm. "But wow, is he really that young?" "I knew he was young. He only claimed to be a recent graduate, but I didn't think he was this young," Aizawa said. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back on Hizashi's shoulder. Hizashi wrapped both arms around him. "It's going to be okay. You're on the job after all." Aizawa hoped so. The kid had gotten himself into quite the situation earlier. If Aizawa hadn't been patrolling, the kid would probably be dead right now. And what was the kid doing when he wasn't playing vigilante? Where did he sleep? How did he get food? Was anyone taking care of him? "Come on, we're gonna go lie down for a while," Hizashi said. "I'm not sleeping after this," Aizawa stated. "I didn't say sleep," Hizashi said, tugging on Aizawa and pulling him to the bedroom. "I said lie down. It's too early to call anyone about this and you need time to process. And I want my morning cuddles." Aizawa huffed, hiding the smile tugging at his lips, but he relented and let his husband drag him to the bedroom. The cats had claimed their pillows, but they were easily shooed off. Hizashi held him close, running his fingers through his hair. Later, Aizawa would talk with Nedzu and see if he had any ideas about all of this. He'd call the police department and report his suspicions, and hopefully they'd be able to find Izuku Midoriya. Although, considering the kid had been able to hide for a solid year, Aizawa wasn't hopeful. For now, he'd enjoy his husband's presence. "By the way, what did you break when you woke up?" Aizawa asked. XX. After the night Izuku had called for help, Eraserhead was relentless in chasing him down. The man seemed to be behind every corner and on every rooftop. So what if Izuku had needed backup one time, the man didn't have to be this worried about him. He'd managed almost an entire year just fine on his own. Izuku's paranoia grew so bad he actually took 2 weeks off from patrols, focusing instead on tracking his father's movements. Mrs. Ishiyama noticed him around a lot more, and she kept asking after his health. He had to lie and say he'd been suspended for fighting, which made her cluck her tongue at him. But she did make dinner for him, so he couldn't be mad. He'd been getting tired of his burned cooking. His mom had always made it look so easy, but he overcooked just about everything. Whenever he tried to experiment with spices, he always regretted it, creating absolutely terrible concoctions. Katsuki would be so disappointed in him. His friend had gotten into cooking when they were 8, after a teacher suggested it might help with his temper to have a creative outlet. It hadn't, but Katsuki had taken to cooking like a fish in water. During his little vacation, he stockpiled all the current information he could find about the black market, hacking into all sorts of websites and venturing into dark spots on the web. He passed on some info to the police, but mostly what he found was basic info he kept for his own records. His father seemed to have recovered his reputation, and then some from the attempted arrest a year ago. The name Dragon was still used like a threat in the dark web. Izuku wasn't able to pin down his new base of operations or what his next deal would be, but he didn't expect to stumble across that on a random website. He wasn't even sure what he'd do if he had the information. He had stumbled upon the bounty Hiroki had mentioned months ago, and he grinned when he read the information listed on it. All of it was inaccurate. It claimed he was 2 feet taller than he was, that he had a flower quirk, and that his suspected whereabouts were some 70 miles north of Nurugi. He wished he had a way to thank Hiroki and everyone else protecting him. 2 weeks of research was all he could stand, though. There was a voice in the back of his head screaming that people needed help, and he wasn't answering it. He could only ignore that voice so long, and his nightmares were getting worse. He'd had them off and on all year, his imagination twisting that night into what it could have been and using what he'd seen as Alley Cat as inspiration. Adding in some paranoia while he hid in his apartment didn't help. Finally getting out to patrol again was a good feeling. He'd missed it. The overly alert senses, not so much. His paranoia was warranted, though. Eraserhead found him again that very night. Izuku barely had enough time duck around a corner before the stupid scarf snagged him, and then they were on a mad dash through the city. "Aren't there people who need saving?" Izuku yelled back. Why was this guy so obsessed with him? "Yes, including you," Eraserhead said. "Saving from you, maybe," Izuku muttered. He wanted to use his quirk to get up on the rooftops, but he wouldn't have the element of surprise this time. Eraserhead would never let him get so high. He had to settle for a fire escape like a normal person. At least on the stairs, Eraserhead couldn't use his capture weapon. Izuku bolted across the rooftop, aiming for the street side of the building. He summoned a fireball from his lighter and threw it ahead of him, leaping from the roof onto it and sailing across to the other side of the street. "Midoriya!" Izuku faltered on the new rooftop, turning around before realizing he shouldn't. If Eraserhead had had any doubts before, Izuku just erased them all by responding to his own name. Eraserhead stood on the other building. It was too far of a gap for him to cross, and he knew that by the time he made it back to the ground and crossed the street, Izuku would be long gone. "It's actually you?" Izuku had pretty thoroughly proven that point. "You don't have to keep running. Let me help you," Eraserhead shouted. Help him? Help him with what? Handing him over to the proper authorities and putting his name all over the system? Lighting a neon sign over his head and leading his father right to him? "No thanks. There are people that need it more than I do," Izuku replied. Then he turned away and jumped down the other fire escape, disappearing into the side streets with Eraserhead calling after him. He didn't have the heart to go out on patrol again for another week, hiding in his room like a coward. When that voice got too loud again, the one berating him for leaving all those people to suffer, his temper flared. If Eraserhead wanted to waste all his time chasing after Izuku, fine. Izuku would change his patrol routes, start venturing into other parts of the city, maybe even into other cities nearby. He'd become a damn cryptid and keep himself far, far away from the pro hero. And he'd make sure he never had to call for backup again. Chapter 5. There are people that need it more than I do. Aizawa had so many questions. He wanted to chain that child to a chair and demand the full story. And then he was going to keep that child there so he could have some peace of mind that he wasn't getting in over his head again. Unfortunately, said child seemed hell-bent on never seeing him again. Aizawa had been getting closer to capturing him again, figuring out his patrol routes and the areas he seemed to focus on. But ever since that night when he revealed he knew the face under the mask, Alley Cat had made himself scarce. Aizawa hadn't even glimpsed him in the following month. It was like he'd taken 2 steps forward and a massive slide backwards. The police were on the alert for Izuku Midoriya, but whatever hole the kid had found to hide in, he wasn't coming out of it. Aizawa hadn't expected any different, but he'd been hopeful. He just wanted the kid to be okay. He had a second chance to save this kid. He wasn't going to fail again. If the damn kid would just let him find him again. It took almost 2 months for their paths to cross again. Aizawa even got his scarf wrapped around him. He had him. Then the brat burned his hand and ran off with Aizawa's scarf. Hisashi didn't stop laughing for days. Every time he looked over at Aizawa and saw him without the scarf, he burst into giggles all over again. The scarf was left in front of the police station a few days later. It included a note saying sorry, signed with a little cat head. The situation didn't improve over the next few months. Some nights were closer than others, but most of the time Aizawa patrolled the city without even seeing a sign of him. A week or 2 would go by without a single sign of the vigilante. Not even a criminal left in an alley for the police to collect. Whenever the days stretched on like that, Aizawa worried something had happened, and he prayed he wasn't about to find a child's rotting corpse in the trash. But Alley Cat always turned up again sooner or later. Crime rates in general were going down in the city, which was reason enough for the stretches of silence. Cities with a hero present tended to see this effect after a while. It did not impress Aizawa. This wasn't a hero, he was a vigilante and he was a child. It was not impressive. Much to Aizawa's displeasure, he still hadn't caught Midoriya by the time the new school year started, and he was back to teaching full-time again. He had to shorten his patrol hours to fit in a decent amount of sleep somewhere, and the long commute became his lesson planning time. It was often nap time as well, because no matter what Aizawa did, he never seemed to get enough sleep. At least his current class wasn't completely hopeless. He'd only expelled 1 kid so far. But he was starting to wonder how much longer he could keep this up. When they called Aizawa in to capture Alley Cat, no one had expected it to take this long. A few months, maybe, but he'd been chasing this guy around for over a year now. The commute was draining him, the lack of time at home was cutting into what little time he had with his husband, and he was starting to think it might just be better to let someone else take over the case. Giving up the case felt too much like giving up on Midoriya, though, and he wasn't willing to do that. There are people that need it more than I do. That line still haunted him for months later. Izuku hadn't said he didn't need to be saved. He'd implied he didn't deserve it. Everyone deserved to be saved, even child vigilantes out way past their bedtime. He was out past his bedtime. God, he was tired. Trying to juggle teaching again while still doing this was pushing him to new levels of exhaustion. If not for Hisashi forcing him to lie down sometimes and the naps on the train, he'd be a walking zombie. He owed his husband so much when this was all over. The thought was even clearer now, as he checked his phone on the train before he started patrol. Hisashi, since we're both off tomorrow, what do you say I hop on the train over to Nurugi in the morning? You can catch some sleep at the station there and we'll spend the day looking for little Aizu. This was why he loved this man. He understood Aizawa down to the basic fundamental levels, and he was willing to give up his day off wandering a random city for him. If they weren't already married, Aizawa would propose over text right then. That night was a quiet one, with no sign of Alley Cat. He crashed in the local police station's break room, catching a solid 6 hours before Hisashi texted him again to let him know he was almost there. Aizawa met him at the station, indulging in a tight hug before separating. He didn't like PDA, and he didn't want the media coming after them and asking questions about their personal lives. He wasn't well known, but Present Mike had a dedicated following and was pretty recognizable. Even the hug was pushing his comfort levels a little bit. The smile Hisashi had afterwards was worth it. They wandered the town, checking out the places kids usually hung out in now. They showed Izuku's picture to some shop owners and asked around the mall, but no one acted like they recognized him. The results weren't surprising. If Izuku was that easy to find, he'd never have lasted this long. It wasn't exactly a date night. They were both wired and on alert all day, but it was the most time they'd spent together in a while. Aizawa made sure his husband knew how much it was appreciated when they made it home. Aizawa could come up with plenty of reasons why he hadn't been able to catch Alley Cat yet. Even though he knew who was under the mask. He didn't have as much time, and a lot of the time he did have kept being reassigned to following up on anonymous tips about gangs and other criminals. Midoriya had been raised by a villain and probably had a host of skills and resources they were unaware of. Not to mention the outright determination to avoid capture at all costs. As the months dragged on, Aizawa started seeing less and less of him. The kid was still active. Criminals were still tied up with those braided cuffs and left for police to find. It was the only reason Aizawa knew he was still alive sometimes. The few times he did see him, Izuku was quick to disappear. Aizawa never managed to get his scarf around him again. The 2-year anniversary of Izuku's disappearance came and went. Aizawa wasn't one to drink away his problems, but he came real close that night. Hizashi brought home a kitten instead, and Aizawa did not let go of it for several days. The pictures his class took of a kitten hiding in his scarf during school were all edited. They couldn't prove anything. Honestly, chasing after Alley Cat sometimes felt like he was trying to chase down a stray cat. Too much sudden movement and he bolted. Wary around strangers, didn't like being held. It was a shame an open can of tuna probably wouldn't coax him closer. It wouldn't, right? Aizawa had been at this long enough he was willing to try anything. He stood on one of his favorite rooftops, eyes scanning over the city for flashes of light. Sometimes the strategy paid off and he was able to sneak up on Alley Cat. Sometimes he never saw anything. The kid had never called for backup again, and Aizawa wondered if that was because he truly never needed it or because he was just stubborn. If that was why there'd be gaps between Alley Cat sightings, because he'd been too injured to go out for a week or two. That was why, when he saw the fireball launch into the sky and hover there for a few seconds, his heart almost stopped. Alley Cat had made it clear he wouldn't rely on Aizawa again. What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into that made him break that resolve? Aizawa practically flew over the rooftops to find out. Chapter 5. Winds of change stoke this flame. Getting stabbed was every bit as painful as Izuku imagined it would be, and he was pissed at himself for letting it happen. It hadn't even been a quirk. The drug dealer could change colors, that was all. It was an easy fight. Izuku had been wrapping braided cuffs around his wrists when the man yanked a hand free and pulled a switchblade out, blindly stabbing behind him. Izuku had the misfortune of being too close and too small. One day he'd get a growth spurt. One day. The blade caught him in the side, just under his ribs. Before the pain hit, Izuku's main emotion was disbelief. He'd been out fighting for over 2 years, and he'd never had a serious injury. A few sprained ankles from bad landings, but that was it. He'd let himself get cocky because of it. Then the pain hit, blinding white fire racing up and down his side. The drug dealer pushed him away, stumbling a few feet before bolting down the alley. Izuku put a hand to his side, feeling the wet stickiness there. He lifted his hand, looked at the dark red blood coating his fingers. That wasn't good. He fell back against the wall, sliding down until he was sitting. It hurt. Not even the worst of Katsuki's explosions had been this painful. And he'd never felt the same kind of fear he felt now when Katsuki blasted him. The fear now had tight claws around his heart, squeezing and choking him. This was bad. What should he do? He was supposed to keep pressure on it, right? But fuck, that hurt, too. His eyes watered. He tried to focus on facts and think logically. Stab wounds usually meant hospital. If he went to a hospital, they'd figure out who he was and everything would be over. If he didn't, he'd be dead. Oh God, he was dying. 14 years old and bleeding out in an alley, with no one he could call for help. No mothers or best friends were waiting for him to come home. No one would even know he was missing for a few weeks, depending on how long it took Mrs. Ishiyama to notice he hadn't been back to the apartment. He'd been so careful to keep himself isolated so no one would know who he was, that now there was no one to care that he was dying. Eraserhead might, if only because the hero apparently did nothing else in his life besides chase Izuku down every night. The guy probably wouldn't know what to do once Alley Cat was gone. Izuku tilted his face towards the night sky. He could signal the pro again. Eraserhead always seemed to be around somewhere. He'd make sure Izuku got to a hospital. A hospital meant everything was over, though. There was no way his father wouldn't find him there, once his name was in an official system somewhere. But he really didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be alone right now. His bloody fingers fumbled with his lighter, and it took a lot more energy to focus on controlling the fire than normal. He watched the fireball spin in the air until he lost concentration, and the fire dissipated into nothing as it fell back down. This would either work or he'd be dead. Even if it did work, it might lead to his death later. For now, he'd done all he could. The heart attack didn't go away. There weren't any more flashes or hints of fire to guide him, and his anxiety was skyrocketing. It reached new heights when he finally found Alley Cat, sitting back in an alley with no criminals in sight. "Alley Cat, you came," he said, voice soft. He'd been crying, his mask wet with his tears, and his hands were pressed against his side. And that was a lot of blood on them. Aizawa dropped down on his injured side and reached for his meager first aid supplies. "What happened?" "Stabbed. It was stupid. I wasn't paying attention." His words were slurring, and Aizawa had a feeling the only reason this kid was upright was because he had the wall behind him. "Let me see," he said, already moving the hands out of the way. He tore the hole in the hoodie wider so he could see it, biting back curses. It wasn't a long cut, but he couldn't tell how deep it was. It definitely shredded a lot of muscle, though, and the pain had to be intense. He did what first aid he could, pressing gauze tightly against it and ignoring the hisses of pain. "I'm taking you to the hospital." "Can't." Izuku shook his head, fresh tears soaking his mask. "Dad will find me." "Can't." That answered some of Aizawa's old questions. He gently gripped Izuku's chin and forced him to make eye contact. "Will your father kill you if he finds you?" Izuku nodded. "Okay, then I won't let him find you, I promise. But you need a hospital." "He'll find me," Izuku muttered, closing his eyes and shaking his head. "Not with me around," Aizawa promised. "Do you trust me?" It was asking a lot considering their relationship, but it only took a few seconds for Izuku to nod. Aizawa gathered him in his arms immediately after that. The kid wasn't that heavy, but he wasn't as light as Aizawa had feared, either. He'd been getting regular meals, which was one heavy weight off Aizawa's shoulders. It had been replaced with about 120 pounds in his arms, but he'd take what victories he could get. One of the perks of being a hero was that when he rushed into the closest emergency room and started ordering nurses and doctors around, they listened to him. The kid's mask was in his pocket, taken off before entering the building. The poorly bleached hair was a shock, since he'd been expecting green curls. He huffed, somewhat proud of the kid for hiding himself. Aizawa would handle hiding him now. He put Izuku in witness protection so his files were classified and the team caring for him was sworn to secrecy. He'd asked Nedzu to send him the proper paperwork for that, and he'd deal with it all later, once he was sure the kid would live through the night. Izuku had still been awake when placed on the gurney and rushed into surgery, but he hadn't had any idea what was going on around him. Aizawa kept himself distracted as long as he could, doing everything possible to make sure Izuku's presence here would never be known to outsiders. Once all that was done, he collapsed in the waiting room chair and texted his husband. "Shoyuta. Found the kid. We're at the hospital." He was freaking stabbed. It took a minute for the response, and belatedly he realized he'd probably woken his poor husband up. He forgot sometimes that normal people like to sleep at night. "Yamada. Oh shit, how bad is it? Is the little guy going to be okay?" "Shoyuta. Hard to say. There was a lot of blood. He didn't want to come to the hospital. He was worried his father would find him and kill him." "Yamada. Damn. So we were right, he's not on good terms with Dragon." Aizawa's thumbs hovered over his phone. There was so much he wanted to discuss, but a lot of what they did going forward would depend on what Izuku told them when he woke up. Without his full story, it was hard to classify him as a victim or a villain, and therefore impossible to decide the proper course of action. "Shoyuta. I'm not telling the police I found him until I talk to him." Hizashi took a few minutes to respond, and Aizawa could imagine him trying to figure out how to respond to his decision. Yamada, you know I'm with you no matter what you do? But are you sure? Shoyuta, I just want to talk to him first. He's only a kid. Yamada, okay, good luck. I love you. Shoyuta, I love you too. An email came in, the paperwork he'd asked for from Nedzu. He spent half an hour getting it filled out by the appropriate people, and by then Izuku had been moved to a private room. He was outside the door in 10 minutes when he heard a doctor waiting for him. You're the one who brought him in? She asked. Aizawa nodded. Is he okay? She smiled. He'll be fine. We gave him a blood transfusion and stitched up the gash. His muscles got the worst of it. No organs were punctured or torn. That was honestly better than Aizawa had been hoping for. The anesthesia will wear off soon, if you want to wait for him to wake up, but he'll need rest. Thank you, Aizawa nodded. She checked her clipboard. And I understand he's a top-secret patient? He's in witness protection. It might not exactly be the truth, and it certainly wasn't official, but the staff here didn't need to know that. All right, let me know if you need anything. He thanked her again and then finally went inside. Izuku, somehow, looked even smaller without his mask and hoodie. His curly hair had grown out over the last 2 years, making a fluffy halo on the pillow. The bleaching really was terrible, and he hadn't done it in a while. His green roots were clearly showing, making his hair a messy patchwork of blonde, orange, and green. Aizawa fell into the chair and texted Hisashi again to let him know that Izuku would be okay. And then he messaged Nedzu to ask him to find coverage for his classes the next day. Nedzu promised it wasn't a problem and asked to be kept in the loop, reminding Aizawa not to hesitate to reach out if he needed help. It was an odd thing to remind him of at this moment, since Aizawa was clearly reaching out as needed, and he wondered what plans that principal was creating. Izuku didn't know where he was. This was probably bad, but his head was kind of fuzzy and his panic seemed to have taken a vacation. Kid, you awake? Someone asked. He blinked, and Eraserhead came into focus. The yellow goggles he usually wore were draped around his neck. He looked tired. There you are. Eraserhead's voice was softer than he'd ever heard it before. How you feeling? What's happening? Izuku's voice was raspy, his throat completely dry. Eraserhead handed him a cup of water before he answered. Water had never tasted so good. Do you remember getting stabbed? Oh right, that was a thing that happened. Izuku winced and reached for his side. Yeah, that hurt. He had a vague memory of Eraserhead showing up and carrying him somewhere, but he didn't remember anything after that. Eraserhead snorted. I bet it did. You're at the hospital. That made sense. And here was his panic, returning from whatever vacation it had been on. Your father's not going to find you. Your file is being treated like witness protection. Well, his panic didn't unpack its bags yet, but it was in the door. You don't know him like I do. Eraserhead conceded that point. Maybe not, but I have been protecting people a lot longer than you, and I've got a lot more resources. He won't touch you here. Izuku wasn't really pacified by that answer, but he was hooked up to a bunch of machines and had a painful hole in his side, so there wasn't really much he could do about that. Are you staying here? Do you want me to? Eraserhead sounded surprised, though not much of his facial expression changed. Took a moment for Izuku to get his thoughts in order again. I still feel like he'll find me, and I can't fight right now. He didn't add that the thought of being alone again felt like a crushing weight that would suffocate him. It was probably the result of whatever drugs were in his system right now, but he didn't feel like the vigilante single-handedly protecting the city at night for the last 2 years. He felt more like the kid who had to run through the sewers so he wouldn't get shot. Then I'll stay. Eraserhead didn't make a big deal out of it, which Izuku appreciated. I have some questions I want to ask anyway. Why I became a vigilante, right? Eraserhead nodded. Among others, but we can start there. Izuku shifted, trying to get comfortable. It was a lost battle, and he settled back against his pillow with a sigh. To be honest, it was kind of an accident. He ended up explaining everything, why he'd run away, how he'd fooled Mrs. Ishiyama into renting her basement to him, how he'd tricked gangs and stolen money from them, all the anonymous tips he'd given the police. Eraserhead dragged a hand over his face at that. Of course the tips were from you. That makes so much sense. You sent the tip about your father's meeting that night, too, didn't you? Izuku nodded, clutching the sheets in his lap. That reverse drug. If the black market creates a commercial version, it's going to hurt a lot of people. It would, Eraserhead agreed. You did the right thing trying to stop it. But I still don't understand why you didn't go to the police when you ran away. Izuku winced. I don't really. Dad always taught me they couldn't be trusted. And I felt like if I did, then no matter where the police tried to put me, it would leave a trail he could follow. Eraserhead sighed and went quiet for a while. Izuku leaned his head back, exhaustion creeping over him. What's going to happen to me now? I'm still working that part out. For the most part, as a vigilante, you didn't really break that many laws. You didn't use your quirk that often, and that's the main offense of vigilantes. Other than that, it's not really illegal to be at the right place at the right time. That didn't do much to answer his question. For now, you're going to sleep. I'll be here. Anxiety still churned in his stomach, but exhaustion overtook him and pulled him under inky blackness. Considering Aizawa had basically guessed half of Izuku's story, he shouldn't have been surprised by anything he heard. But it still angered him that Izuku had been through all of that, and that he'd felt like he had no other options besides surviving on his own, while he tried to dismantle his father's black market empire. The surprising parts of the story were how Izuku got money, and the fact that he did have a real roof over his head. How Mrs. Ishiyama didn't know she was harboring a runaway teenager was beyond him, but he'd seen stranger things. After Izuku fell asleep, he texted an update to Hisashi, and then he stepped over to the window to call Nedzu. It was 4 in the morning, but the principal picked up anyway, sounding far too chipper for any time of day. Aizawa relayed Izuku's story, and Nedzu listened in silence. I admit, I'm surprised you haven't turned him over to the authorities yet, Nedzu said when he finished. Aizawa looked back at him. Kid's got a point that whatever the authorities do will leave a trail dragon can follow. If anyone can figure out a way around that, it's you. Indeed, the boy almost needs a fortress to protect him. Why do I feel like you already have a plan? He's done very well as a vigilante, wouldn't you say? Nedzu asked instead of answering. He pinched the bridge of his nose. We can't let him keep doing that. Of course not, but imagine what he'd be like as a hero. Oh no, Aizawa was starting to see where this was going. How in the world is enrolling him in one of the most public schools a good place to hide him? He'd be surrounded by heroes, and I don't think it likely Dragon would target UA. But you're still willing to turn the school into a potential target just to get your paws on this kid? Be honest with me, Shoyuta. How many of your students would be able to avoid you for almost 2 years straight like this? Aizawa didn't dignify that with an answer, because the truth would only help Nedzu's argument. We can work on a disguise for Midoriya. His enrollment can be considered a type of parole because of his age and circumstances. You really think this is a good idea? I do. From what you've told me, he has the proclivity to help people simply for the sake of helping them. That's something we can't teach. Aizawa took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. He wasn't a religious man, but he prayed that something would give him strength to handle the next few months. And think what his other options will be if we don't bring him to UA, Nedzu added. Which? Low blow principle. Aizawa sighed and rubbed his forehead, turning his gaze to Izuku sleeping peacefully. He might not even want to go. I'm sure you can convince him, Nedzu said. The principal had more faith in him than Aizawa likely deserved. I'll talk to him when he wakes up. How should I spin this to the police? Just tell them you're taking him into your personal custody because of a case you're working on. Did you have this all planned out already? How do you have these explanations ready so fast? He understood the principal had an insanely high intelligence, but it still threw him off when he realized how far ahead Nedzu had planned sometimes. I'm always planning for everything, Nedzu said happily. I need to get some paperwork sorted before class, but I'll see you later. Aizawa said goodbye and put the phone back in his pocket before sitting down again. The chair wasn't comfortable, but he'd slept in worse places. and he was definitely going to need sleep to handle the next few days. Izuku didn't wake up again until sunlight hit his face. He glared weakly at the hospital window, willing the shades down in his mind. That, unfortunately, wasn't a power he had, and the shades stayed up. He relented and turned his head the other way, but he couldn't fall back asleep now. Little by little, the last dregs of sleep faded away. He was alone in his hospital room. He thought he remembered Eraserhead saying he would stay, and he wondered where the man had gone and how long it had been, and if he was coming back. He wondered, too, whether or not police would be here to arrest him. A nurse popped in to check on him, and seeing he was awake, promised food would be there shortly. She gave him the remote for the TV too, and Izuku turned it on if only so the noise would distract his anxiety. Food arrived before Eraserhead, and he picked at it, finding he didn't have much of an appetite. His anxiety had twisted his stomach into knots. There wasn't any room for food. Eraserhead finally stepped in some time later, looking aggravated and exhausted. "Good, you're awake. Is everything okay?" Izuku asked. Eraserhead waved away the question and sank into his chair. "I'm dealing with the paperwork side of things. But before I go any further, I need to discuss something with you." "Oh, okay. How do you feel about enrolling at UA and training to be a real hero?" Izuku blinked. Had he heard right? There was no way this was being offered to him. It had to be some kind of trick. He was the son of a villain. He'd been a vigilante, which is illegal, for the last 2 years. There was no way the most prestigious hero school in the country would accept him. "I can't, can I?" Izuku asked. He played with his chopsticks on the edge of his plate. "Why would a hero school want me with my history?" Short answer, because you impressed the principal. Izuku's mind reeled. He'd impressed the principal of UA? How? What did he even do? What's the long answer? "We feel it's the safest place for you right now. We'll enroll you under an alias, but you'll be in one of the securest places in Japan. Any villain would have to be insane to target UA, and they're not likely to succeed." Eraserhead paused, judging Izuku's reaction to that. Izuku didn't know how to react. Everything he'd done. And they wanted to protect him? "Look, the fact of the matter is you became a vigilante because you saw people needed help. None of the criminals you left for the police were ever badly hurt, and only a handful of them ever had burns. For a fire quirk, that's damn impressive. Not to mention, you stayed under the radar so well you avoided a pro-hero actively searching for you for almost 2 years. Most of my students wouldn't even be able to pull that off." "I got lucky," Izuku said, "especially in the beginning when you didn't know who I was. I could just take off the mask and my hoodie and you'd run right by." Eraser dragged a hand over his face, muttering something Izuku didn't hear. "You used the resources you had available to you. It's not your fault I didn't see what was right in front of me." Izuku relented, though he still found it hard to believe he'd impressed anybody. "Forget about the why and the how for now," Eraserhead went on. "Do you want to go to UA?" Izuku smiled. He could feel excitement building in him, despite his fears that this was a trick. "That's all I've ever wanted." "Then that's settled." Eraserhead leaned back in the chair. "Am I really going to go to UA?" Excitement was overtaking everything else in him. He'd be jumping on the bed if it didn't hurt so much. "Yeah, you are." "Oh man, this is unbelievable. I thought for sure I'd ruined my chances. I mean, I'm not even in school right now, so how?" Izuku's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Eraserhead raised a brow, too, picking up on exactly what Izuku's revelation had been. "You're going to have to work hard academically to catch up." Izuku nodded. "I'll do whatever it takes." If it meant he could still follow his dreams and go to UA, he'd do practically anything. It was a lot of phone calls and paperwork and coffee, but after 3 days Aizawa had everything taken care of. Izuku was cleared to leave the hospital, and he took the kid back to his apartment to pack up his things and say goodbye to his landlady. It was a relief to see the apartment. It wasn't the cleanest place, but that was because Izuku was a teenager, not because he was living in a hovel. They'd stopped to pick up a small suitcase for Izuku, which Aizawa had assumed wouldn't be enough. It depressed him to find out it was. Izuku had enough clothes for a single week, and not a lot else. His belongings easily fit in the small suitcase and a beat-up yellow backpack. Izuku handled his landlady, spinning some tale about getting expelled from school and introducing Aizawa as his father. Mrs. Ishiyama berated him and then told Aizawa to take good care of Izuku, which he tried not to take offense at. And then it was a 2-hour train ride, and Aizawa relished in the fact that he wouldn't have to do this commute anymore. The more nerve-wracking part of all this was yet to come, though. Izuku would obviously need some place to stay during all this. Nedzu had been trying to sway the Board of Education on a dorm system for a few years now, but they weren't ready to commit yet. And besides that, Izuku needed a legal guardian. Naturally, you're the best choice as you know him best, Nedzu had said in one of their discussions. Aizawa had protested. He and his husband had agreed no kids. It was too dangerous in their line of work, and with their jobs and responsibilities they couldn't guarantee a kid's safety. When he brought up the crazy idea with Hisashi, his husband had pointed out all the ways in which Izuku worked around their fears. He was older, for one, and didn't need constant care. He already knew how to look out for himself. Most damning of all, Aizawa was already attached to him. He didn't even know when it had happened, but as soon as Hisashi said it he knew it was true. So while Aizawa worked out the details with Nedzu and the police, Hisashi set up the guest bedroom. It had been the cat room until now, and hopefully it didn't smell too bad. According to Hisashi, the cats weren't happy to see their cat trees being moved. Izuku walked stiffly beside him. His side was mostly healed, but the muscle damage would take a little longer to repair itself. He knew better than to complain, though. "We're almost there," Aizawa said. He rolled the suitcase behind him, the backpack over his shoulder. It wasn't like he was going to let the kid injure himself more carrying his own stuff. "Thank you for letting me stay with you," Izuku said, again. If he said it one more time, Aizawa was going to start a collection jar. "I told you you don't need to thank me. Between 4 cats and Hisashi you're never going to get a moment's peace. Anyway, I'm sure they're wonderful," Izuku said. "You haven't met Disco. He bites anything that moves." Izuku reserved his judgments after that. Aizawa led him to his front door and shouldered it open. School wouldn't be out for another hour, so Izuku had some time to settle in before Hisashi got there. He barely made it past the entranceway before the cats claimed him, and seeing him on the floor surrounded by Aizawa's 4 cats did funny things in his chest. The fond warmth he usually associated with his husband wrapped around him. "Ouch! I guess you're Disco, aren't you?" Izuku asked the white cat at his side. Disco pawed at his arm. Aizawa shook his head. "You found Disco. The fluffy gray one is Maestro, the fat ginger is Patrick, and black and white one is Mo." Izuku beamed and said hello to all of them individually. Aizawa felt like he should be recording this for Hisashi, but his hands were full so Hisashi would have to settle for Aizawa recounting this to him later. "I'll give you the tour. Right?" It wasn't like the apartment wasn't self-explanatory. The living room and kitchen were straightforward, the 2 main rooms right off the entryway. Aizawa pointed out his bedroom and the office, the main bathroom, and then Izuku's room. The room still felt like a guest room more than anything. Hisashi had somehow gotten rid of the cat smell, and the bed was freshly made, but it lacked any personal details to make it Izuku's own. That would come with time, though. Patrick and Mo had already made themselves comfortable on Izuku's bed, and the kid went to pet them immediately. "You're free to use pretty much everything in the house," Aizawa said. "I'd prefer it if you didn't go somewhere without telling us first, and your curfew is 10. Those were all the rules he needed to give a teenager, right? "Okay. And now the awkward part. I'll let you settle in." He felt like he needed to watch the kid unpack, but all that hovering wasn't good for either of them. He took a shower instead, peeked in briefly to see the suitcase unpacked and the kid playing with the cats, and then got started on dinner. It was going to take some getting used to. Izuku liked Aizawa's home. He liked the cats and the sense of family he got from it. It was nothing like his childhood home, but it had the same simple comforts to it that his basement apartment had lacked. He liked Hisashi, too. The man was loud and full of smiles, and his presence made both Izuku and Aizawa relax. He detailed his day teaching over dinner, which kept all of them at ease. It was a good home. Izuku hadn't realized how much he'd missed one. He also hadn't realized how bad he'd gotten at social interaction. He didn't know what questions to ask Hizashi to keep the conversation going. He felt awkward hanging around both men after dinner, and if they ever brought up a topic that wasn't vigilante or UA related, Izuku had nothing to contribute to it. Life was so much easier when he was only worried about patrols and intel gathering. After dinner, he retreated to his room to do just that, hooking up his laptop and spending a few hours on the usual sites. It became his routine most nights, when Hizashi didn't drag him out for movie nights. Day 2 of his stay, they took him shopping for more clothes. He protested that he had enough, but Aizawa flat out told him, "Either you pick what you want or I'm just throwing whatever into the cart." Hizashi nodded. He will, and they will be the worst things this store has to offer. So Izuku slowly picked out some clothes and a new pair of shoes. He'd gone through sneakers horrifyingly fast as Alley Cat. Turned out that riding fire in regular shoes wasn't good for the rubber. Hizashi also dragged Izuku to a hair salon a few days later. "I don't care what you want, but please let someone fix this mess." Izuku blushed and hunched his shoulders. He'd been meaning to bleach it again for a while, but it was such a hassle and he always did a terrible job, so he just kept pushing it off. The poor stylist nearly fell over. He had to close his eyes and hold his hands in a prayer in front of him for a few moments. "Okay, there's nothing we can't fix. Just tell me what you're thinking." He trimmed it almost down to the green shoots, and then the stylist properly bleached it all. He talked through the process, pointing out all the mistakes Izuku had made doing it himself and teaching him how to do it properly in the future. It was the best Izuku's hair had looked in literal years. He was surprised how much of a difference it made in his confidence. Not that he went anywhere else that first week. Aizawa and Hizashi gave him a week to stay home while the two of them went to teach classes, and then they started dragging him along. He stayed in the teacher's lounge all day with homework packets to start getting him back up to speed academics-wise. It was apparent rather quickly he was well below the level he should be at, and it was disheartening to think about how much studying he'd have to do to pass the entrance exam. Teachers came and went throughout the day, happily saying hi and talking when they had the time. They tutored him in whatever subject they taught, which was the only reason he grasped some of the concepts. Principal Nedzu often came in to talk to him, and even after a few weeks of this, Izuku still didn't know what to make of him. He begged Aizawa to let him watch the hero course students train, but the man steadfastly refused. Number 1, he wanted Izuku to focus on his own studies so he could catch up and enroll for the next school year. Number 2, he didn't want Izuku to be a distraction for his students. Number 3, he wanted Izuku's presence here as secret as possible for as long as possible. So no mingling with the other students. These were all reasons Izuku understood, but he couldn't help longing to see them all training. On weekends, when no one else was around, Aizawa and Hizashi brought him back to the gyms and let him train with his Quirk. Power Loader designed arm braces with built-in flamethrowers for him, so he didn't have to carry around lighters anymore, and he gleefully played around with the extra firepower. The more fire he had, the more he could do with it. Aizawa whistled one day when Izuku made a cage of fire around Hizashi that didn't burn the man. So all your time as alley cat with cheap dollar store lighters, you were actually fighting with one hand tied behind your back. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, grinning. Kind of. Those also run out of fuel pretty fast if I'm not careful, which was why I tried not to rely on them. Plus, I didn't want to hurt anyone. Hizashi poked the fire bars. Yeah, but you can make it not burn. How are you doing this? I couldn't when I first started as alley cat. It took a lot of practice to control what it burned. Aizawa shook his head at him. You're the only person I know who makes a fire quirk less destructive. Izuku took it as a compliment. Aizawa started training him in better hand-to-hand, working on his agility and speed in particular. Before Izuku knew it, the months slipped by. The kid was awkward. There was no getting around that. 2 years as a hermit had not done wonders for his social skills, and sometimes Aizawa wondered if he hadn't actually picked up a 5th cat. He'd even seen the kid slide a practice test ectoplasm gave him off the teacher's lounge table, maintaining eye contact with ectoplasm the whole time. It took several seconds of stunned silence before Izuku realized what he'd done and apologized, claiming he hadn't slept well the night before. Aizawa knew he hadn't, He'd heard the kids scrounging around the kitchen at 3 in the morning, but the incident had been hilarious and he'd had to duck out of the room to laugh. His social skills worried Hisashi more than him. Aizawa had no doubt Izuku would adapt to his classmates when his year officially started, and considering their relationship, he didn't find it that weird that Izuku preferred to stay in his room most of the time. He'd have been more worried if Izuku showed signs of not listening to their rules. But the boy started passing on tips he figured out about the underground pretty early. Aizawa didn't think it likely Izuku would attempt to play vigilante again. Not when he didn't know the city as well and there were so many pro-heroes already around. The nightmares bothered Aizawa more. Izuku didn't wake up screaming or anything. But there were plenty of nights Aizawa had heard Izuku stumbling around when he should have been sleeping, or nights when Aizawa came back late from patrols and found Izuku sitting on the couch and staring into the darkness. Izuku never wanted to talk about it, and once he realized Aizawa had noticed him, he'd pretend to go back to bed. It was concerning, but if Izuku wasn't ready to talk then, there wasn't much Aizawa could do to help. He couldn't force the kid to accept help. Time slipped by. There were 5 months until the new school year, and Izuku was busy cramming most of a middle school education into that time. He was driven and never complained, for which Aizawa was grateful. Aizawa couldn't handle whiny kids. Izuku was technically exempt from the placement tests, since he'd be enrolled in UA regardless. But Izuku asked to take all the tests anyway so he could see how he measured up against his future classmates, and all the faculty agreed they were curious too. He did better on the written part than they expected, landing a solid score that would have gotten him accepted at least into the Gen Ed classes. The practical he blew away, using his fire like a spear and manipulating it from a single point to pierce robot after robot. When the zero-pointer entered the field, he rescued a girl who had fallen behind and speared the zero-pointer through the head. For the faculty who hadn't seen him as Alley Cat, it eased their doubts about the boy's acceptance into the school. Aizawa sat a little straighter with pride watching him. Izuku was still relieved to receive the formal acceptance letter under his fake name, and he nearly passed out when he learned All Might would be a teacher this year. Hisashi made katsudon for dinner that night to celebrate. Izuku got teary at the sight. Aizawa had no idea how such an emotional child had been a vigilante for 2 years. Sometimes, it didn't seem like the kid in front of him was the same one who'd mocked him as he ran out of Aizawa's reach. "I can't thank you enough for giving me this chance," Izuku said, rubbing his eyes. "It's always been my dream to go to UA, but once I realized who my father is—" "You're not your father," Aizawa stated. "You've proven that over and over." Izuku smiled at him. "Thanks. I just wish, actually, he'd have applied this year, too, I think." "What's that?" Hisashi asked. His hearing aids weren't often able to pick up Izuku's mumbling. "Oh, sorry, I was just thinking my best friend would have applied this year, too. Katsuki Bakugu." The name rang a bell in Aizawa's head, and he excused himself from the table to check the class list he'd received that day. He walked back to the kitchen, still looking at the file. "Well, turns out he did. And the two of you are in the same class." "Really?" Izuku brightened considerably. Hisashi looked a little more worried. "Do you think we should talk with him ahead of time?" Aizawa nodded. "I'll call him tomorrow." They couldn't have Bakugu accidentally revealing Izuku's secret. After all. Chapter 6. Time to blow stuff up. Katsuki didn't question the request his new homeroom teacher had sent to meet with him a few days before the school year started. He assumed the teacher must be meeting with everyone, maybe getting some preliminary facts about their quirks or something. This was UA after all. They went the extra mile and churned out the greatest heroes. It was still bittersweet walking up the front steps. He'd always planned to do this with his best friend beside him. But, well, if his best friend couldn't do it, then Katsuki would just have to do it for both of them. He squared his shoulders and stalked through the doors. The last 2.5 years had been hell, but he used all his rage and grief to fuel his training. He'd earned the highest score in the practical exam, and he'd gotten into the school of his dreams. He'd continue using it, because nothing would stop him from becoming a hero and finding the bastard responsible. He shouldn't have let his mind wander over this all again as he approached the Wana classroom. Put him in a terrible mood, and he slammed the door open harder than he meant to. Izuku's ghost chided him. Way to make a first impression. He'd never quite managed to get the nerd's voice out of his head. The teacher sat at the desk. A grungy-looking man Katsuki honestly thought was a lost homeless man at first. Another student stood next to the desk, looking startled at Katsuki's entrance. Katsuki felt bad for interrupting the previous meeting for 0.2 seconds. Then he recognized the student. He might be blonde now, but 2.5 years had done little else to change those curls or that baby face. Felt like someone sucker punched him. He couldn't breathe. He wouldn't even blink because if he took his eyes off this apparition for even a moment it would be gone. Kaken! Izuku beamed, striding towards him. Those green eyes were tearing up, like they always did, because Izuku's first reaction to almost anything was to cry about it. He had to force his voice past his throat. Izuken? Solid arms wrapped around him. Soft curls tickled his nose. Katsuki's fingers twitched, aching to feel and prove that this was real. But if he touched him and it wasn't real... I missed you so much, Izuku said. You're alive, he whispered. I thought. I know. I'm sorry. I'll explain everything, I promise. Izuku was alive. He was here. He was here. Katsuki crushed Izuku to his chest and sobbed into fluffy curls. He thought he'd never see Izuku again. He'd thought his best friend had been burned to death in a ditch somewhere, crying out for help that wouldn't come. He'd had nightmares of all the different ways Izuku must have suffered. Katsuki always a few steps too slow to save him. None of it was true because Izuku was here, in his arms, in one piece. Once his mind latched on to that fact, the anger settled in. He shoved Izuku away to look at his face, but he didn't let go of his shoulders. Where the hell have you been, you fucking Deku? Izuku rubbed his own eyes, still smiling. It's a long story. I don't give a damn. Tell me everything, Katsuki demanded. So Izuku did. They sat in 2 of the desk chairs, and Izuku revealed what his father's business had really been and how he tried to stop it. Katsuki had pieced together some of the beginning. About a month after Izuku was first declared missing, Hisashi Midoriya had been revealed as the criminal mastermind dragon. Puzzle pieces fell into place then. Hisashi had dragged his son into his black market, and Izuku had obviously gotten caught up in something he shouldn't have. He tried to run, if the heartbreaking call to Auntie Inko was anything to go by, and it hadn't gone well. Except Izuku continued explaining it had gone well. Really well. So well, he'd completely created another identity for himself as a vigilante until Eraserhead. Their new homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, had found him. Katsuki pressed his hands together in front of his face and focused hard on breathing. You're telling me that you spent 2 years as a goddamn vigilante? Alley Cat had been too far away for news of him to really get to Katsuki, and he'd never cared enough to follow the vigilante. Would he have realized it was really Izuku if he had? I swear I didn't mean to. It just happened. And I couldn't spend all my time looking for my father. I needed something to do. Katsuki suppressed the explosions building in his palms. He couldn't believe he'd ever been worried about this nerd. Why the fuck didn't you go to the police? Hell, you could have called me. I would have kept you safe. Izuku shook his head. I couldn't drag you into it, and anything the police did would leave a trail. Katsuki had to take a deep breath and look up at the ceiling. Izuku had been growing more stubborn and independent before he'd gone missing. Ever since, I think my dad's a bad person. But Katsuki had never realized how bad it had gotten. You are a fucking moron. The teacher snorted from his desk, reminding both boys of his presence. Katsuki hadn't spared him a glance since he'd come in, too focused on his best friend back from the dead. Aizawa had one arm on the desk holding his head up. I was worried you'd share his concerns about police. What? The thing where he hides whenever one shows up? Katsuki asked. It had been hilarious when they were kids to watch innocent little Izuku dive for the first hiding spot he could find when police walked by, as if there was anything he of all people could be guilty of. Joke was on Katsuki, he guessed, since Izuku had been up to his eyeballs in illegal activities for years. Kaken, Izuku whined. I'm getting over that. You'd better. Heroes work with police. You can't run from them. Izuku wrinkled his nose at that. Yeah, that'd be weird. While we're on the subject of you two being heroes, Aizawa interjected. You're going to be in the same class. We set up this meeting ahead of time so you wouldn't give away Izuku's identity when you saw him on the first day." Katsuki nodded. That made sense. His reaction to seeing his best friend back from the dead wouldn't have been much different if there'd been a whole class there to judge him for bawling his eyes out. "What should I call you then?" "Ryu Sasaki. We're telling people I'm Aizawa's nephew and he's letting me stay with him since my mom lives so far away." And speaking of mothers, Katsuki had a few questions. When he'd been officially accepted, his parents had had dozens of forms to fill out for the school, various non-disclosure agreements and waivers, saying they wouldn't sue the school no matter what happened to Katsuki in training. If Izuku was also attending UA, who had filled out his forms? It certainly hadn't been Auntie Inko, and Katsuki had a strong feeling they hadn't asked Hisashi. He reaches out to kick Izuku's shin. "Oi! Why doesn't Auntie know about any of this? Wouldn't she have had to agree to something?" It was Aizawa who answered. "With his situation, he's also in a form of witness protection. I have temporary custody. Izuku himself asked for us not to reach out to her if we didn't have to." Izuku shrank in on himself, refusing to meet Katsuki's stunned glance. "Why?" His voice came out a little more strangled than he'd intended, but it doesn't make sense to him. Auntie had been heartbroken for years, and Izuku had to know that. The two were cut from the same cloth, always so damn emotional. "I can't drag her into this." Izuku wouldn't raise his eyes from the desk. "She's safe wherever she is. If we suddenly reach out, my dad will probably notice, or mom will demand to come see me, and he'll definitely notice that." It was one thing for Izuku to feel that way when he was running around playing vigilante like a lunatic, but it was another for him to still be doing it when he had pro-heroes helping him. He couldn't honestly believe that these people didn't have a way to get in contact with his mother without alerting his father. Or was he so terrified of his father now he believed the man could do the impossible? Also, wherever she is, did they not know? "You know she's not in witness protection anymore, right?" Katsuki demanded. By the shocked looks on both their faces, they clearly hadn't. He tapped a foot impatiently. After a couple months, the cops claimed Hisashi wasn't even showing signs of looking for her, so they deemed it safe to let her go home again. "What?" Izuku hissed. He gripped the edge of his desk until his knuckles were white. "Just because he hadn't yet doesn't mean he wouldn't." "I know that, dumbass. That's why my mom forced yours to come live with us. That and..." Katsuki glanced to the side. "There weren't as many memories of you in my house." Izuku stilled, releasing his death grip on the desk. "Oh, if she's not in witness protection, it's probably safe to assume Hisashi definitely knows where she is," Aizawa said. "The fact he hasn't gone after her yet means she either isn't important to him, or she's very important and he's biding his time. He's waiting until he knows where I am, then he'll go after her to use against me. It was how he kept me quiet for so long as a kid." Katsuki did not like that revelation. He'd already repainted his memories of Hisashi with the understanding that the man was a villain, but threatening his own wife to make his son cooperate? It made Katsuki's blood boil. The next time he saw that man, he'd blast him on sight. He'd already been planning to, but now he had even less reservations about accidentally killing him. He was starting to understand why Izuku had felt like he had to handle everything by himself. With Auntie being used against him and his weird police phobia, it was no wonder he'd done everything alone. Izuku should have come to Katsuki at least, and he couldn't describe the sick nausea in his stomach when he wondered why Izuku hadn't. "The option is still open for you to reach out to her, kid," Aizawa offered. Izuku shook his head. "No, if she's not even in witness protection like we thought, then it's even more dangerous to try." "Hey, idiot, you've got me right here," Katsuki said. "You think I can't pass a message to someone in my own house?" White-knuckling the desk again, he shook his head. "No, because she'll want to meet, and if he's watching her and she comes here, or if I go there, he'll be suspicious. She's one of my extra contacts. I'm sure we can figure out a way to get her here that won't be suspicious." It was like Izuku wanted to drag this out and suffer longer. Damn him, that was exactly what he was doing. He was doing this as some kind of weird punishment for something. "I can't." Izuku's voice cracked, and tears slid down his face again. "I can't see her yet. I'm not." I'm not ready. Sighing, Katsuku pushed his chair closer to Izuku and put his arm around his shoulders again. All right, calm down, you big crybaby. We'll wait. But she's going to skin me alive when she realizes we've been in the same class. Izuku laughed and wiped his face. She'll be so busy crying over me, you'll have time to run. Fuck you. I don't run from anything. That made Izuku laugh harder, but that was better than crying, even if he didn't understand why. It seemed like more trouble not to tell her, and it wasn't fair to her. It wasn't fair to him, either. He was going to have to go home and look Auntie Inko in the eye and not tell her where her son was. We appreciate your discretion, Aizawa said. The bulk of his disguise lies in the idea that no one will be looking for him here, which is why we want to keep as much suspicion away as possible. Izuku's disguise consisted of dyed hair and a fake name, and Katsuki really didn't put much stock on that. His freckles and baby face would give him away in an instant if his picture slipped out somehow, and with a school as prolific as UA, that was bound to happen sooner or later. Katsuki would do everything in his power to keep that from happening. He'd failed to save Izuku once, but he had a second chance. He wasn't going to waste it, but the media were crafty bastards, and if Izuku wanted to actually be a substantial hero, he couldn't hide his face forever. Just tell me you're going to catch his old man soon. We're doing everything we can, Aizawa churned out. It was a broken record, a useless platitude that meant nothing to Katsuki. He doesn't stay in one place for long anymore, Izuku explained, shooting Katsuki a smug grin. I've been hacking into the dark web for the last 2 years and sending cops after him all the time. Katsuki gave in to the urge to drag his hand over his face. Of course you have. Doesn't he know it's you? Yep. But some of his men like me and have been misdirecting him for me, and the rest of the time he's too busy running from the cops. Seriously, all that time worrying about him. So many hours of his life he would never get back, and Deku had been out pulling this shit. He doesn't know if Aizawa always looked this tired, or if it was a recent development after dealing with Izuku for a few months. Katsuki was starting to feel the same bone-deep exhaustion creep into his skin. While he wrapped his head around what Izuku being alive meant, he realized he was grateful their teacher already knew everything. Watching Izuku was going to be a team effort, because everything he learned about how Izuku spent the last 2.5 years made him less inclined to believe that his childhood best friend had a single ounce of self-preservation skills. He could feel the gray hairs start growing. They traded a few more stories until Katsuki had to leave. He could only spend so long up at the school before his parents started wondering what was taking so long, and he wasn't thrilled about having to lie to them. He hated lying. A fact Izuku remembered, and thus had an answer for him already. You can tell your parents Aizawa asked to introduce you to another student ahead of time to be potential partners in class. Not a word of that was a lie. They will absolutely be partners in class, but not necessarily for classwork. It was one of those half-truths whose deception relies on omission, but since they've banned him from telling the actual truth, it will have to do. He hugged Izuku one last time, threatened him to take care of himself, and then made his way back home. His steps were considerably lighter than when he'd gone in. Despite everything that happened, he was going to UA with his best friend, like they'd always planned. XX. Izuku hated ties. He stood in the bathroom, futilely slipping the flimsy thing through loop after loop, and never quite managing to get it right. How many times had his father tried to teach him? He paused, finger caught in the knot he'd created, memories washing over him. His father's chuckle and little shake of the head. The dozen times they stood in front of the mirror together while his father walked him through it, only for Izuku to still make a mess of it. Izuku tore the tie off and shoved it in his backpack. Aizawa questioned the missing item when they were in the car, but Izuku's flat, "I'm not wearing it, and you can't make me," ended the discussion. He split off from his guardians in the lobby. They went to the teacher's lounge while Izuku looked for classroom 1A. It was still hard to believe. He'd actually made it to UA. He was going to be a hero. He was the first one in the classroom, unsurprisingly since he'd come in with teachers. When others started arriving, he happily introduced himself and talked with them. Katsuki was among the early birds, visibly relaxing when they made eye contact and gluing himself to Izuku's side. "Greetings," a tall boy with glasses said. He stood unnaturally straight, which Izuku put down to nerves about the first day. I'm Tenya Ida. Ryu Sasaki, nice to meet you, Izuku said, shaking hands. This is Katsuki Bakugu. Katsuki grunted. Ida glanced at him, but then his eyes were back on Izuku. I've noticed you have a slight dress code violation. The uniform includes a tie, as you know, and no students are exempt from them. Izuku froze, cheerful smile still in place. How the hell could he explain why he didn't want to wear it? He shot a quick look of panic to Katsuki. Katsuki, thank God, got the memo. Lay off for eyes. If he doesn't want to wear it, he doesn't have to. On the contrary, the dress code clearly states dash. Fuck the dress code. Katsuki pulled off his own tie, which hadn't been straight or neatly tied to begin with, and promptly blew it up in his hand. Scraps of fabric rained down on the ground. The behavior sent Ida into quite the fit, going off about respecting the rules and the sanctity of UA. Izuku sighed. Kakin, that was a little much. He's annoying. You didn't have to blow up your tie. Katsuki shrugged, completely unrepentant. Dude, that was awesome, a spiky redhead said. You can make explosions? You should not be using your quirk outside of approved practice, Ida went on. Give it a rest, for eyes. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Sorry about him, Izuku offered. He didn't want to make enemies of his classmates on the first day. He's always been like this. It's a deplorable attitude for a future hero, Ida said. And now you're both in violation of the dress code. Mr. Aizawa already knows I'm not wearing the tie. He didn't care. You've met our homeroom teacher already? Ida asked. Like a switch, Ida goes from reprimanding them to curiously interrogating Izuku about their teacher. I know all the teachers are pro-heroes, but I've never heard of him before. He's an underground hero, Izuku explained. A girl with short brown hair walked in, eyes scanning the room, and she smiled when they landed on Izuku before she rushed over. Hey, we were in the exam together. You totally saved me at the end, but I never got a chance to thank you. Oh, it wasn't a big deal, really. I'm glad you're all right, and you made it to UA too. Are you kidding? I was a goner until you pulled me out of the way. Your quirk is really cool. They would have gone on talking about quirks, but Aizawa decided to make his entrance by sliding through the door in his sleeping bag. It was an interesting way to make a first impression, and Izuku had so many questions for him about it. It wasn't as interesting as making them do a fitness test instead of attend orientation, but Izuku couldn't deny this was far more enjoyable than sitting through a stuffy ceremony. Aizawa was short on patience and harsh with the class. Izuku hadn't known what to expect from him as a teacher, but overall he wasn't surprised to learn Aizawa was the scary, don't interrupt me unless you want to die kind. He'd always pushed Izuku during practice the last few months, never accepting anything but his absolute best. With a class full of students he barely knew, that attitude came across a lot colder. It didn't stop Izuku from having the time of his life. Here were 18 new quirks for him to watch and learn about all day. In spare moments between events, he couldn't stop himself from asking whichever classmate he was near about the different applications of their quirks. As curious as he was about them, they were equally curious about him. Anytime he looked up after an event, someone quickly averted their gaze. He started taking solace beside Katsuki, not used to all the attention. Oi, Katsuki said, don't pay attention to these extras. Some things never changed. Extras was a step up from losers or nerds, at least. There are classmates, not extras. Sasaki, you're up, Aizawa called. Izuku jolted. He wasn't used to the new name yet. Aizawa tossed him a ball and gestured roughly to the circle everyone had been using today. Izuku turned the ball over in his hands as he approached, trying to figure out the best way to do this. He didn't have the braces power loader had made him, and he didn't even have a lighter in his pocket because of school rules. Because of that, he had yet to really use his quirk today. His scores on everything else had been okay. But if he didn't want to place last, he needed to do something impressive. But where was he going to get fire? He glanced at his classmates and debated asking Katsuki for a little explosion, but those didn't generate a lot of fire, usually. His gaze drifted to a different classmate, with two-tone hair and a scar over his eye. Todoroki Shudo. Perfect. He flashed Todoroki a grin, which made the boy narrow his eyes in confusion. Hey, Todoroki, can you make a small fire for me? Izuku asked. Todoroki blinked. What? Just a little one, Izuku went on. Sure, I guess. He still seemed completely baffled, but he summoned a few flames in his hand. Thanks. Izuku waved his hand, and the flames jumped to him in the circle. He wrapped the flames around the ball and pitched with all his might. When the ball started to descend, he used his quirk to keep it going. He'd never tested how far away he could be from his flames before, so he was interested in the result for his own curiosity, not just the sake of the test. He reached 400 meters before the flames sputtered out and the ball dropped. He'd been hoping for farther, and he frowned in disappointment. Not bad. Nice use of resources, Aizawa said, showing him the little device he used to measure distance. Izuku nodded and joined his classmates again while Uraraka used her quirk to send the ball into low orbit. You have a fire quirk? Todoroki asked. Appearing so silently beside Izuku, he jumped and almost punched him. Give me a heart attack, why don't you? He muttered, placing a hand over his chest. Todoroki did not look remorseful in the slightest. He waited for an answer. Yeah, my quirk is pyrokinesis. I can control fire, but I can't make it, which is why I asked you. I see. Todoroki shifted his gaze to the field where the balls were landing, lost in thought. Izuku guessed the conversation was over. Then, when they had the final results at the end of the day, he'd scored lower than he'd expected, barely making it to the top 10. It wasn't his fault his quirk wasn't really useful for running faster or strengthening his grip. He wasn't the only one in that position. Plenty of his classmates had quirks that weren't really suited for these kinds of tests, and he'd scored better than all of them. But they all had impressive quirks, and it got him wondering about the merits of tests like this. He asked Aizawa about it over dinner. I'm not only gathering imperial results with this test. I know it's not fair to the less flashy quirks, but for the kids who can't fight their way to the top with brute force, I need to know how they handle themselves and how good they are at problem solving. You're testing their character too, Izuku realized. Aizawa nodded. Kids like you who need an outside source for their quirk. Using Todoroki was good, but what would you have done if he wasn't there? There wasn't a lot Izuku could have done. He shrugged. Without going to another classmate, I would have had to throw it normally. Why weren't you wearing your gloves from Power Loader? Hisashi asked. I didn't think I was allowed to have them in normal class, so I didn't bring them today. Carry them with you at all times, Aizawa said. Attacks don't happen on a schedule. Izuku nodded. He had seen one of his classmates with a support belt, so he could have used his gloves today if he'd brought them. Probably wouldn't have changed his score much. Oh, and be prepared for tomorrow. All Might is teaching your class. Izuku froze. All Might was doing what? He'd known All Might was teaching at UA this year, but he'd never connected the dots that meant he'd be teaching Izuku's classes. He was going to be in the same room as All Might. All Might was going to teach him how to be a hero. Hisashi chuckled. I think you broke him, Sho. Better he does it now than in class tomorrow. Izuku continued to freak out for most of the night, and he was only marginally more composed in classes the next day. Seeing everyone's hero costumes gave him a good distraction. Katsuki's outfit was as explosive and flashy as Izuku expected. He wasn't sure what look Todoroki was going for, but it was certainly interesting. Izuku theorized how the costumes helped with what he knew about everyone's quirks, not realizing he was muttering out loud until Katsuki told him to shut up. His own costume had been difficult to come up with. He'd gotten used to the simple hoodie and jeans he'd used as Alley Cat, and now anything more than that felt excessive. In the end, he hadn't strayed too far from his vigilante origins. He'd asked for a dark green sleeveless hoodie because he had a tendency to let the flames too close to his sleeves, and he'd burned holes in several that way, and he didn't want to get in the way of his gloves. The gloves were gray with orange flames spreading up from his hands, and bulky around his wrists and forearms where the fuel canisters were. One of the pouches on his belt carried extra fuel. The hood had a slotted metal visor attached to it that he could pull over his eyes, almost like a medieval knight. He'd stolen the idea from Aizawa's goggles. It freaked opponents out when they couldn't tell where you were looking. His happiest improvement besides the gloves was the heavy-duty boots. Kicking people in the face would be much less painful now, and he'd stop melting the bottoms of his sneakers when he stood on his fire. "Oh, wow," Uraraka said when she saw him fully dressed. "You went really simple, huh? I wish mine was like yours. I don't think they really understood what I meant." She looked down at her own costume in dismay. "You look really good, though," Izuku assured her. She blushed, which made Izuku blush, and they awkwardly looked away from each other and chatted with the rest of the class. Izuku barely paid attention to the explanation of their assignment, too busy fanboying over All Might. He was only vaguely aware of what was happening when he found himself standing next to Uraraka on an empty street. "Wait, what do we have to do again?" Uraraka sighed and explained it again. "We're up against Ida and Bakugo. Do you have any thoughts on strategy?" He put a hand to his chin and thought. The goal wasn't necessarily to fight either of their opponents, it was to get around them and lay a hand on the fake weapon. Bakugo is agile, he'll be hard to get around. And Ida's engine quirk makes him pretty mobile too, so we can't underestimate him. What strategy will they use? That's important. Bakugo is straightforward. He'll probably come after us himself and leave Ida on defense. His muttering continued until All Might gave the green light to start, and then Izuku charged into the building, Uraraka on his heels. Like he'd predicted, Bakugo met them in the halls with an explosion. Izuku covered Uraraka, barely managing to avoid the worst of the blast. "I can't say I haven't been looking forward to fighting you," Katsuki said, smirking. Izuku matched his grin. "Same here, but I don't think we have the time to really do it justice." He lunged forward, ducking under Katsuki's right swing. He still starts with that right swing, and tackling Katsuki. They hit the ground, and Katsuki flipped their positions before they even settled. Izuku got his legs under him and kicked Katsuki off him. While flying back, Katsuki shot an explosion at Izuku. Izuku rolled to avoid it and pushed up to his feet. Uraraka stood where they'd taken cover, glancing between the boys uncertainly. Katsuki's focus was on Izuku. Now that he'd righted himself, he exploded forward again. His explosions didn't make much fire, but Izuku could still steal what was there and lessen the force of his blasts. It brought Katsuki up shorter than he'd expected, and now Izuku had flames dancing over his palms. Katsuki grinned, feral and wild. "Damn nerd." Izuku only smirked in return. He sent his fire after Katsuki, dodging around the blasts that tried to block him, and cornered Katsuki against the wall. Using his bracers for more fire, Izuku created a flaming cage around him. "Sit tight. I'll be right back." He ran on ahead with Katsuki calling after him, "Oi! Shitty nerd! Get back here!" Uraraka caught up to him. "That was amazing. I thought it would be a lot harder to take him down." "He's tough, but I've had a lot practice," Izuku said. "Will your flames be enough to hold him?" Uraraka asked. "Probably not for long," Izuku admitted. Katsuki was smart, he would figure out a way around the flames soon enough. The building shook when they reached the 4th floor, and Izuku had a feeling Katsuki had figured it out. His yelling preceded him, but the pair made it to the 5th floor where Ida waited in front of the weapon. Uraraka glanced back uncertainly. "Focus on the mission," Izuku said. They just had to get past Ida and then they won. Ida was ready for them. He'd removed anything in the room Uraraka could have made weightless, and he kept running between them so she couldn't use her quirk on Izuku. Ida tried to grab Izuku and restrain him, but Izuku was just fast enough to stay out of his way. Fire danced behind him. Every time he tried to make a cage with it, Ida slashed through the flames with powerful kicks. His armor was strong enough to keep him from getting burned, but it made Izuku's life harder trying to get around him. "The hero team wins," All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. "Huh?" Izuku asked, both him and Ida stopping mid-fight in surprise. Uraraka beamed next to the weapon, palm lying flat against it. "That worked too," Izuku supposed. Katsuki's angry explosions made the building shake again. He'd almost caught up to them. Izuku kept several feet between them as all four walked back out and joined the class. All Might gave them a thumbs up. Excellent performance out there. All of you. Uraraka. Nice job getting to that weapon. Sasaki. Wonderful takedown of young Bakugu. But don't forget you can rely on your teammates. Izuku winced. He had forgotten he could rely on Uraraka. He'd been acting like he was the only one who could do anything, and that wasn't fair to his partner. If she hadn't seized the opportunity he'd accidentally created by distracting Ida, they would have lost. All Might gave a few critiques to Ida and Katsuki, and then the next team was up. Katsuki slipped behind Izuku and slapped the back of his head. Ow, Kaken, what was that for? Izuku demanded. Katsuki glared. We're having a real spar after class. Got it, nerd? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Are you calling me nerd all the time because you can't remember my name? Some of their nearby classmates didn't manage to stifle their giggles in time. Katsuki growled at them and jammed a finger in Izuku's chest. Just meet me after class, dumbass. Yeah, sure. Katsuki glowered and stalked off to the other side of the room. If I hadn't just seen you take him down, I'd be seriously worried he was about to beat you up, Uraraka said. He's just mad I didn't put up a real fight, Izuku said. But I told him we didn't have time for that there. If it was just a matter of fighting, Izuku would have stayed and actually fought. But he and Uraraka had had another objective, and they needed time for that. You sound like you're actually looking forward to sparring with him, Tokoyami said. In truth, Izuku was. It had been years since they last sparred, and he was eager to show Katsuki everything he'd learned. He wanted to see how Katsuki had improved, too. Chapter 7, USJ Unfair Sneaky Jerks. Taking Izuku's terrible luck into consideration, shit still hit the fan incredibly fast. They were barely in the door before villains started pouring out of a black void down below. Is the training starting already? Kaminari asked. A good guess, but they were here for rescue training, not combat. Izuku already had his arms out to keep Uraraka and Katsuki behind him. Aizawa slipped on his goggles. This is real. 13. Get them out of here. Izuku glanced between his classmates and his teacher. Eraserhead was good. He knew that, but there were a lot of villains down there, and as good as his teacher was, he wasn't infallible. Izuku had seen him get hurt before. So while his class turned towards the door, he slowed and turned back towards his teacher, pulling his hood up and settling his visor over his face. That included you, problem child, Aizawa snapped. There's too many down there and you know it, Izuku said. Oi, Katsuki yelled. The hell do you think you're doing? Get out of here with your class. I'm not telling you again, Aizawa said. He ensured he wouldn't tell them again by jumping off the ledge, activating his quirk and throwing out his scarf. A gunshot echoed in Izuku's memories. He wasn't going to let history repeat itself. Kaken, make sure everyone else is safe, Izuku ordered before following Aizawa. He called up just enough fire to surf on. Like hell. You're not going off by yourself, Katsuki yelled. You too. Get back here, 13 yelled. It was too late. Katsuki propelled himself off the ledge with his blasts. Izuku wished he hadn't done that, but what was done was done. He'd just keep an eye on Katsuki. 13 would be able to keep the rest of the class in check, hopefully. Once on the ground, he felt like he was back in familiar territory. Fighting was a language he understood. There were more than he was used to, with more dangerous quirks than a typical mugger had. But they weren't overpowered. None of the villains gathered here even compared to most of his classmates' skill levels. It was like this league had gone for quantity over quality. You two are in so much trouble when we get back, Aizawa growled when the fight brought them close together. That's fair, Izuku agreed. Look out for each other, at least, Aizawa added, not sparing another glance before taking off for another cluster of villains. It was easy enough to do what he asked. Katsuki had one eye on Izuku at all times, and Izuku was already hyper-aware of Katsuki's every move. Honestly, Izuku was more worried about the rest of his classmates. He'd heard something going on behind him, and then a lot of the villains had scattered throughout the USJ. The class was no longer in the doorway, but the warp villain that had gotten them all in hovered up there. Izuku doubted the guy would have been so calm if even one of his classmates had snuck past him. He didn't like this. They weren't used to real fights like this. He needed to help them. A sword almost took his head off, and he bent back and folded his knees to avoid it. He needed to focus was what he needed to do. If he got his head chopped off here, he couldn't help his classmates. Between him, Katsuki, and Aizawa, the villains weren't much. It was tedious more than anything else, and Izuku was almost insulted. They'd come here to beat All Might with weak skills like this? What they lacked in ability they made up for in numbers. None of them could take a second to catch their breath. Katsuki's explosions were getting smaller, which was never a good sign. Not that Katsuki was letting this fact slow him down at all. His screaming was as loud as ever. Izuku slammed his fist against a villain's temple, knocking them to the ground. Then he used a flame whip to wrap around another villain's leg as they approached him, tearing them off their feet and tossing them into the sky before hurling them back on the ground. He missed the moment Aizawa and the villain with the hands ran at each other, but he did see their close combat standoff. He saw Aizawa jump back, right sleeve destroyed and the muscle on his elbow exposed. That was not good on so many levels. His distraction earned him a brutal kick to the side. He skidded over the ground, just barely twisting himself back onto his feet. Oh, and by the way, Hero the Hands villain started. I am not the final boss. A large black thing towered over Aizawa. Maybe at one time it had been a person. It stood on 2 legs and had a torso and 2 arms. But half its skull was missing, exposing the pink fleshy brain, and it had a beak full of canine teeth. Izuku hoped the rest of his classmates were faring better. In the landslide zone, Todoroki froze all the villains instantly and interrogated them about their plans. Hagakure stayed safely out of the way, careful not to startle Todoroki and meet the same fate. In the fire zone, Ojiro utilized a hit-and-run strategy to knock out his opponents and find respite from the smoke when he could. In the squall zone, Tokoyami worked together with Koda and Dark Shadow. Koda had no animals to call upon, so he acted like bait to lead small groups of villains into Dark Shadow's waiting clutches. In the shipwreck zone, Tsuyu debated offering a blubbering Mineta to the villains as a sacrifice. They'd taken shelter on the ship, and the villains waited in the water below. When the villains sliced the ship in half, Tsuyu grabbed Mineta and leaped into the air. Mineta, crying and panicking, hurled his purple balls into the water. He only hit villains by accident, but it did work to make a few of them stick together. In the earthquake zone, Kirishima was only alive because they couldn't break through his hardening. His punches knocked them out cold, and every blocked attack gave him an opening to strike. He stayed light on his feet and threw out fast jabs, taking everyone down as fast as possible. In the mountain zone, Yaoyorozu made quick weapons for herself and Jiro. They coerced Kaminari into using his quirk and frying their opponents, at the expense of him losing most of his IQ for a few minutes. And at the entrance, everyone else worked together desperately to give Ida a chance to break free and run for help. Somewhere, somehow, Aoyama stayed hidden and kept himself alive. With another scream, Katsuki knocked the last weakling villain down. His hands ached from using his quirk so much, but things were only getting started. He turned back to Izuku and saw him kneeling on the ground, one hand on his ribs, completely frozen at the sight before him. When Katsuki saw the monster, he understood the feeling. They had to fight that now, after fighting all those weak villains? The nightmare only got worse. Right before his eyes, in a matter of seconds, the monster tore through Aizawa. Yellow goggles flew through the air with a splatter of blood. Aizawa was pinned face down on the ground, and that monster had his bloody elbow in its grip. "What do you think?" the hand-crazy villain asked. "He's the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. But you can call him Numu." The Numu let out a fierce shriek. Katsuki grit his teeth. He didn't care what they called it, he just wanted to explode its face off. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, his shoulders a tense line. He must be feeling the same way. The Numu twisted Aizawa's arm, making the man cry out. Katsuki heard the bone snapping from where he stood. "You can erase people's powers," the hand villain said. "That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. When faced with true devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child. Let him go, Izuku yelled, hurling his fire at the Numu in a spear. The Numu shrieked again and brushed it aside. It spun through the air but came right back, going for its exposed brain. Don't interfere, the hand villain yelled. He took one step towards Izuku. Katsuki took 7, placing himself between Izuku and this bastard. He raised his hands. Don't come any closer unless you want to die. The villain growled and scratched angry lines into his neck. Children should respect their elders. Katsuki scoffed. No villain is ever gonna get my respect. Aizawa cried out in pain again. The Numu had stepped on his left arm, likely shattering that one as well. Behind him, Izuku lost his control. He charged forward. Get off him! Izuku! Katsuki yelled, trying and failing to grab him. If the idiot's fire wasn't working, what did he think he could do? He was still a little shrimp. He couldn't tackle something as big as this Numu. He was going to get himself killed for real this time. And Katsuki was going to have to watch. Like hell. He threw his palms behind him and blasted himself forwards. The Numu screeched. Izuku retaliated with his own battle cry, swirling a massive fireball between his hands. It didn't act like fire, it was still more solid, more like what he surfed down here on. Between that being thrown into the Numu's side and Katsuki using one of his gauntlets, the Numu was forced to take a few steps back. That was it. 2 major attacks, and all they could do was make it step back. The hand villain giggled. Katsuki wanted to punch the hand right off his face. That would have to wait, though, because the momentum of the attack had brought both him and Izuku next to their teacher, within reach of the Numu. Katsuki had a rare moment of uncertainty. Should he grab Izuku and run for it, or try and save their teacher? Izuku did not have that hesitation. Use the other gauntlet. Solid fire helped Aizawa to stand, and Izuku pushed him behind them. Katsuki pulled the pin on the second gauntlet. All it really accomplished was creating a smoke screen they used to try and put some distance between them. You two need to get out of here now, Aizawa bit out. His arms hung uselessly in front of him, and he looked like he'd fall over with a gentle breeze. Not without you, Izuku retorted. Damn it, kid. You're not Alley Cat. You're my student, and you need to leave. A hand larger than Katsuki's head reached through the smoke. They didn't have time to run away even if they wanted to. He aimed an explosion into the palm, but it did nothing to slow Numu down. Izuku pulled Katsuki down out of the way, tossing a small solid ball of fire into the Numu's hand. Fingers clenched around it, squeezing the fire into wisps of smoke. Shit, that could have been Katsuki's head. I don't like you boys, the hand villain said, suddenly way too freaking close. A hand latched onto his bicep. Kaken, Izuku yelled, tugging him backwards. Really, Eraserhead? The villain whined. Katsuki snarled and twisted his arm around to aim an explosion at his face. The villain jumped back, disappearing into the haze of smoke. With an unholy screech, the Numu launched itself at them and tackled Aizawa, slamming him face down into the concrete again. He left a crater under Aizawa's head, and the man didn't move. Tamura Shigaraki, the warp villain stated, announcing his presence. Kurogiri, did you manage to kill 13? Shigaraki demanded. This would have been a good time to learn some information about what was happening in the rest of the USJ. But neither Izuku nor Katsuki had much patience at this point. Their teacher was down for the count behind them, and there were 3 powerful villains surrounding them. Kaken, Izuku murmured. Katsuki half turned to him. Do you trust me? What the fuck are you planning? Katsuki demanded, because any plan that started off like that was not going to be one he liked. I need you to hold on to Aizawa. He could do that, but that meant they were going to get Aizawa away from the Numu somehow, and Izuku wasn't sharing that part of the plan. Oi! What the fuck are you going to do? I'll be fine. Izuku turned towards the Numu. That's not a fucking answer. Katsuki grabbed at Izuku's wrist. Izuku, flames supporting his feet, rose into the air and leapt onto the Numu's back. He placed a burning hand on the Numu's exposed brain. It worked to get the Numu off Aizawa. The monster shrieked again and flailed, wildly reaching around to get at Izuku. For once in his life, being small was a blessing for Izuku. He was that much harder to reach, but the Numu would figure it out eventually. Stupid Deku with his stupid, self-sacrificing plan. Katsuki stormed forwards to help rescue his idiot of a best friend. Now, Kaken, get Aizawa, Izuku yelled. Katsuki stopped short and blinked down at his still unmoving teacher. Solid fire was gathering under Aizawa again, a flaming stretcher to carry him to safety. And Izuku needed Katsuki on there as well so Aizawa wouldn't fall off. But if Katsuki went with Aizawa, Izuku would be left alone to fight the Numu, a monster that was impervious to most of their quirks. It was suicide for any of them to fight the Numu alone. Do you trust me? He could stay and help Izuku, at the very least make sure he wasn't killed. He wasn't going to mourn his best friend again. Kaken now? Izuku cried. He'd lost the stupid metal visor on his hood, and blood trickled down the side of his face from a cut on his forehead. The fire under Aizawa was ready, hovering a few inches off the ground. Izuku or Aizawa? How could he choose? Help Sasaki, Frog Girl said, hopping out of the water and nearly giving Katsuki a heart attack. Where the fuck did you come from? He demanded harshly, the only sign they'd snuck up on him. The shipwreck zone. We'll talk later, go, she said, hopping up next to Aizawa with the great boy clinging to her in tears. Izuku noticed the change of plans but didn't comment, only sent the trio zooming off out of danger. Katsuki would have to remember to thank Frog Girl later. For now, he had a moron to save. The moron in question was swinging wildly from his precarious position. Smoke still rose up from the exposed brain, but it was apparently more durable than Katsuki would have expected considering what it was. And the Numu was getting closer with each blind grab. And then it wasn't a blind grab. A warp appeared in the middle of the Numu's arm, and the exit point was directly behind Izuku. No! Katsuki yelled. He blasted himself forward. The Numu already had a grip on Izuku. Its hand was big enough to wrap around Izuku's entire body. It tore Izuku off and back through the warp gate. For a second, it held Izuku in the air in front of it. Izuku kicked out wildly, but his eyes were trained towards the entrance, where he was currently sending two of their classmates with an injured teacher. Katsuki didn't look behind him. If he saved Izuku, they'd be fine. The Numu lifted its hand and then slammed Izuku down. Izuku choked out a cry. Katsuki screamed, "Die!" His gauntlets weren't fully charged, but that only made those blasts easier. It wasn't impossible without them. He aimed two massive blasts at the Numu's face. It screeched and stumbled back. Arms trembling, Katsuki stood over Izuku. The latter was still conscious, coughing and struggling to get his hands and feet under him. The others. Katsuki spared their classmates a glance. Unbelievably, the fire hadn't gone out under them during that. Frog Girl had her eyes on them, and one hand each on Aizawa and Mineta, like she was ready to bail and protect them at any moment. They're fine. Thank goodness, Izuku muttered. Before we leave, Shigaraki said behind them, and fuck, Katsuki had practically forgotten about them with this monster in front of them. Let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Numu, destroy them. Shit. Izuku was just getting to his feet, one hand wrapped around his chest. Katsuki couldn't feel his arms. And the Numu was fast. Izuku grabbed the back of Katsuki's shirt and twisted them out of the way of the first blow. The Numu left a crater where they'd been standing. They tripped over each other, though landing hard on the ground. Izuku yelped when Katsuki jostled his ribs. One or more were definitely broken. The Numu grabbed Katsuki's leg and yanked. Sore arms or not, Katsuki was not going to be this thing's punching bag. Izuku yelled behind him. Katsuki's hands warmed up, and it ached, but he had no choice. The Numu's other hand poised above him, impossibly far. It was going to come down with so much force. The front doors of the USJ blasted open, and everything froze. All Might stepped into view. Have no fear, students. I am here. The joy Katsuki felt at seeing him rivaled his happiness when he'd learned Izuku was alive. Even if All Might wasn't smiling, he was still All Might. These villains didn't stand a chance now. All Might wasn't smiling. Izuku had known their situation was bad. But somehow, knowing that even All Might couldn't smile through this made it seem so much worse. They were only lucky that All Might's appearance distracted even the Numu. He still had a hand on Katsuki's leg, but Katsuki was in one piece. After all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up, Shigaraki said, turning his attention to All Might. All Might looked over them all. Then he moved. 1 second, he stood at the top of the stairs. The next, he'd knocked out a few villains getting back to their feet. The third second, warm hands wrapped around Izuku. He blinked, and Izuku found Katsuki safe beside him. All Might stood between them and the Numu. Back to the entrance, you two. Yeah, okay, Izuku agreed. At this point, they'd only be in his way. He knew Katsuki was at his limit after all those big explosions, and his own ribs twinged with what little pain he felt through the adrenaline. It wasn't smart for him to keep fighting up close like that. Shigaraki had both his real hands over his face. The fake one had been knocked off, and he muttered darkly while reaching for it and reattaching it. The two of them turned to leave, but Izuku couldn't help looking back again. Be careful, All Might. That Numu took Bakugu's gauntlet explosions and barely even felt it. All Might threw a hand behind him. Young Sasaki. All Might looked back, finally smiling, and threw up a peace sign. I got this. Katsuki tugged on his arm. Come on, let's get out of his way. He can't go all out with us hanging around. Right? Izuku reluctantly turned to head towards the entrance. Aizawa and his classmates had made it up there safely, and Izuku hoped his teacher would be okay. He couldn't banish the sinking feeling in his gut that something was wrong. Obviously, a villain attack in the USJ was bad, but All Might was here. He could beat anyone. Even if that Numu was specifically created to kill All Might, there was no way it actually could. Right? Was it even possible to beat it? Izuku had burned its brain, and it hadn't done anything. His handprint was still charred in the flesh. And All Might had seemed different from how Izuku remembered. Maybe he was imagining things, but he would almost swear that All Might had been slower just now. He'd timed plenty of All Might's attacks growing up, and he knew all the stats about the man. In similar hostage negotiations, All Might had taken down the guards and freed the hostages in the time it took to blink. He'd definitely been slower today, but maybe that was on purpose? The image of All Might not smiling haunted him. He was so worried he couldn't even maintain his signature grin. Something was wrong. Izuku looked over his shoulder. All Might punched the Numu over and over, but the monster never faltered. It never even stumbled back. Izuku stopped running, and Katsuki followed suit with a curse. All Might got behind the Numu and locked his arms around its chest, and then he lifted it up and bent backwards, slamming the Numu's head into the ground. At least he attempted to. The warp villain intervened, and where the top half of the Nomu would have sunk into the ground, it now disappeared into an inky void. It reappeared not even a foot away, right under All Might, and sunk its claws into All Might's side. No! Izuku yelled. Blood stained All Might's shirt. This was all wrong. All Might let go of the Numu and attempted to pry the fingers out of his side. To no effect, and Kurogiri described how he would crush All Might in his warp gate. All Might sank a few inches towards the warp gate. Izuku ran. Katsuki's steps echoed behind him, but Izuku never felt him trying to stop him. With a cry, Izuku launched himself at All Might and the Numu, flames spiraling around his hand. Kurogiri intercepted him, but Izuku was going too fast to stop. He'd have been warped wherever the villain wanted him to go if not for Katsuki, who latched onto a metal brace around Kurogiri's neck and slammed the villain down on the ground. And then ice shot across the ground, freezing the Numu in place and allowing All Might to finally break free. Izuku could have cried in relief. He shot a grateful look to Todoroki, and then to Kirishima when the redhead attempted to smash Shigaraki. He missed, but it was nice to have the backup. Especially because things only continued to get worse. The Numu broke off its limbs to free itself from the ice, and then regenerated what it sacrificed. I thought you said its power was shock absorption? All Might asked. I didn't say that was his only power. He also has super regeneration. He's designed to take you on even at 100%. Shigaraki giggled. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. No wonder he and Katsuki hadn't been able to damage it. This Numu really was designed to take on All Might. How had Izuku not come across any of these experiments in the dark web? How far underground was the League? First, we need to free our method of escape, Shigaraki went on. Numu, if you would. Izuku's eyes cut across to Katsuki, still pinning Kurogiri down and now the sole focus of a superpowered monster. Katsuki bared his teeth and flexed his hands. The Numu charged. So did All Might. The backlash sent them all flying head over heels. Izuku and Todoroki were the only ones to somewhat land on their feet. Where Katsuki had been were now 2 long drag marks. His heart leapt into his throat. Kaken! I'm right here, Katsuki responded behind him. Izuku whipped around and saw Katsuki pushing himself to his feet. Whoa, are you okay? Kirishima repeated. I'm fine, shitty hair. Todoroki, ignoring the other 3, gasped as the smoke cleared. All Might stood in front of a new hole in a wall, sleeves shredded and panting. The feeling that something was wrong only grew in Izuku's gut. Was the Numus really that powerful that one punch had All Might out of breath? His fingers twitched. Should he try and fight again, or would he only be in the way? Shigaraki went on a monologue about heroes and violence, but All Might shot down everything he said, striding forward with power. Izuku couldn't look away from the blood on his shirt. He was still hurt. Right when the 4 of them were getting ready to jump into battle, All Might brushed them aside and told them he would handle it. Todoroki didn't seem convinced, either, but All Might insisted. The ensuing fight was intense. All Might's punches were so powerful and so fast that the backlash almost blew them all away. Izuku might have gone flying if Katsuki hadn't shoved his hand on Izuku's back to ground him. The sheer power was incredible, and to think that anything could withstand even one of those punches was unbelievable. All Might smashed the Numu so hard it went flying out of the USJ, leaving a gaping hole in the dome. The quiet that settled after was unnatural and short. They were in awe of the raw power All Might displayed. Izuku stared at the man. It was one thing to watch recordings of his fights and to know he was strong. It was another entirely to have fought the same villain earlier and to understand how powerful All Might really was. Shigaraki scratched furiously at his neck, refusing to surrender when All Might demanded it. They were slow to attack, though. All Might can handle these too, Todoroki said. We should get out of his way. Could he, though? The blood stain had only gotten bigger, and if All Might thought he could handle these guys, then why hadn't he moved yet? Why was he hesitating? Great. These extras are getting back up already? Katsuki muttered, facing the weaker villains behind them. Kirishima hardened his arms. We can stop them from getting to All Might. Will you be joining us, Sasaki? Todoroki asked. Why hadn't All Might attacked yet? What was he waiting for? Was his side giving him more trouble than they realized? Izuku reached up to brush over where he'd been stabbed 6 months before. He hadn't even been able to stand for very long, and his injury hadn't been as bad. There was no question All Might was stronger, and it made sense for him to hold up better than Izuku had, but a bleeding wound was still a bleeding wound, no matter who had it. Kurogiri and Shigaraki rushed All Might. Something was wrong, and Izuku didn't know what, but he could still help. He made a stream of fire and hurled it at Kurogiri, aiming for the neck brace Katsuki had latched onto earlier. A warp gate redirected it back in Izuku's face, and it was all he could do to force the flames to curl around him and not burn him. Sasaki! Shit, man! Katsuki growled and slapped at the flames burning his shoulder. Izuku brushed him off to focus on All Might. He'd punched Kurogiri back, but Shigaraki was reaching for him. Even if All Might blocked, he'd still take damage from that decay quirk. No! A gunshot pierced his scream. Shigaraki drew back from All Might, clutching his bloody hand. Izuku whipped around. The rest of the teachers had finally made it. Snipe shot Shigaraki a few more times, once in each limb, and then Kurojairi warped the two of them out of there. Their teachers were already swarming around the USJ to round up the weaker villains. All Might checked on the four of them briefly before going to help. The danger was over. Izuku's knees gave out beneath him. Holy shit, that was terrifying. This was worse than when his father had tried to kill him. Nothing from his time as Alley Cat even compared, not even the night he'd been stabbed. We should join the rest of the class, Todoroki said. Sasaki, can you walk? Yeah, I'm okay. The adrenaline was starting to fade, and his limbs were shakier than he wanted them to be, but he pushed himself to his feet. His ribs disagreed with this idea, and he hissed and wrapped an arm around his chest. Whoa, are you hurt? Kirishima asked. He's got a broken rib, maybe two, Katsuki stated. Izuku glanced up at him. He hadn't realized Katsuki had noticed, but it shouldn't surprise him. Then let's not waste time, Todoroki said. He made a chunk of ice in his hand and offered it to Izuku to use as an ice pack. Thanks, Izuku said, gladly taking it and pressing it against his side while they walked. How are your arms, Kaken? They're fine, Katsuki growled. Izuku narrowed his eyes, not believing that for a second. Worry about your damn self, Katsuki said. All I need is rest. Are you okay? Kirishima asked, concern lacing his tone. I'm fine, Katsuki insisted. His arms hurt when he overuses his quirk, Izuku explained. Oi! That's good to know, Kirishima said. My skin gets super sensitive when I overuse mine. It was a tactful olive branch. He'd learned Katsuki's weakness, so he shared his in return. Tsh was the only reply Katsuki gave, but his temper had calmed. Izuku counted it as a win. Kurojairi bandaged Shigarki's wounds. All the bullets had passed clean through. The benefit of being shot by a hero, he supposed. They'd discussed the failure with their master already, and they were working out their next steps. But there was one thing Kurojairi wanted to discuss before they went too far. Tamura, do you remember the vigilante? Alley Cat. I wanted you to recruit him, didn't I? Shigaraki asked. He tapped a finger idly on the bar. Yes, I followed him for weeks and decided he would never make an adequate villain. It was hard to say exactly what gave Kurojairi that impression. Possibly the genuine cheer he gave to the victims before telling them to leave it to him, possibly the visible restraint in his attacks, his chosen targets. In the end, nothing about the vigilante screamed villain, and Kurojairi convinced Shigaraki to move on. Why are you bringing him up now? Shigaraki whined. He was there today, the small one with the fire. He'd recognized Alley Cat mostly by his fighting style, but also because of how small he was. Shigaraki grunted. So what? You don't find it interesting that a vigilante is now a UA student? How is that supposed to help us kill All Might? Kurojairi tied off the last bandage and started cleaning up the medical supplies. If we exposed one of his precious students as nothing more than a vigilante, it could weaken his spirit. Shigaraki hummed. Perhaps. All right then, find out what you can about the brat. Get some solid proof. We'll see if it's any use to us later. Kurojairi agreed. Shigaraki liked the big dramatic plays, but subtler things like this were just as powerful sometimes. All Might wasn't someone to bring down all at once. They'd have to gradually weaken him over time, take the wind out of his sails, so to speak. Kurojairi would do whatever it took. Chapter 8. These embers still smolder. It was late, far too late to still be working, especially after the day Yagi had had. To think villains were bold enough to attack UA directly just to get to him. Those kids could have been seriously hurt. It was a miracle the worst student injury were 2 broken ribs, and those were easily fixed up by Recovery Girl. His colleagues had been a different story, but even they were going to make full recoveries. He flipped the page in the file he was reading. The principal had given it to him when he started teaching, a list of potential candidates to be his successor. From what he'd seen in classes, Yagi had already ruled out a few of them for one reason or another. Several more were still promising. There weren't any first years in the file. Nedzu hadn't had a chance to really analyze them yet, and they were only just beginning their training. But from what he saw of Class 1A today, he would consider some of them worthy. The 4 boys who'd been on the main level with him, for sure. Well, perhaps not Bakugu. That young man's temper did not need a strength boost from One for All. Todoroki. The boy had strength plus a better knowledge of what a pro hero's life was really like. Enji bragged about him every time they saw each other, and Todoroki was proving he had a good head on his shoulders. There were just a few instances when the boy had looked a little too much like Enji for Yagi's liking. Those eyes hit a font of fury, and there were times when Yagi half expected Todoroki to be a villain. Probably wasn't the best idea to saddle him with One for All either. He leaned back on the couch, thinking about the last 2, Kirishima and Sasaki. Kirishima had a heart of gold, and he'd rushed in to help his friends. His quirk wasn't overly strong or flashy, either. He could do well with One for All, but would he make a good symbol of peace? Would Sasaki? Out of the 4, Sasaki had kept trying to help the most. Perhaps he was foolish and reckless to keep running in like that, but it was a hero's nature to meddle where they shouldn't. And Yagi had seen the flaming gurney that carried an injured Aizawa and 2 students away from the main fight, and the charred handprint on the Numu. Sasaki had fought tooth and nail to protect everyone, practically as hard as he himself had. But the boy had issues trusting people. That had been obvious from this 1 week of class alone. Every time they worked in teams, he attempted to handle everything himself. It was an issue they could work on, but would Sasaki make enough improvements to be worthy of One for All? Or would it be better for him to choose one of the older students? He rubbed his hands over his face. He'd thought choosing a successor would be easier than this. A part of him always expected to just know who his successor would be when he met them, but that hadn't happened yet. And he needed to pick someone soon. If Mirai was right, then Yagi needed to choose someone soon so he'd have time to train them before it happened. He hated having to pass on his power now, though, when this League of Villains had just revealed itself. He'd rather hunt them down and take care of them before they became an actual threat, but he didn't have the stamina for that anymore. He glanced down at the files again with a heavy sigh. Whoever he chose, it wouldn't be tonight. Maybe he'd wait and see what happened at the sports festival. XX. Izuku spent the night after the USJ attack sound asleep. Recovery Girl had healed his ribs, but the after effects meant that as soon as he got home, he crashed and didn't wake up until his alarm the next morning. He stumbled out to the kitchen and found Hisashi Stress cooking breakfast. "Morning. Morning, little listener," Hisashi said. "How you feeling?" "Not bad, considering." "Good to hear. Hope you're hungry. I made enough food for the week." Izuku surveyed the spread on the table and nodded. "You definitely did. Is Aizawa?" "They kept him overnight at the hospital, but he was awake when I left last night. Grumpy as usual, but he was already trying to get released." Izuku almost dropped the plate he'd picked up. "Already? Doesn't he have a major concussion?" "And 2 shattered arms," Hisashi growled, stabbing his spatula at the fish he was frying. "Is he even allowed to leave with those kinds of injuries?" "He's a grown man, so he is allowed to sign himself out against medical advice." Hisashi stabbed the spatula again. "And really, what kind of example is that setting for you students? When you're hurt, you need to listen to your doctors." Hisashi continued to mutter about his husband making stupid decisions. Izuku ate quickly and retreated to his room to get ready for school. By the time they left, Hisashi acted like his usual upbeat self, but Izuku could tell it was only an act, something to keep his students from worrying. His class was chatting away when he got there, and Katsuki gave him a solid once-over from his seat as Izuku passed. Most of them were talking about their brief appearance in the news. None of them had been mentioned by name, but it was kind of astounding to be making headlines already. Izuku hadn't been part of the pictures, thankfully, since he'd been taken right to Recovery Girl. They were just wondering who their teacher would be when Aizawa himself limped in. Izuku frowned. The man really shouldn't have left the hospital yet. Had he told Hisashi yet, or had he gone ahead and done it anyway? And did Izuku dare sneak his phone out to send a picture to Hisashi? That was probably a bad idea for a number of reasons. Aizawa would catch him, for one, mummified face or not. And number two, he didn't want to make Hisashi worry unnecessarily. He'd send him a text between classes. Aizawa told them about the sports festival, but that was really the only interesting thing about classes that day. But when the bell rang for lunch, he asked Izuku and Katsuki to stay behind. The rest of the class cleared out pretty fast. The two of them were obviously about to face punishment for not listening to Aizawa at the USJ. They stood next to each other in front of Aizawa's desk, back straight and heads high. Aizawa could chew them out all he wanted. They didn't regret it. "Why do you think I didn't want you two fighting with me?" "Because you didn't think we could handle it," Katsuki said. "You didn't want to have to worry about us while you were fighting," Izuku said. It was the way he'd felt when Katsuki insisted on following him. Aizawa nodded at Izuku. "Precisely. You two don't have the experience or the training necessary for those kinds of battles." He glared at Izuku when Izuku tried to interrupt. Alley Cat was not the same thing. "Furthermore, you two don't have licenses to use your quirks on other people. Obviously, the police aren't going to press charges on any students for what they did yesterday to defend themselves. But it is still a law that you two must obey." Izuku's fists tightened at his sides. "I don't regret jumping in. What would have happened to you if we hadn't been there to stop the Numu?" Aizawa had been at that thing's mercy. They all knew it. Without help, Aizawa wouldn't be sitting here right now. He'd be lying in a morgue. "That is beside the point," Aizawa said. "No, it's not," Katsuki said. "No offense, but your quirk isn't great for big melees like that. Yeah, it was stupid of him to go after you, but you needed the backup. If we had our provisional licenses already, would you have a complaint?" Aizawa sighed. Took him a long minute to answer. "I expect you both to follow my orders in the future. As long as doing so won't get you killed," Izuku agreed. It was frightening how well the man could still glare when the majority of his face was wrapped in bandages. Izuku held his ground. "I survived for 2 years as a solo vigilante. Did you think that was pure luck? I didn't rush into every situation without making sure it was something I could handle first." "You're not going to change his mind," Katsuki said. "It's a waste of time arguing about this. We're training to be heroes. We're going to put our lives on the line again." That was probably a better argument than the one Izuku was attempting. It worked too. Aizawa had no comeback for that logic. "Be that as it may, I'm still punishing you as an example for the rest of the class. Bakugu, detention after school today. You were only trying to keep an eye on him. Sasaki, we'll consider you skipping the sports festival your punishment." "What? You're making me sit out of the sports festival?" The sports festival was huge. How could Aizawa bench him from this? "You were going to sit out regardless." "Why really? Why?" Katsuki slapped the back of his head. "Idiot. You think it's a good idea to participate in a nationally broadcasted event? You're in hiding, remember?" Izuku rubbed the back of his head and frowned. He had somewhat forgotten that fact. Guess that makes sense. While a logical decision, it was disappointing. He'd been looking forward to it. "That's all. Get to lunch." Izuku sulked all the way to the cafeteria, and when he and Katsuki had to meet the curious eyes of their classmates, he kind of wished the floor would open and swallow him whole. Their classmates had saved seats for the two of them, and the second they sat down with their trays they pounced, demanding to know what had happened. They were horrified when Izuku told them he wouldn't be participating in the festival. "He can do that?" Kaminari asked. "Apparently," Izuku groaned. "I can't believe I almost died for him." Katsuki kicked him. "You did not, nerd. It's what you deserve for being such a dumbass." "You don't have to be mean," Izuku pouted. "My hopes and dreams are being crushed over here." Katsuki rolled his eyes. Mina leaned forward. "So, you two seem awfully close. You were really in sync and everything yesterday. Are you two actually secretly dating?" Katsuki choked on the rice he'd just swallowed. Kaminari thumped him on the back. "What the fuck? No! Where in the world had she gotten that idea? There's nothing like that between us, honest." "Hey, it's all right, you can tell us," Kirishima said. "We won't judge you guys, promise." "Shut up before I kill you," Katsuki hissed. "It's seriously not like that." Izuku insisted. But you were friends before UA, weren't you? Uraraka asked. Well, yeah. Izuku glanced at Katsuki. This was veering into dangerous territory. If they started talking about childhood, he might let something slip about his dad or alley cat without meaning to. Katsuki sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. Damn nosy extras. We used to live in the same neighborhood, all right? Childhood friends or whatever. He moved away years ago, though. We didn't keep in touch. I didn't even know he'd gotten into UA until a few days before we started. It was the truth, but somehow it hurt hearing Katsuki put it that way, like Izuku had willingly stayed away. Oh, so being in the same class was kind of a chance meeting for you guys, huh? Zero asked. Something like that, Izuku said. I never would have guessed you two were best friends, Kaminari said offhand. He rested his chin in his hand. You guys barely talk in class. It's been years, Katsuki growled. He stabbed at his curry with his chopsticks. It's not like we still know each other. And that hurt too. Izuku looked down at his Katsudon. I think you know each other better than you think, Karo, Azui said. Also, Bakuger, why did you call him Izuku yesterday, Karo? Izuku stopped breathing. He did vaguely remember hearing Katsuki call after him with his real name, but with everything going on he hadn't really noticed. He certainly hadn't realized anyone else was around to hear. Judging by the look on Katsuki's face, he hadn't either. What are you talking about, frog face? Azui put a finger to her cheek. When Sasaki first attacked the Numu, you tried to stop him and you yelled Izuku. You should get your ears checked. I didn't yell anything like that, Katsuki denied. Are you extras done interrogating us yet? They reluctantly changed the subject, but Izuku caught Uraraka and Ida staring at him. Katsuki might have denied what Azui heard, but the others didn't entirely believe him. Izuku didn't know when, but he knew this was going to come back and bite him in the ass someday. XX. Izuku didn't know what was more insulting, the fact Hizashi arranged a babysitter to watch him during the sports festival, or the fact said babysitter was a skeletal old man. He looked like he'd collapse if Izuku breathed on him wrong. If Izuku did try anything during the festival, what did they expect this guy to do about it? Aizawa was really mad at you for the USJ. Huh? Tashinori asked. I'm surprised he benched you today, considering what a great chance it is for you to get scouted for internships. Izuku groaned and sank in his seat. I know. How am I supposed to go pro if I don't get internships? Tashinori chuckled. Something tells me you'll figure it out. You're resourceful. Izuku hummed and sat upright when his classmates finally appeared in the arena. He was so jealous of them all down there. He'd love to be able to compete and test himself against everyone. But no, he had to sit here in the stands, dark sunglasses over his face in case a stray camera shot got him, next to some random person Hizashi scrounged up to play babysitter. To be fair, Tashinori wasn't terrible company. They threw theories and predications at each other during the obstacle course, and Tashinori encouraged him to analyze his classmates. Izuku would have done it anyway. He didn't exactly have an off switch for this kind of thing, but it was nice to go on his tangents with someone actually listening to him. He was on the edge of his seat during the obstacle course, and he gave up on sitting altogether during the cavalry battle. It was an intense battle between his classmates, Todoroki having placed first in the obstacle course, just barely. Katsuki had been half a second behind, had the 10 million point prize on his head. He teamed up with Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and a girl from the support class. Katsuki teamed up with Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro. It was a brutal combination, and Katsuki scared off some of the other classes with his general personality. Towards the end of the cavalry battle, it was down to Todoroki's team, Katsuki's team, and Ida's team. Ida had recruited Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Aoyama. There were so many different quirks in play, so many things happening last second, so many last-ditch efforts to turn the tides, it was impossible to predict who would actually win. Todoroki managed to hang on to the 10 million points, and, judging by the explosions Katsuki kept emitting even after it was over, Katsuki was furious about that. Izuku crashed back to his seat. Oh man, I wish I was down there. Tashinori laughed. You'll have to make sure you behave next year. I jumped into action in the middle of a crisis. Why am I being punished? Izuku whined. His being benched had nothing to do with the USJ. Having a babysitter during this was the real punishment. Aizawa was laughing at him somewhere, he just knew it. After lunch, it was the one-on-one duels. There was a brief delay as Ojiro and a 1B student stepped down, and they rearranged the 16 students who'd actually be fighting. Toshinori nudged Izuku and pointed out a set of box seats. I think that's your class if you'd rather watch with them. I need to go take care of something. Won't Hizashi be mad if you run off while babysitting? Toshinori ruffled his hair. You can't sneak into the festival at this point. Thanks for sitting with me. I enjoyed it. You're welcome, I guess. They walked to the hall outside the arena, and Izuku navigated his way to his classmates, where he promptly freaked out over everyone's performances earlier. The first match lasted less than 5 minutes. A general studies student brainwashed his opponent into walking off the stage. Not a single punch was thrown. It left the crowd stunned. That was scary, Uraraka said. Think how useful it would be in the field, though, Izuku said. If you could get villains to surrender without a fight, injuries and property damage would be negligible. That's true, Ida agreed. It might not be flashy, but he does have a rather useful quirk. The next match was even shorter. Todoroki created an actual glacier, almost freezing the crowd along with poor Zero. What was that about? Uraraka asked, carefully ducking under a jagged piece of ice. It's like he lost his cool, Izuku said, peering down at Todoroki. Todoroki had a weird look on his face while he thawed Zero free. Guilt? Mixed with disappointment, maybe? Todoroki's gaze went up to the stands and narrowed. Izuku followed his gaze to Endeavor. The flaming hero was hard to miss on the other side of the arena. Did his father say something to Todoroki before the match? There was a break before the next match while the teachers cleared away the glacier. So Izuku went to go find Todoroki and see if he was okay. He wasn't close to anyone in class, and Izuku couldn't imagine anyone else doing it. He found him half hidden in a random hallway under the arena, sitting on the floor with his head back against the wall. Todoroki glared coldly at his approach. What do you want, Sasaki? I wanted to see if you were okay. Izuku carefully sat down on the floor across from him. He folded his sunglasses and hung them from his shirt collar. You looked upset after your match. Todoroki snorted and looked away. That's one word for it. Izuku bit his cheek. If his father did have something to do with Todoroki's current mood, then Izuku really shouldn't pry. It wasn't his business, and Todoroki was a pretty private person. If you want to talk, I'll listen. I know a thing or two about angry dads. Todoroki looked back at him quickly, icy gaze narrow and calculating. His gaze lowered to Izuku's hands, and then he sighed and loosened some of the tension in his shoulders. My father is the number 2 hero. He has a lot of expectations on what I do. That makes sense. He's always seemed intense. Todoroki huffed. Izuku flexed his fingers. You know, I used to study Endeavor's fighting when I was younger. Fire quirk and all that. But so much of his style is just brute strength. It isn't really helpful if you can't constantly produce flames like him. Now that I've figured out my own style, I can't help thinking his way is wasteful. It's more than wasteful, Todoroki spat, showing the most emotion Izuku had ever seen. He does as much damage as the villains half the time. He's why I won't use my left side. He wants me to be a hero and surpass all might, but I refuse to be a hero like him. I won't use his power. There was a lot more going on there than what he was telling Izuku. So many pent-up emotions. Izuku didn't even know what Todoroki needed to hear right now, or if he just needed a chance to vent some more. He didn't offer anything else. Izuku took a deep breath. I get where you're coming from. Believe me, my dad also has a fire quirk and, well, let's just say there's a reason I haven't seen him in 2.5 years. Todoroki's narrowed eyes widened ever so slightly. Izuku didn't have to get into specifics for him to understand the gist of it. They probably had more in common than they wanted to admit, though unfortunately those things were not things Izuku wanted anyone else to have gone through. Anyway, my quirk and his, they might both be fire, but we use them for different things. My quirk isn't his, you know? It's mine. Yours isn't Endeavor's either. You can use it however you want. Todoroki seemed to consider this, looking down at his left hand. Whenever I use this side, all I can think of is my father. How did you? Izuku gave him a sad smile. My case was a little different, since my father isn't a hero in any sense of the word. I taught myself all the good I could do with my quirk, all the people I could help. I made a list of differences between us. That's probably not really helpful. For you. No, I think I get it. It will take me some time to accept some things, but that helps. You've given me a lot to think about. He flexed his left hand in thought. I'm glad. It's a shame you weren't able to participate today. I would have enjoyed seeing how far you went. While Izuku puzzled over what that meant, Todoroki stood up and started to head back. Izuku scrambled to catch up, hoping he hadn't missed any of the other matches. He had missed Yaoyorozu versus Tokoyami, and he only caught the end of Ida versus the support student, which was definitely an entertaining match. He cheered for the rest of his classes and tried to offer luck to Katsuki and Uraraka, but both of them dismissed him. He was surprised how long Uraraka lasted, and at her clever strategy. In the end, it still wasn't enough, but he could see Katsuki rubbing his forearms. He'd had to work to earn his victory, fair and square. It was disappointing to see that Todoroki still didn't use his fire against Shinsho, or later against Ida, but Izuku supposed he couldn't really have expected Todoroki to turn his resolve on its head that fast. Still, it was frustrating to watch him fight Katsuki with only half his power. He'd reflexively used it once when Katsuki maneuvered around his left side, putting distance between them again. He'd also pissed Katsuki off. You think you can beat me with only half your strength? Katsuki demanded. You'd better use 100%, half and half. Izuku clutched the railing in front of him. Come on, Todoroki, use it. Against a pissed-off Katsuki, Todoroki's ice wasn't enough. Katsuki blew up every glacier sent his way, and frost crawled over Todoroki's right side. It was only because of well-placed iced walls behind him that Todoroki hadn't been blown out of the ring. How much longer could he go on like this? Todoroki! Izuku screamed. It's your power. He would almost swear Todoroki glanced up at him, but it must have been Izuku's imagination. There were 1,000 people screaming right now. Todoroki couldn't have heard him over everyone else. Flames danced on his left arm. Katsuki grinned. Using precise explosions, he turned himself into a missile and launched at Todoroki. For a second, Todoroki stood his ground, flames burning on his left side. Something happened in the next second, a moment of doubt or a change of heart, and the flames went out. He didn't have time to create a strong enough defense with his ice before Katsuki crashed into him. Smoke clouded the arena, and when it cleared, Todoroki was unconscious and out of bounds. Katsuki stared at him in confusion for a moment before losing his self-control, and Midnight had to knock him out before he did something he'd regret. Izuku forced his hands to uncurl from the rail and sat down again. It took a while for him and everyone else to calm down. The fight had been a nail-biter. He was happy Katsuki had won, especially after his bold declaration at the start of the day. No one would have let him live it down if he hadn't actually won first place, especially not the other classes. 20 minutes later, Izuku's heart rate picked right back up. Why was Katsuki restrained on the podium like that? And they muzzled him? What the fuck is going on? He demanded. That's a little extreme, Uraraka agreed, looking a little green. I know he was mad at the end of the fight, but is that actually necessary? Kirishima asked. Should we do something? Ishido asked. Yes, we fucking should, Izuku stated, standing up and putting a hand on the rail. He reached into his pocket with his other hand, dragging out a lighter. Wait, Sasaki, you can't just fly down there, Yaoyorozu said. Watch me, Izuku bit back. Uraraka grabbed his arm. You're already in trouble. He could not have cared less if he tried. They're treating him like a villain. He didn't do anything wrong. Look, All Might is down there. He doesn't look happy about it either, Yaoyorozu said. Izuku reluctantly sat back down, but he kept his lighter in his hand. If All Might didn't take those restraints off, then so help him. He did take the muzzle off. Apparently, the rest of the restraints weren't a problem to him. Are you kidding me? What the fuck was that? Who the fuck decided this was okay? Maybe Bakugu really snapped, Mineta said. Izuku turned a heated glare on him. If he didn't want the damn award, he shouldn't have to accept it. Mineta shrank back. Looks like you snapped, too. Yeah. Take a deep breath, Sasaki, Jiro said. Sasaki, the fake name because he was in hiding from his villainous father, which was the whole reason he'd been benched today, and was why storming down to those pedestals was a very bad idea. Katsuki would murder him before his father even found out. He growled and stormed out of the box seats. He might not be able to fly down to the arena, but he could meet them underground, away from the cameras, and give them a piece of his mind. The end of the festival slowed him down, the audience streaming into the halls. He had to fight through the crowd to reach the lower levels, and by then Katsuki had been released and disappeared. Izuku would have done the same after that kind of humiliation. Cementos was the only one down there, cleaning up the room and smoothing the pedestals back down to level ground. He jumped at Izuku's entrance. Were the restraints your idea? Izuku demanded. No. Bakugu kept trying to attack Todoroki, so Principal Nedzu authorized the restraints. Izuku filed the information away. But whose idea was it? Truthfully, I don't know who suggested it first. Why didn't you stop it? He was violent. Restraining him seemed like the only option. Of course he was violent. Why didn't anyone try and get him to calm down? We did, Samantha said, but we needed to get on with the awards ceremony. Izuku threw his hands up. Oh, sure. A fucking medal is more important than treating a student like a human being. Got it. He stormed out on the warpath for whoever he needed to punch in the face for letting this happen. Hizashi and Aizawa found him first. They'd been in the commentator's box, apart from all of this, so they were spared from Izuku's wrath. They also didn't seem happy about Katsuki's treatment, but they were content to let sleeping dogs lie. Izuku was not. After many failed attempts to get Izuku back to their apartment, they finally relented and took him to Nedzu, screaming out the injustice and cruelties to a rat, bear thing. Half his height didn't really give Izuku the satisfaction he'd been hoping for, especially when Nedzu let him say his piece and then calmly responded. I agree with your points. Then what the fuck? Our goal at that moment was short-sighted, and we did not take everything into account. The restraints were heavier than I expected them to use when the idea was suggested. That's an oversight on my part, and I take full responsibility. A lot of good that did him. As much as Izuku wanted to deck the principal in the face, it wouldn't change anything. The media was going to take the image of Katsuki restrained and run with it for weeks. You owe him a formal apology, Izuku stated. Katsuki wouldn't want one, of course. He'd think they were only doing it because they thought he was weak, even when that couldn't be further from the truth. But he deserved one. We absolutely do, Nedzu agreed. It really wasn't satisfying when the mammal kept agreeing with him. Izuku didn't have an outlet for his anger. You should also start talking to the media, Aizawa stated behind him. He and Hizashi had hovered just inside the doors, letting Izuku chew out the principal. We can somewhat control how much that image is used. That was the most productive thing to come out of this. Nedzu agreed to try and control the media, and Izuku was at least able to claim that he'd done something to help Katsuki. He was still angry it had happened at all. Shouldn't have. On the way home, he texted Katsuki and offered to burn the medal for him if he wanted. Katsuki responded by saying he'd already blown it up and didn't know where the remains had landed. Izuku wondered why he'd expected any different. There were also almost 100 messages in the class group chat, all of them worried he might have actually gone to kill a man. He skimmed through the comments, slowly starting to smile. The theories about what he'd do to whoever was responsible were pretty funny. They'd brought back the idea that he and Katsuki were dating, which he rolled his eyes at. They were never going to let that go, were they? Towards the beginning of the chat, when they were first asking if anyone could find him, one of the comments made his blood run cold. Kaminari. Dude, I've never seen anyone that mad before. Kaminari. Legit thought he'd start breathing fire for a second. He hadn't meant anything by the comment, of course, and it wasn't like any of them could possibly know. But he had just gone on a warpath. He had wanted desperately to punch whoever was responsible in the face. Had he looked like his father while doing it? Kurogiri leaned back in his chair. The video on his computer paused. The first day of the UA Sports Festival had been enlightening. Shigaraki was already talking about the first-place winner. It was the same brat from the USJ. Surprisingly, he'd shown the same hostility towards his own classmates, and Shigaraki was more than a little intrigued. They hadn't seen Alley Cat, though. Not at first. Not until Kurogiri was analyzing Bakugu's last fight, and his eyes noticed the crowd in the background. Alley Cat hung over the rail, cheering on his classmates. Now, what reason would there be for him not to participate? A simple answer was that the school was aware of his vigilante activities already, and had thought it unfair for him to compete. But looking at the other fights, Kurogiri doubted that was the case. Alley Cat might have more experience, but all of the UA students were powerful. Kurogiri dug into the UA database, pulling up student files. It sounded easy, but it had taken him over an hour to hack into one of the teacher's off-site accounts. There, he accessed Ryu Sasaki's file. And what an interesting little file it was. More passcodes protected it, but other student files didn't have the same precautions. It was just Sasaki's. Another hour, armed with a fresh cup of coffee, Kurogiri broke into it. He had to wonder what the point of protecting the file had been. It was almost entirely blank. There was nothing for emergency contacts or home address. His past school only had homeschool written next to it. Even his photo was missing from the file. That had been a lot of effort to hide such little information, which meant they were really hiding what wasn't there. He sipped at his coffee. For whatever reason, they didn't want people knowing about Ryu Sasaki. Even general search engines like Google didn't offer anything about Sasaki, though that was less surprising. If Kurogiri hadn't seen the kid with his own eyes, he wouldn't know he existed. But maybe that was the point. Maybe they didn't want anyone to know. Maybe Ryu Sasaki wasn't who he said he was. He tapped his fingers around his mug, planning his next steps. He'd hack into the Quirk registry next and find matches for his fire trick. And if that didn't bring any results, he'd talk to Sensei about it. For all he knew, he was on a wild goose chase for nothing. But there was too much that wasn't adding up. Whenever heroes tried to hide something, it meant the villains were about to have a good day. Chapter 9. The Naming of Cats. It was a quiet night in the Aizawa Hizashi household. Aizawa was still on a lot of pain meds and looked more mummy than human, and Hizashi was tired out from commentating all day. He'd already showered and changed into pajamas, which meant his hair was loose and unstyled around his shoulders. It was a crime that Aizawa couldn't run his fingers through it. Aizawa blamed the medication for not noticing Izuku's mood right away. He'd come home and gone straight to his room, which wasn't entirely unusual. He was still riled up from Bakugu's treatment during the award ceremony, and Aizawa didn't blame him. The ceremony itself was one of those useless formalities he considered a waste of time, and if Bakugu truly didn't want that medal, then no one should have forced him. More importantly, if Bakugu had been that violent, they shouldn't have tried to force him through the ceremony. He almost thought one of the teachers had done it to Bakugu on purpose, a way to get back at the kid's brash attitude in class. But he shut that line of thinking down fast, because he didn't want to start thinking ill of his colleagues. He needed to be able to trust them. They ordered in for dinner that night. Hizashi was too exhausted to cook, and Aizawa physically couldn't. When they called Izuku out, he appeared long enough to grab his share, and then retreated back to his room without another word. It left both men staring down the hall in confusion. In the 6 months Izuku had lived here, he'd never eaten in his room. They didn't have a solid rule against it, but Izuku had never asked to. "Guess he's still upset about Bakugu?" Hizashi asked. Aizawa grunted. He was still miffed about it, too. But he couldn't help wondering if there was more to it than that. If there was a reason seeing Bakugu treated like that hurt Izuku so much. He meant to talk to Izuku about it before bed, but he and Hizashi both passed out on the couch watching a movie, and then they had to rush out the door in the morning to get back to UA for the second year's day of events. He made Hizashi text Izuku throughout the day, and the short responses only reinforced his feelings that something was wrong. They brought dinner home again and found Izuku still locked in his room. Aizawa heaved a sigh and went to check on him. The door was cracked open so the cats could get in, and he was grateful he didn't have to convince Izuku to let him in. Knock, knock. Come in, Izuku replied distantly. His was cross-legged on his bed, laptop in front of him and a notebook at his side, and 2 cats in his lap. Aizawa sat on the edge of the bed. Even though Izuku had lived here for 6 months, the room still felt more like the guest bedroom than someone's permanent room. He and Hizashi had offered to get Izuku decorations more suited to his taste, but he'd always refused. They were lucky he'd let them buy him clothes when he first moved in. There were more tactful ways to go about this, but he didn't have the mental capacity to work out how through the pain meds. What's wrong with you? Izuku stilled, his left hand resting on one of the cats. He slowly looked over from his computer screen, and Aizawa could see the lie building behind his eyes. Don't drag this out longer than it needs to be. Are you still upset about the award ceremony? Izuku's expression darkened. Yes, it's been all over the news today, despite Principal Nedzu's promise. There was no way he could have stopped it completely. Too many people saw it happen live. He's going to try and make the story die faster. Izuku still scowled. The media is unforgiving. That's why top heroes care about their appearances so much, and why I stuck with underground work. I know that. Kaken didn't deserve that. I agree. No one understands how hard he trained when we were kids. You think it was easy for him to learn to jump around like that? He was wrapped in bandages through most of 4th grade because he kept skinning himself on the pavement every time he fell. Aizawa's first thought was the idiot should have been practicing on grass, but that critique wasn't helpful at this moment. Bakugo figured it out in the end, which was Izuku's point. You don't need to convince me. I can see how hard he's working to be a hero. His answer placated Izuku somewhat, but there was still tension coiled in Izuku's body. Is something else bothering you? Izuku's mouth twisted, and he started petting the cats again. You're mad about it too, right? Aizawa furrowed his brow, but Izuku couldn't see that with all the bandages. I am. It's disappointing that one of my colleagues handled the situation so poorly. He wouldn't look at Aizawa. Yelling at Principal Nedzu like that. Would a hero ever do that? Do heroes get mad like that? Aizawa sucked in a breath. It was a complicated question because he could name certain heroes that would do something like that. Given the right motivation, he was probably one of them. Of course we get mad. We're human and we see a lot of wrongs in the world. There isn't always someone to yell at, but when there is, it's hard not to. I wanted to punch whoever did that to him. I was so mad when we first saw him, the class had to hold me back from storming down to the stage in the middle of it. Am I like my father? That was what this was about. Shit. He needed to be careful how he worded this. Getting upset on someone else's behalf isn't wrong. Trying to make it better is what makes a hero. Heroes do need to control their emotions so they're not acting rashly and jumping in without thinking about the consequences. You're only 15, and you saw your best friend being treated pretty poorly. I wouldn't call you a villain for that. The tension finally bled out of the kid's shoulders. Really? Aizawa wanted to ruffle the kid's hair, or at least put a hand on his shoulder. 2 broken arms at the same time was such a pain, it meant he had to use words to convey his thoughts. Do I ever say anything I don't mean? Izuku gave him a flat look. All the time. You call them logical ruses. His mouth twitched with the beginnings of the smile. Thank goodness Izuku couldn't see it. Okay. Well, I'm not deceiving you now. You're not a villain, kid. I don't think you could be one if you tried. Izuku finally smiled, which loosened something in Aizawa's chest. He stood up, jerking his head to the door. Come on, dinner's ready. XX. When there was a knock on the door at 1 in the afternoon the next day, Izuku almost didn't answer it. Aizawa and Hizashi were out for the 3rd and final day of the festival, and he'd been researching on the dark web all day. He wasn't expecting anyone, so he wasn't inclined to leave his cat nest for what was probably some salesman. But then Katsuki's voice boomed through the door. Oi, nerd, open up. Izuku was up in a flash. Kaken. He pushed his way through the barely open door, a bag slung over his shoulder. About time. Izuku closed the door behind him. What are you doing here? Aizawa texted me and told me to come over. Said you've been worrying about me. Which is stupid. By the way, I'm fine. Izuku couldn't help his smile. I'm glad. I yelled at Principal Nedzu for you, you know? Katsuki's ears turned red. He turned away before Izuku could see how far the blush spread. Setting his bag down in front of the TV, he pulled out an Xbox. Thanks. Hey, I'm serious. Restraining you like that wasn't okay. Aizawa agrees with me. The memory still bothered him. Katsuki was brash and uncooperative on the best of days, and paired with the high energy from the festival, Izuku could imagine how difficult he'd been. But to treat him like a villain when he'd done nothing villainous? How would they treat Izuku if his past crimes got out? He was the one who deserved to be restrained like that. It wasn't fair to chain Katsuki up like that when they'd looked at a vigilante and decided to make him a hero, jumping through almost every legal hoop in the book to do so. It doesn't fucking matter, Katsuki stated. He hooked up the Xbox, shamelessly pulling out wires to make room for the console connections. Izuku frowned and walked up behind Katsuki, quickly wrapping him in a hug. It does so. I don't care what people think of me, Katsuki stated. Now get off. I'm trying to do something. Izuku released him and backed up to the couch. I'm surprised you don't want to spar or train or something. Katsuki scoffed and shoved in the last wire. I could barely move my arms yesterday. I'm not dumb enough to train so soon. He reached into the bag again and then tossed a controller at Izuku. Besides, I'm guessing you never got a chance to play All Might's latest video game. Izuku froze, a familiar excitement bubbling under his skin. He hadn't had a chance. Between the cost of a new game, plus buying a console and a TV to play it on, Izuku couldn't justify the expense. He'd settled for watching all the gameplay videos he could find. You really? Smirking, Katsuki turned everything on. Go nuts. They passed the afternoon like normal teenagers for once in their lives. Katsuki let Izuku play on his own for a while, and then they switched to multiplayer. They had a loud argument that almost turned into a physical wrestling match over who would be All Might and who would be Night Eye, but Izuku managed to win with his puppy dog eyes. Not that Katsuki didn't keep trying to tell Izuku how to play as All Might and what he should be doing, which had Izuku snapping at him constantly. From an outside perspective, it probably didn't look like they were having any fun. That was certainly what Hisashi and Aizawa thought when they trudged back home later. They watched in awe for a few minutes, and then Hisashi asked them to turn the game off. His nerves couldn't handle their bickering after watching the third years all day. Katsuki stayed for dinner before heading home. Izuku felt a pang of sadness when the door closed behind him, even though he'd see him in class the next day. But he wasn't Izuku at school, he was Ryu. Today, for a few hours, it felt like the last 2.5 years of his life had never happened. Reality crashed around him when he thought of his mother, and he clung to one of the cats for most of the night. He needed to hurry up and catch his father so he could come out of hiding. XX. They were picking hero names in class that they would use in their upcoming internships. Izuku practically vibrated in his seat. He'd had a name picked out for ages, ever since the debacle with Alley Cat happened. It had been hard to come up with. Most obvious fire-related names had been taken by heroes in the past, and he preferred having something more original. He considered names based around knights and dragon-slaying because he would one day take down his father, but once he did that, any dragon-slaying name wouldn't fit anymore. One day, his father wouldn't be a problem. Izuku would surpass Dragon's villainous reputation and overcome everything that stood in his way. It might be a longer road than he'd first thought, but he'd succeed one day. When it was his turn to share, he stood tall with his shoulders back and proudly displayed his whiteboard. The flaming hero, Eclipse. Is that because you hold the fire around you, like the sun behind the moon? Hagakure asked. That's part of it, Izuku admitted. The main reason is because I'm going to overcome everything and everyone that's blocked my path to being a hero. I'll eclipse them. Midnight grinned. Very nice. Accepted. Katsuki smirked as Izuku took his seat and passed him a note. Beats fucking alley cat. Izuku stifled a groan and put his head on his desk. Stupid 12-year-old panic. He was never going to live that down. Also, considering some of the names Katsuki tried to use, he had no room to talk. The next day, Todoroki approached Izuku after class with an offer. Izuku blinked at him, because the words that came out of his mouth made no sense. He swallowed, mouth incredibly dry for some reason. Could you repeat that? It was a good thing he was still sitting at his desk. He didn't think he could stand right now. Would you like to do your internship with me at Endeavor's agency? Yeah, that was what Izuku had heard the first time, but the words still refused to make sense in his head. Why would Todoroki offer such a prestigious opportunity like this to him, of all people? Why was Todoroki even interning there, given what he'd told Izuku during the festival? Did Endeavor really agree to this? He didn't seem like the type to go around offering internships to anyone. With his mind in a complete state of confusion, all Izuku could get out of his mouth was why. Todoroki shifted from foot to foot. Since you couldn't participate in the festival, you didn't get any requests, right? That was true. He'd actually been planning on doing his internship with Aizawa, which would also be smart with his situation. As much as I dislike my father, he's still the number 2 hero. There's a lot he can teach us about being a top hero. You mentioned before you used to study his fights, so I thought you might appreciate a closer look. Izuku couldn't help his wide smile. That's super thoughtful of you, Todoroki. Thank you. The tips of Todoroki's ears reddened. It was smarter to stick with interning with Aizawa, and Izuku had been looking forward to doing night patrols again. But Todoroki had a point about Endeavor being the number 2 hero. There were a lot of resources that came with such a prestigious position. Can I think about it tonight? Todoroki nodded. Of course. You probably already have your choices picked out, but I wanted to offer it to you anyway. I appreciate it, Izuku said. He would definitely have to think about it. Aizawa and Hisashi didn't look thrilled at the idea when Izuku brought it up over dinner. I don't know, little listener. Paparazzi hang around Endeavor all the time, and if you help out with a rescue, they'll want to talk with you. Hisashi tapped his chopsticks on the edge of his bowl. Why would you want to take the internship? Aizawa asked in his teacher voice. He is the number 2 hero, and he has been for a long time. He would know